Yeah, hi everyone. So, so this is the oracle.com website. So where you no need to install any database. So you can directly perform the SQLs live. So just you need to register. So I already have the registered account. So I will be logging into this. So once I log in, so if you see on the address bar, so it's a live SQL.oracle.com. So here Oracle by default, it will have the default schemas and databases and the tables, everything. All you need to do is just watch my SQL classes. So all my SQL classes is based on the Scott schema, employee and department. So you can learn along with me. So, and at the same time, it will have almost like all the scripts and tutorials again. So if you see on the left hand side, so you can click on my session, or you can see like SQL worksheet. If you have any sections saved, so you can access there. So you have an SQL worksheet, okay? And on the left hand side, you have the schema. If you click on the schema, you can select like you have multiple schemas. And as I said, right, so we'll be operating the employee and department schema, Scott. At the same time, if you want to play with the other schemas also, you can do that. But as an initial a tutorial, I'm just taking this employee and department. And remember, you only have the read-only access. So all you can do is select. You cannot do any other manipulations. Okay. So this is the schema that we are operating. So I'll just try to give you a glimpse of like how we can do that. Let's say select star from EMP, and if you try to run, it says table or view does not exist. That means all you need to mention is so Scott schema. Okay. So now you can see the data because Scott is a schema. You need to mention schema is nothing but like an owner. So owner of this object is Scott. So you need to mention, okay, I want to access the employee table in the Scott schema. So Scott.employee. So always you need to do a prefix, and that's a standard. So hope you understood. Okay. All that you need to do is just register on this website, livesql.oracle.com, and all you can see is the same as like what I'm showing it here. Thanks.
Yeah. So let's take the concept of file system storage. So let us say if you are storing some details like account number 1234. Okay. So account holder name. Okay. So let's say these are the customer details. Okay. And see the same account number 1234. Okay. So and amount is something 1234.00. So like that, if you store all the account holder details in a single notepad, so then security is not there. Why? Because if you go to any bank, suppose if I am the bank employee, so and you came to the bank and you said, okay, so this is my account number, so I can open this notepad. So whenever I open this notepad for sake of one customer, so I can see all the customer details.
Yes.
Right. So that is one of the reasons. See, if you consider one small town or small village, so hardly if you have some 100 to 200 accounts, so just working for hardly 6 months or 4 months, so I can note each and everything. So who has the details, means who is maintaining how much balance, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can get this. And moreover, there is a chance of committing manual mistakes. Suppose if you came to the bank to draw some, let's say $200. Okay. So for one
Okay.
out of 1234, if you withdraw the $200, so then 200 should be debited. That means your balance should become 1034, right?
Okay.
Right. So instead of deleting I forgot to delete. Suppose I just put 0 here. So that is lost to the bank.
Okay.
Right. Of
Okay.
course, like
Yeah. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
uh, like later they will be seeing all the, at the end of the day they will post the journals and all those things. At that time they may come to know.
Yes.
So again, if instead of like deleting 2, if I delete 1 and if I put 0 here, again that is lost to the customer. Means in either case, if like in either case, one has to suffer, right?
Suffer. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So since there is a chance of committing manual mistakes, so on top of this layer, let's say DBMS came into picture. Okay.
Okay.
So before DBMS, like we'll be yeah. So we'll be like categorizing some terms like data. Okay. So what do you mean by data? So it's very generic. I don't need any textbook definition or something. So just let's be generic actually. So according to your term, so what do you mean by data?
Data is a raw fact of anything. It contains some information. Something
Okay. So you can say like meaningful information.
meaningful information. Yeah.
Okay. So why I said meaningful information? Let us say, so I have the details, something like 1 A, say 100 or 10 finance, let's say this thing. So by reading this line, so can you get exact what I'm going to convey?
1A, 110. It's like there is nothing to convey. It's not a
Means like,
proper stuff.
yes, means
Yeah.
you can interpret your own whatever, like you can understand 50% might be correct and 50% might be wrong.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, and suppose if I say, so if I say employee name, salary, department number, department name, location. So does it make sense to this data?
Yes. Yes.
So means even you have 100 rows, so that 100 rows will be defined by this one, this header. You got the point, right? So if I delete this thing,
Yes.
so it won't be 100% meaningful. So only if I keep this thing, that will be 100% meaningful. Okay.
Yes.
Means this is the data which explains about this data, whatever you are having. Okay.
Okay.
So the term is called metadata. Okay. Data about data. You got the point. It's like a dictionary. See, if you are speaking some words, but in dictionary you will find what is the exact meaning of that word, right?
Yeah.
In similar sense, if I say 1A 100, so what is mean by 1? What is mean by A? Here means that is represented by this information. You got the point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So of course, like whenever it comes to database, so the storage format is in the form of tables. Okay. So you call the horizontal things rows and vertical things are columns, right? Column is nothing
Yeah.
but it's like an attribute. Okay. So which defines this one. So one means employee number. Okay. So then that makes the meaningful information. You got it right. When I say meaningful, so which is making it meaningful. So only this header. Only if you have the header, it makes sense. So that makes more meaningful. So then only you call it as a data. Otherwise, you call simply it as called information. Okay, kind of clue or something. So are you getting my point?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So and coming to the next word, so database. So what is mean by database?
Database is it is a like which it is a storage place, like,
Okay, so it's a
it
storage
consists
place.
of data. Yeah.
Yeah,
Meaningful data.
like it's a base which contains data. That means database.
Yes.
Yeah, to store
Yes.
something you require some platform. Okay,
Yeah.
so that platform is nothing but database. Okay, which stores data. Okay, so simply storing data is one thing, that is database. Okay, how do you store data is also it also matters. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
suppose you are maintaining one library, or imagine that you have one supermarket. Okay.
Okay.
So like if you involve, like if you are having supermarket, so then automatically subject will be, you know, like immediately you can learn it actually. Okay. So if you have a supermarket and you have inventory, so how do you maintain the things, goods in your supermarket? Simply like you have a place. Okay. So you have bought some 1 or 2 floors or single floor with some ads. So simply you throw them, and whoever customer walks in, simply they have to search here and there, and finally they will
So
get there.
that will be in an organized way. Yeah.
Exactly. So that makes more sense actually. So organized way, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See, even like every university is providing education. It is not simply like there will be management, right? Okay. So management will be deciding, okay, so these are all the courses we'll be having in our college, and these are all the classes, and these will be the faculty, and this will be the syllabus, and these are the timetable for the semester or an year. So all these things will be organized, and according to that organization only, okay, so everything will run, right?
Yeah.
So unless you define the rules or like whatever the principles, so you have to go by the principles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So without declaring any principle or any declaring rules, can you go? So if you go, so obviously, like like what you can say, that that will be in an like haphazard manner, right? Like no one knows where do you land finally.
Okay.
Okay, like that. See, even if you're preparing for MS and coming here, so how organized you are, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. So even if when you take the travel, okay, traveling for the first time, if you're traveling to this country, so how organized you are, means what are the details that you have collected, and what are the like the rules that you have followed, and only by the rules you have come here, right?
Yes.
So everywhere the organization is like, even like our daily day-to-day life also, it's organized only, right? If we don't organize ourselves properly, definitely we don't know like where are we finally, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So even if you commit mistakes, so later, okay, so probably this is not the way. So again, you will revise your rules in your brain, and again you start organizing yourself, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So whenever I say so organization, obviously a management is required actually. Okay, management is
Okay.
required to organize.
Okay.
So that management is nothing but DBMS. Okay, database
Okay.
management system. So as if,
System.
yeah, so as if our body is itself is a system. Okay, so day-to-day life is system. So even if you walk into any Walmart or Target, so there everywhere you will find the database concept only. Any database concept can be, means like most of the basics I say. Okay, any database
Okay.
concepts can be explained if you go simply Target or Walmart, or you try to correlate the things in database. So it should come actually. Okay, because see, the world you are seeing till now, you see, you walked into Target or Walmart, so without knowing database concepts, so that vision will be different. So once you know the database concepts, and if you listen to all these examples and go to Target or Walmart, so then obviously the database concepts will be reflecting in your mind whenever you see, oh, probably in this, like in database, so these are the way they organize. You got the point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So a system is required. Okay, database management system which manages the database. Okay, system which manages the database, nothing but a software, your OS, operating system. Okay, so it also manages each and everything. If you want to copy, like do what are all the activities, okay, who is operating, right? Your system only, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. So it is also, it's like a software. So every like lot of organizations have its own systems. Suppose, see, if like if you ask it like if you given an advertisement like, okay, so I need softwares for my supermarket, so then bid. Okay, so some people will bid, and some people will say their quotations, right? Okay, so I'll be doing in Java and this thing, so this will be the cost and all those things, like that. Some people will be doing in .NET, and some people will be doing in PHP. Okay, so what are the
Yeah.
technologies? Yeah, based on the budget and based on the like yeah, so budget of the supermarket, so within that budget only. So definitely they will be doing using different technologies. Okay, means ultimately everyone will be targeting to prepare some retail merchandising system, right? Even though you do in
Yeah.
Java, that is also a that also organizes and do manages the supermarket. Even though you do in .NET, so that also do it, right? Means every organization has its own system. Likewise, okay, every organization has its own system. See, suppose university is there, so every university ultimate goal is to provide the education, right? So, and there are multiple universities, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
similarly, to manage the database also, different organizations have their own different database management systems, softwares. Okay.
Okay.
So likewise, so Oracle Corporation has so Oracle, MySQL, so
MySQL.
Sybase.
Oh,
Okay.
Sybase.
Yeah,
Okay.
and different things.
Excellent.
Exadata. Okay. So Microsoft Corporation has so the basic thing you find in MS Office, that is MS Access. So these are the system names, their own system names. You got the point, right? They have their own
Yes.
softwares
Yes.
to manage the database. Those are the software names. Okay. What you call in real time is database names. Okay. So MS Access, SQL Server, so IBM. We have DB2, so Netizen, so Teradata Corporation. We have Teradata. So likewise, we have different. Okay. So these are all the multiple vendors having their own systems which manage the database. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And RDBMS. So what do you know about RDBMS? Means anything.
Relational database management system. It has like multiple tables. We are relating multiple tables. Is that
Exactly.
the thing? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do we need to relate multiple tables? Again,
Uh, because in a single data there will be a lot of information, so
mm,
the single data is divided into multiple things to make it very simple in a simple way. So
again question. So why
RDBMS will help.
multiple things? Means you see, if you have all one stop thing, right? Okay, one
Yeah.
in a
Okay.
single stop you are having all the data in the table. So then why to split and why to make complexity?
So yeah, I'll just tell you a single example. Like
Mm,
the I need only a name and account number of a person,
mm,
but in a data there is like lot more than that.
mm.
So in order to make it simplify, so every time I just needed account number and his name, but it is showing each and everything about him. So for that relational database management, I mean simplification is needed for that.
No,
So
generally you can write like uh, normal select statement also. If you want whatever the columns you need, so
okay,
yeah, so whatever the columns you need, you can just select that columns. That's not a problem. You can check it. Means you can select
okay,
whatever you need. Okay, fine. Let me explain through one example.
yeah, yeah,
So as I'm explaining in smaller scope, try to understand, okay, what if you have millions of rows? Okay, so then you'll be able to understand easily. You got the point, right?
okay, okay,
Yeah, since I cannot explain with millions of rows, okay, simply you question yourself. Okay, so if I tell, okay, for these 9 rows, if you are having this problem, so how big is the problem if you have bigger number of rows? You got the point, right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, because for everything, so I'll be telling one example. So if you correlate that thing, so that will be very good.
okay,
Yeah, so let's say this is our table. Okay, so which stores all some employee details and employee department details. Okay,
okay,
yeah, so what I am doing is, if you observe here, let us say I just simplified only 3 employees under each department. Okay, so that's what I asked you to imagine actually. So for just example sake, I am just mentioning only 3 employees for each department. Okay,
okay,
so for each department, whenever I am representing, some department details. I'm writing finance Mumbai, finance Mumbai, finance Mumbai 3 times, right? Because 3 employees belongs to department number 10. That's the reason I have mentioned department name and location 3 times, right?
Okay.
So imagine if you have 30,000 employees, so 30,000 times you have to repeat it, right?
Yes. Yes.
So then what I am doing is, instead of that, I am splitting one table into 2 tables. And see, let us say this is the scenario 1 and we will discuss later. So in the scenario 1, so what is the location of employee 6? Means in which location employee 6 is working?
Ban.
Yeah. What is, yeah,
Yeah.
Bangalore or something, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Forget about this thing, okay? And see this one. In this scenario, so the same number 6 where he is working means, of course, like by seeing the first scenario itself you can say ban, okay? So but on what basis you can say employee 6 works in Bangalore in this scenario by considering these 2 tables? So
Okay.
first of all, can you tell, means is it possible to tell employee 6 works in Bangalore? That is first.
No.
If
No.
yes, yeah, so you are saying no. So
Okay.
obviously, see, think, just see that, look at the 2 tables. Is there any possibility or way? It's like a puzzle only.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, like I'm just wiping up this thing, so otherwise it will disturb you. Yeah, so just see this thing. I have given this information to you, okay? This piece of information to you, and I said, okay, just like treat it like a puzzle. So where, what's the location of employee 6? If I ask it like that.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, what is the location of employee 6? The same question.
Without this table or?
No, I just give whatever I'm highlighting. I have given this to you, okay, in a piece of
Okay.
paper.
Okay. Okay.
And I asked you one question.
Now I
Okay.
think we can't tell the location of the employee.
Okay. Still, like, just check once. Means I'm giving clue. You can
Okay.
tell.
Okay. Oh, all right. All right. With department number. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We can tell that. As the department number is 20, the employee location is Bangalore.
Right.
Because employee 6 belongs to the department number 20, and we have a department table, so we can tell that. Yeah.
Okay. So now what your mind applied is transitive property. Like employee number 6 works in department number 20. So since department number 20 is in Bangalore, so obviously employee 6 is in Bangalore, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So A is equal to B, B is equal to C. That is A is equal to C. That is the transitive property in mathematics, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that is the one your brain applied in this example. So fine. So now in this scenario you can able to tell, and in this scenario you are able to tell, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in this scenario, see, I have splitted the tables. So initially you felt little bit discomfort in identifying. So later, okay, with some effort, okay, with some effort only you have made the decision. Okay, employee number 6 works in Bangalore. But here you didn't put any effort. You just simply viewed and you just told employee number 6 works in Bangalore, right?
Yes.
Yeah, means
Yes.
if you access this data, this is easy, right? Than this thing, means comfort level. Then why we need
Yes.
to split the table? So already we are having good comfort, okay, in getting the things. But how come you split the tables and make it complex? Means what is the observation that you have made between this one and this one?
It has, I think. It, so you want me to differentiate why
Yeah.
it is splitted, or?
Yeah, anything. See, pros and cons, whatever. This is scene 1 and this is scene 2. You just tell me pros and cons. Okay, this is the advantage of having this scenario. You have this advantage and this is this disadvantages. And here also the same thing. You can divide. See, don't think anything technically first thing. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
be very
Okay.
generic. Yeah, so whenever I'm explaining any examples, I even not going to any technical thing. Okay,
Okay.
don't think Oracle table, nothing. Okay,
Okay.
So as you're just educated, so I'm just giving this thing. Okay.
What I observed is like, see, department name and location.
Hmm.
The table has been the data has been decreased because of this extra table, because we have fin, we have a lot of fins with 10.
Hmm.
So what happened in the department number, we just distinguish that function, like the repetition duplications has been gone in this.
Okay.
So only a single term is there so that we can relate with that. Yeah.
Perfect. Suppose if we have 30,000 employees, so 30,000 employees, you'll have 10 in Mumbai, 30 times, so 30,000 times, right?
Yeah.
But here, irrespective of the number of employees, this department name and location, two things will get will not be repeated. It's just once, right?
Okay.
Means
Yes.
storing these two things 30,000 times versus one time
Yeah.
is a huge save.
Yes. It will save a huge data
Okay, huge data.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is one thing. And here, okay, since you have split two things, first of all, maintenance will be tough. Why? Because this thing should be related to this table. Otherwise, if you don't maintain any relationship between this thing and this thing, there is no point of splitting.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
you got the point, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So maintenance will be tough. Why? Because you have to maintain two tables because you have split the information into two tables,
Yes. Yes.
right? You got the point. See, you like your friends are you plan you have a plan that like few of your friends want to meet. Okay, so let's say you started in two cars.
Okay.
So having in one car or two cars, there is a difference, right?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
yeah, so if one thing is following, definitely, so one should follow one.
Yeah. Yeah.
When one should follow one means only
He knows
one
the
is
route
the
I need to follow
yeah
and
exactly. So
yeah.
only one car is the driving car means driving in the sense
Yes.
like who
Guiding
takes
car.
yeah exactly guiding.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so guiding car. So obviously if you so obviously it's a maintenance.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so if the person who is following you is driving slowly, so then
So I need to go according to him
yeah,
in
so
whatever manner. Yeah.
yeah, so you got the pros and cons there, right?
Yes. If
Means
sometimes
what?
he misses,
Yeah,
then I'll be like, nowhere, like something like
yes.
that.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
hmm, means in real life also these concepts applies to us.
Yes.
Okay, not
Yes.
only database. Yeah, so you should understand in that point actually.
Okay.
Whenever you don't understand anything in database, try to correlate anything with real time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the process of removing the duplicates, we have splitted the tables. That is the purpose.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, of course there are multiple things, but on very generic basis, this is the basic thing.
This is the basic point. Yeah.
So removal of duplicates or you can say redundancies.
Redundancies.
Okay. Yeah. So that process is called normalization. Probably you might have heard this word in your academics.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So DBMS in between normalization becomes RDBMS. That's a simple straight away formula, right?
Okay. Yeah.
See, only if you normalize, then you have to split the table.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the difference between DBMS and RDBMS. So relational means
RDB.
why relational? Yeah, since you need to maintain the relation between two tables. Why you need to maintain between two tables? Means since you have splitted the same information means same in the sense related. Okay, so these department details are related to this employee only, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So here employee number is a primary key here. So you know primary key, these concepts, right? Which uniquely identifies that row, like your SSN. So here department number is the primary key. And here what about this department number? This is the foreign key. Means foreign key means which is referring to this main table. See, you are from India basically, so that is your primary, and here you are foreigner. Hello.
Yeah, I'm just listening. Okay.
Yeah. So in India you are primary. So here you are foreigner.
Yeah.
Means department
Foreign.
number. Here it is a primary in this table, but
Primary key.
that becomes
Yes.
foreign here.
Foreign key in the other table. Yeah.
Why? Because you are referring this foreign key still referring to this primary key only. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you name this table as employee. Okay. These are pretty famous tables, right? In your labs and all these things. So this table will be used, right?
Yes.
Employee and department. Okay. So now tell me which is the parent table out of these two.
Employee table is a parent table.
Okay. So most of them will get confused there only. So department is the parent table and employee is the child table. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So who is driving whom? So see, since department number is referring to this parent, right?
Yes.
Simple question: who is dependent on whom? Department number
Okay.
can independently exist, but employee table cannot independently exist, because only if you create department table, then only, because you need to refer to department number column to the this thing, right? But without creating this thing, how come you refer? You got the point?
Yeah. Okay.
Without the existence of this thing, there is no meaning to this thing. Okay.
Okay.
If
Yes.
you maintain, if you're okay, if you say okay blindly, if you go okay, no problem, I don't need this, I will also delete this. So is there any meaning again in this? No, right?
Yes.
See, we cannot put simply. Can you do like this? Can you do like this? Two tables I will create like this.
Yeah. No, actually,
No, right?
because department ID doesn't
There is no
belongs to any
relation.
of the. Yeah, there is no relation between.
Yeah. So now relationship need to be maintained, right? So now tell me who
Yeah.
is dependent on whom? Employee table is dependent on department table. Not department table is not at all referring to any column in the employee table, right?
Yes.
Okay, department number in the employee table is referring to department number in the department table. So employee is a dependent and department is a driving table. You got the point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So department is the parent and employee is the child. Okay. So in other terms, you can call, like whether in SSRS or SSR, you'll say master detail. You might have heard of this thing. So this is the master and this is the detail.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Clear?
Yes. Clear.
Okay.
So generally, whatever the table, like if we have two tables right here. So you said this is a parent and that is a child class, right? So I thought because employee is the main thing which has department and area. So I thought employee will be the parent and
No,
child will
because
be the.
see, the reason is, means mainly the reason is mostly will be having all the examples on employee table.
Okay.
That's the one thing which stresses or impresses that employee is the parent,
Okay.
and more number of columns. Means
Yeah. Yeah.
finally, like our mind.
So you say that
Hmm,
whatever table is dependent on the other table, that table will be depending table will be the child table, and
right,
whatever the main will be the parent table.
right,
Is
yeah,
that
yes.
is that the thing in every cases, or it's just a thing in only this case?
No, it's every case. See,
Okay, all right.
you know this in C is binary tree, right? So you have
Yeah,
parent
yeah,
and child.
parent. Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah. So like that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. From department, employee will be there, and
Yeah.
different department. Okay, got it. Yeah.
So clear?
Yes, great.
Okay. So now coming to another term, SQL. So it's pretty famous thing you might have heard.
Yes, structure query.
So where does this SQL comes into picture?
To retrieve the databases, is that the correct word which we use?
Yeah, means I am just asking very first step actually. Means I am not even going into subject.
Okay.
Yeah. So where is the place of SQL? That's what. You got the point, right? Where
Place
SQL
means
fits in the system means on a high level.
okay, to manage interaction between the RDBMS and database.
RDBMS and database both are same only.
Yeah, okay. Okay, got it. I think I don't know the perfect answer, so
Okay, so
client and server relationship.
in between client and server SQL comes, because client will speak to server in the language of SQL. So whatever you have given the command, so that will be executed on the database.
Okay.
You got the point, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. In simple example, so if you go to a hotel,
Okay.
so you order for something, right? So only if the person who is taking the order, only if he understands your language, then only he can exactly go to the database. That means wherever the food resides, pantry, right?
Okay.
You got the point, right? See, if you go
Yes.
to a hotel, you order something, right? So what does he do generally? Okay, he'll take the order and he'll bring the order. So where does he bring the order? So from in the back end, there will be kitchen. So from there, your food will be prepared and will be brought, right?
Yes.
So can you go directly to that section and can you get it?
No.
No.
We need
So
to
yeah,
order
so
it.
you are the customer to the hotel, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
here also client cannot access the database directly, since you cannot go and bring the food directly. So client also cannot go to database and execute the commands. Okay.
Yes.
So that's what the management, right?
Yes. Yes.
In between there will be one server.
Yes.
Okay. Server in the sense, let's say the system which just
Which we are doing the function.
let's say one system will be there. So whatever you order, he will enter in that system. That system will communicate to the kitchen.
Okay.
Right? In kitchen there will be one monitor. So they will be monitoring that thing and they will be preparing, right? Some advanced things, right? See, whenever you go
Yes.
to restaurant, these are the things. Here it will be regularly seen, right? Okay, he won't go to the kitchen and he won't tell if it's a big restaurant, right? For each and
Yes.
every customer coming to the hotel, so okay, what is your requirement? Okay, writing, and for every requirement, he won't go to there. He will be carrying one personal digital assistant or typing there. Obviously, that will reflect in the kitchen, right?
Yeah.
So that is the system. Okay, and whoever the server allocating to you for serving, so that is like a server process. Okay, see, if Gmail is there,
Okay.
or consider your system only. If your system is holding 8 GB RAM, okay, so if you open multiple applications, so for each application some amount of memory will be allocated from that 8 GB only, right?
Yes.
That's what you
Yes.
call processes. Even if you open the start like task manager and see what are all the processes running, you will be able to observe for each application what is the amount of memory that has been allocated.
Okay.
So that is the process. Means out of that server, a server process will be created every time to serve the each client. Got the point?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. Even if you don't understand this server process and client process, leave it. But at least you connect the hotel example. So since you are speaking to the person who is taking your order in some language, if you see here, you have to speak in English, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
cannot speak Chinese or something here. Means unless and until if the person who is taking the order understands Chinese, that's okay. Okay, but
Okay.
he knows only English and you are speaking Chinese, so obviously,
This communication will be there.
yeah. So communication is important. So since if you want to interact with the database, okay, so you need to speak in SQL to the database through server again.
Okay.
Okay, through server only, because you cannot directly access the database since you cannot go to the kitchen section and take the food. Okay, similarly here also you cannot access the database directly.
Okay.
You got the point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And types of statements, and Do you know like whose product is SQL?
Microsoft.
No, it's an IBM actually. Okay.
Okay, IBM. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
SQL Server is the name of the database. Database name of Microsoft.
MySQL
MySQL is also a database of from Oracle. Okay. So, but SQL is the language. Okay, not a programming language. SQL is a language. Okay. This is the IBM's product. SQL is IBM's product. So we have different types of statements. So one is DDL, that means data definition language. Another one is DML, data manipulation, and another one is TCL, that is transactional control. Another one is DCL, that is data control language, and another one is DRL, that is data retrieval language statement. Yeah. So we have set of commands categorizing under each statement level. So data definition means, as I said, like since you have to store the database table like data, so you require a table, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So we have to create a table first. So
Create a
table. Yeah. So create command. Okay. So
Yes.
on very brief I'm going. Okay. So I'm not going in depth because since once we start practical, then it will be very easy.
Okay.
So alter is the, if you want to adjust any structure of the table, so then you can alter. You can use the alter. And if you want to completely remove the object, database object means table is one of the database objects. So if you want to completely remove the table, so drop. So truncate means if you want to remove the data from the table but not the table, so truncate will be used.
Okay.
And rename means as if you rename a file, you can rename a table using rename.
Okay.
So insert means once you create table, obviously the data should get inserted, right?
Update.
Update means already existing data, you are applying some updates.
Update. Delete.
Delete means delete can be used like
for
to
deleting the
delete
email
the
address.
particular set of data or entire data also. But truncate is the only option to remove complete, that means truncate only can remove complete data. Not you cannot select like only this row or that row. Okay.
Yeah.
You got the point, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll discuss a lot of things actually in truncate and delete. That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So and there is merge. Merge means like you can have some condition. Okay, if this is existing, okay, update. Otherwise, insert like that.
Okay.
Transaction control, like we have commit and rollback.
Commit, rollback. Yeah.
So commit and rollback means any DML transactions that you do will not be permanently stored in database in the very first phase. Okay.
Okay.
Those will be stored in the memory.
Okay.
Then only if you commit, then it will be made permanent to the database. I am explaining you all these things in a notepad, but I didn't save this notepad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where the notepad is residing? In RAM.
In RAM, it's a temporary data.
Right? If I don't save it, after logging off, nothing. It will be there.
It will go off. Yeah.
If I save it, yes, there will be some address and all those things. It will get
roam.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
So, see, this is an uncommitted thing, means unsaved thing, right?
Yes.
So I have two options now: save, don't save. If I say save, yes, commit. If I say don't save, yes, roll back.
Roll back. Okay.
So in the memory, you have to take decision. So rollback means it will be flushed out of the memory. Commit means it will be moved from memory to database.
Okay.
Means from memory to hard disk, like that.
Okay.
See, you can compare any system.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So grant and revoke. So these are the mostly used by admins actually to grant and revoke the privileges.
Okay.
Data retrieval. Already data is present in the database. Now you want to select the data.
Yeah.
So out of all these commands, in real time, 99.99% we will be using select.
Okay.
99.99%. So obviously,
Oh.
yeah. So you might have got, means you might have imagined what are all the things that will be used very less.
Okay.
Even
Okay.
though you use less, means less in the sense, I mean, so create out of all your project, create will, whenever you compare to the percentage, okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
the percentage you see the remaining things and these things will be like that.
Oh, okay.
99.99% select will be there. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we never use this truncate, drop, and delete. I mean, most of the time, right?
No, we'll use. Yeah, we'll use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll use. We'll use everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we hardly use alter. This is the, it is costly.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Alter
okay.
is,
Okay.
yeah, I don't say even 1%. Means
Mm-hmm.
generally that depends on the project and client actually. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
what are the present client? Yeah, database administrators use alters to alter any primary key or like that, or to add any columns. Okay.
Okay.
But if
Okay.
whatever the previous clients have worked, no, you need to create a new table and rename and drop. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, it matters again the environment. It's not specific
Okay.
to industry or something. But
Okay.
anyway, alter is less frequently used.
Okay.
Okay. So these are all the types of SQL statements that we have.
Okay.
Okay. So tomorrow onwards, like we will be seeing, like we'll start with select.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay. So yeah.
So,
So we'll start with,
I mean, can you tell me the time? Like, can you be a bit faster so that I can manage both the classes at the time?
yeah, half an hour before we can.
Half an hour before. Okay. Is 1.5 hours is okay with you, or you want to tell me the like 2 hours or something like that?
No, 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 no. That's fine actually. Okay, 1 hour is
Yeah.
fine
Okay.
initially. That's okay, fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
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 So you're like, okay. So functions. So basically, what is mean by function? So we might have seen these functions everywhere in programming language like C, Java, wherever it is. So it is like something which accepts some inputs, like where we call that inputs as parameters, and it performs some calculation or action, and it gives the value as output. Okay, so this is all about function. So there are two types of functions here. So one is predefined function, and another one is user defined function. So user defined function is something like which we create as a developer. You create the function with the parameters and all those things and whatever the logic that you want to perform. So it is everything from scratch built by you. So predefined means already the function is built in, okay, and you are making use of that function. Okay. So functions like where it accepts the parameters, means the inputs, and perform some calculation and give you an output, some values. Okay, so if you want to do some sum of two numbers, okay, so you will provide whatever the two numbers as inputs, and it performs the logic inside whatever the addition, and the output that it gives the sum of two numbers. Okay, like that. So here we have two types of functions. One is predefined and another one is user defined. Whenever you say predefined, that means already existing and you are making use of those things. User defined, that means you have to create your own function based on your requirement and you have to use that. So in SQL, we are only discussing predefined because user defined comes under PLSQL because where you build your own functions there. So when it comes to predefined, there are two types of functions. One is aggregate or group functions. You can call it as aggregate or group functions. And another type of function is single row functions. Okay, aggregate or group functions, single row functions. So when you say aggregate or group functions means aggregate. So if I ask you, okay, what is your aggregate in your BTech, that means you will say, okay, so and so. So how did you say that? Means you consolidated all the marks of each semester and then you did average. Means here when you are saying aggregate, that means you are considering all the inputs. Okay, and you are performing some calculation on that. You are performing some calculation on all the marks, right? So similarly, single row means it will apply for each and every row. Okay, whenever you consider here salary, so I will take you the employee table example in the Excel. Okay, so if you see this Excel, if I want to know what are all the sum of all salaries, okay, sum of all salaries. See, one thing in Excel, how do you do sum means you can write function is equal to sum of, you can select the range comma, so this range, so it will give the output. Okay, okay, probably it is only adding these things, so otherwise you can write sum of, so you can mention all these things, so it is just giving by adding all the rows under salary column. Okay, so here the sum is being applied on all the rows of a column. Okay, so without writing function also you can able to see what, how you able to see means, see if you select what are all the values that you need to perform, see here in the tab, sum 29025, max 5000, min 800, count 14, average 2073.2. So based on the cell that you are covering, see if you can see here also values are getting changed. If you see here, okay, if you see, I just want to highlight here. Okay, see the how the values are getting changed. See, based on your selection, the values are getting changed. Okay, fine. So similarly, what are all the calculations that were being performed in this Excel that you are seeing here? Those are all nothing but group functions in the SQL. Okay, group functions. So there are only 5 group functions. So irrespective of the database. Okay. So first we'll start. See, you know, select star from employee. So select star from employee means it gives all the rows, all the records. So when I say select count of star from employee, that means it gives 14. Means it just count. What it does count is it will count all the records and it will provide you the value. Okay, see, if every one of you is staying in your room, so if I ask you one question, okay, how many people are staying in your room, means you will say 4. Okay, so what is my question? How many? And what is your answer? 4. Right? I didn't ask who are staying. Right? So if I ask you how many people are staying, you cannot say Ram, myself, Vipin, this can, you cannot say answer like that. Okay, if I say how many means 4. Okay, how did you perform that means? So you keep on counting, means you have done some kind of calculation there, addition. Okay, so on what means on all the people. Here also on all the records it does some calculation, it keeps on counting. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. So until the end of the record, so it counts and it has given 14. Okay, so see, count of commission from employee. See, it has given only 4. Why? Because it has only 4 defined values. So here also there is something to be noted. I said already that null values are treated separately. In the Excel sheet also, if you select all the columns, all the rows of commission columns, see what is the count it is giving? 4. Okay, it is giving only 4. Why? Because rest of all are blank values, means not defined. So undefined values will not be considered into picture. Okay, so here it displays only 4. Fine. It's like something, suppose in a class there are some 30 students. Okay, that is the standard of the class. Okay, let us say some 5 people are absent today. Okay, so you went to class. If you want to take the count of the people present, okay, you won't take the count of some blank spaces, right, who are absent. Okay, so whoever the people that you are able to see, you will just take the count. Likewise, here also whatever all the values that are defined and you are able to see, those are only will be considered under count. So if undefined values will not be considered. Okay, so this is the count. And another thing here, if you see, whenever I say count of commission from employee, it has given 4, but the output when it is displaying, it is also giving count of commission. Means whatever you have written here, the same is being displayed. So for that you can keep aliasing. Okay, so you can say CNT, like count for your convenience. Okay, CNT. So it is displayed CNT. Whatever you give alias. Otherwise you can give simply as space as CNT. Okay. Anyway, without using as also you can give simply space and CNT or as CNT. Okay. Anything you can give. Or otherwise, suppose if you want something multiple words like count of employees. Let us say count of employees. And in this here I will say count of star. See, count of employee 14. Why I put underscore means you cannot have the alias name with space like this. You cannot have the alias name with space. So suppose if your requirement is okay, I need alias name with space, then you should give in double quotes. You should give in double quotes. See, now count of employee is 14. So generally spaces are not preferred actually. Why? Because that will cause a big trouble to your code. It is hard, it is very hard if any error that occurred due to space or something. So it is very hard to identify. So that's why instead of space, so you just give underscore. Okay. So the code doesn't, the business logic or whatever you are applying, it doesn't lies in the spaces. Okay. So this is just alias name for your convenience. Your ability to understand that whatever the business term, so you can give the alias name. Okay, if there are multiple words. So here you have seen 3 forms of aliasing. So one is CNT, simply you can give space and CNT, or as CNT, or this is also same if you want with spaces within aliasing name, so you need to give in double quotes. Okay, other than this it won't accept any in any form. Okay, next, suppose if you need clerks, so select star from employee where job is equal to clerk. So this gives the records who are working as clerks. Okay, but I just need how many clerks are there. Okay, how many clerks are there. So you already knew select star from employee where job is equal to clerk. Simply you can apply count function. Okay, simply apply count function. See, as I said, if I ask you, okay, how many people are staying in your room, means you already know it is 4, but how do you mean? By seeing the physical person physically, you just count, means there is some other layer that you are applying and telling us 4. Okay, so that thing you need to understand here. Okay, so I just need to know select count of star from employee where commission is null. So 10. So here I just need to know whoever commission are not at all defined. So I just need to the count of those things. 10. So if you observe this thing, already we have learned in the previous class to write this kind of queries like select star from employee where whatever the condition. Okay, so now one more layer you are applying. What is that layer? Is you are grouping, means you are performing some calculation or action on set of records. Okay, so what are actions that you are performing is these actions. Count, since we have only discussed till now only count. Okay, so next thing, select sum of sal from employee. So it gives the sum of salary. So when it comes to sum of salary, that means what are all the salaries that are paid to employees. So if I just select, you can see the sum here 29025. Okay, what are all the salaries? Similarly, whenever you say sum of sal, that means it will just combines, it will just adds all the salaries, all the rows under the salary column, and it will just display. Means if you apply that calculation to this aggregate function, so the justification is proper. Aggregate group means it is grouping all the values under column. Okay, and it is providing you the result. So those are the group functions. Yeah. So and next thing is average from employee. Similarly, average also. So how do you calculate average? So of course internally it will perform the same mathematical calculation. It will sum all these things and divided by the number of values that you performed the calculation. So min, so min of salary from employee, it will calculate the minimum salary. Select max of salary from employee, so it will calculate the maximum salary. So if you see, these are all the 5 group functions in any RDBMS. Okay, not only Oracle. So you can apply similar functions without any syntactical change in any RDBMS. Now, how do you perform average without using average function? Okay, if salaries are there, okay, I need to calculate the average of salary, but I don't want to use the average function. So how do you do? So one thing you need to understand is average. That means in general mathematical terms, how do you define the average? So it is just sigma of all these values, sigma n by n. So sum of all the values by number of values. So sum of all the values means you know how to calculate the sum of all the values, means that means sum of salary divided by the number of values. Number means just count only, right? So count of star from employee. So 2079. So and here you need to understand one thing. Suppose if I want to calculate average of commission, sum of commission by, if you put count of star, it will say 157.1. Let us see in the Excel. If I just select all these things, what is the average that is giving 550? Then what did you get here? 157.1. So where is the difference? Means whenever you have taken sum, of commission. That is pretty much fine. And whenever you are dividing, what is this count of star? That means 14. See, you are only considering 4 values, and how can you divide by 14? So you cannot divide by 14, right? You can divide only by 2200 divided by what is the count here? 4. So that means you should be very careful when applying such kind of things, count of commission. So how do you know that I need to apply count of commission or count of star? That means again that depends on the data behavior. Suppose employee number is there, so definitely you know, like employee number, what is the behavior of the employee number means that is like acting as a primary key, so which it will not be repeated and it will be not null. Okay, so definitely you'll, at least for every record you'll have a value, but for commission, so there is no constraint, right? Okay, everyone should have commission, there is no constraint for that. So definitely for such kind of columns you need to code in such a way, so count of commission. So otherwise, so the calculation will be misled. Okay, next thing, suppose we already seen this distinct, so distinct job from employee. So what are all the different jobs that you have in the employee table? It is listed. So now I need how many, okay, how many distinct jobs? So simply you already knew how to know distinct jobs. Now question is how many. When I say how many means count of this column, count of distinct job. So it will give 5. Okay, so there is difference between distinct job and count of distinct job, because whenever someone asks a question, so there itself you need to understand. Okay, if I ask how many means definitely your answer will be some numeric only. Okay, that will be the final thing. Okay, so whatever the answer it may be, that will be numeric for sure. Okay, so like that, count of distinct job from employee. So now, so I think, hope you understood this. So I will write all the So these are all the 5 group functions in SQL, irrespective of the RDBMS. Any RDBMS, it will work. Okay. These are all the 5 group functions. So any doubts till now?
No.
Okay. So Ram, Nikesh, Charan. So any doubts?
No.
Okay. So another thing. Suppose if I want to know how many clerks are there, okay, how many means again definitely count only. So I can see count of star from employee where job is equal to clerk. If I want to know how many managers, I can say manager. If I want to know how many analysts are there, analyst. So if you observe this trend, I have to write for every job I need to write one query. Okay, to get the count of clerks I need to write this query. To get the count of manager I need to get this. For analyst I need to write this. Means individually you are able to write. Individually you are able to know the count of each job. Okay. Suppose I just need to know whatever all the jobs that are there and the count. And the means how many number of employees are there for each job category. Okay, if that is my question, so definitely your expected answer should be suppose clerk, analyst, salesman, manager, like president, something like that, and count. Okay, okay, so 1 2 3 count. Okay, 2 3 4 3 4 5. So like this. So obviously your expected answer should be in this format. So your job category and the number of employees. Fine. So here if you see you can able to get the number of employees for each category by only specifically mentioning the job category. See, suppose if you cannot code in real time where job is equal to clerk, where manager, analyst, okay, into production. Why? Because you don't know what are all the new jobs that are coming up in the table, right? At the time of coding, you will just test only with the some sample data. But in the future, if any other data that is countering to your sample data, definitely if your code won't work. So that is a bad code. Means you didn't cover all the scenarios. Then how come I need to write? Individually I am able to get, but I cannot get it. Okay. So there comes the grouping. Okay. So there comes the grouping. So one thing you need to understand. So instead of where I don't put filter anything, so simply I can say group by on what category I need to take the count. Group by job. See, now I got 44132. Okay, at least to some extent you are able to achieve. But what is this 44132? How can I figure out what is this 4 and this 4132? Means you can simply have job comma count of star from employee group by job. So this makes sense. If you see this output, this makes sense. Okay, clerk 4, salesman 4, president 1 means the job category and the respective number of employees in the this corresponding job category. Okay. So now another thing here, there are some techniques actually. Okay. Suppose you need to understand what you need to do. Suppose you are working in, okay, let us say out of your 4, okay, so Ram, Nikesh, Charan and Vipin. Okay, let us say you 4 people are from same room. Okay, so if I ask anyone, okay, can you tell me based on your subject in masters, I need the count of like the number of persons. I just need to get the count based on your subject. Okay, suppose if Ram is in computers, so I think Ram is electrical. So Nikesh is computers, Charan is computers, and Vipin is computers. So obviously, based on your MS subject category means computers 3 people are there, electrical 1 people. So obviously this will be your output. So now on what basis you group would mean? So immediately all the computers will be under one group, and like that, see, there is a class. Okay, in a class, let us say a student has said mixedly, and you need to take the count of the students based on the gender. Okay, so you just need to know, okay, boys this many and girls this many. So can you just let me know what will you do? What will be your approach? Anyone? Sharon, Nikesh, Ram, or Vipin? So you are just given a task in a college or a school. Okay, so your principal said, okay, so go to that so and so class and get the count, was like boys versus girls, get the count. Okay, so what will be doing? What will be your approach?
We will be using name like previously, like you told, like computers and electronics, like that. We will use the girls and boys and make them into two separate categories and make them the count.
Okay, so you'll make them the count based on the names that you take. Okay, suppose, so what is the very smart work that you have to do? So in a smart way. Okay, so I don't say that your answer is wrong. So now once you
Okay.
reach this, once you said this thing, so what is the smartest way that you do? You have given this task. Okay, what is the smartest way that you can do? You can complete this task in a smartest way. Okay, you have to go to class. Okay, and what will you do? Finally, you need to get, okay, so boys are so and so and girls are so and so. Finally, what you need to do? You need to get this thing. So now tell me, after going to class, what will we do? What will we be doing? Think as if you are given this task and as if you have to complete this in the smartest way. Okay, don't think of any SQL or something. Okay, so boys and girls sat mixedly.
Okay.
Yeah, so not boys one row and girls one row. So they have sat mixedly. In a mixed manner they are sat. Now you are supposed to take the count of boys versus girls. So what will be doing? Sharan, Nikesh or Ram. So you'll not be doing anything.
We can count boys and subtract from the total.
So of course there will be absentees also, right? See, generally you go to class. So as they are mixed, as they are in the mixed manner, what you will do? You will only ask, okay, can you separate boys versus girls? Okay,
Yeah.
they will be separated. So after they separated, what you will be doing? You won't be counting. So let them make the count. Okay, so what they will do is, okay, boys self start. Okay, so count starting from 1. So you can simply close your eyes also. You don't need to look at them. Okay, so whatever the last count that boys stop, so that will be the maximum count of boys, right? And similarly for the girls, right?
Yes.
So do you think, means, is there any other way smarter than his approach? You don't need to count, you don't need to take risk, right? So now what you need to understand here is, whenever I say grouping, means you need to understand on what basis I need to group. Okay, so when I say for each job category I need to find the count, means two things that it needs to come into the mind. Okay, so whenever it is coming some count or how many, if I ask, means again indirectly count only, and job means two things that are coming to mind. So definitely there will be a concept of grouping. Okay, definitely there will be a concept of grouping, that is for sure. That one thing you need to understand. And another thing, there will be some thumb rules. So what are those rules? Means, if you see the statement, count of star is aggregated function, isn't it? Count of star is aggregated function. So can everyone be on unmute and just respond?
Yes.
Yeah, so count of star is aggregated function. That means aggregated column only. Okay. So there is nothing theoretical definition as something as aggregated function versus aggregated column. So since in the select statement, whatever you are writing here, those are all columns only. The only thing is like you are applying aggregated function, that becomes aggregated column only. So and what is this job? This job is normal column. So you are not applying any aggregation on this job column, right?
Yes.
So that means this thing can be called as non-aggregate. Non-aggregate means which is not aggregate. Okay. Nothing specific in theory. So this is aggregate and this is non-aggregate. So rule number 1. Whenever you have aggregate and non-aggregate, okay. So group by is must. Group by is must. Let us take out this group by and execute. What will happen? You should know the error also, because whenever you see the error, you should remind of okay something. Okay, if this error indicates not a single group function, so that means indirectly you are not grouping, but you are asking it to give the result based on the grouping. Okay, which is contrast. So that's why you are missing group by. Okay, it won't say directly boss please put group by or missing group by expression. So it will say not a single group function. Okay, so then you need to understand based on this error, because knowing the error also is sometimes will be helpful. Okay, what you have missed. So if you get this error not a single group function, that means group by is not there. Okay, group by is must. Second thing, suppose second rule, and all the non-aggregated columns should be part of group by. All non-aggregated columns must be part of group by. All the non-aggregate columns must be part of group by. Let us see. Okay, I kept group by. Okay, I kept group by, but I suppose if I said group by department number, see what it is saying, not a group by expression. Okay, means you are grouping based on department number, but you are asking the result grouping based on the job. Okay, so which is nowhere, both are mutually exclusive. Okay, so that's why not a group by expression means you are missing something which has to be there. Okay, so obviously here job has to be there in the group by column. Okay, you have kept department number, then it is throwing an error not a group by expression. So these two things you need to remember, because hope like someone has did certification in Oracle also. So if you refer, hope you remember this errors actually in the certification. So these errors will be coming. Okay, these kind of statements will be given and they will give the options like whatever is the output. So output will be your error. Okay, fine. So this is the rule number 2. So whenever there are aggregate, remember this thing. So you should not take it wrongly. So why I am saying not take it wrongly, you can simply select count of star employee group by job. See, still it gives the result. Okay, but what is this statement describes? Whenever you have aggregate and non-aggregate as part of your select list. Okay, so here I don't have anything non-aggregate, so that means you can still use group by. Okay, so whenever you have aggregate and non-aggregate, group by is must, and in addition to that, all the non-aggregated columns should be part of that group by clause. So this is some rules you need to understand. So did everyone understand?
Yes.
Okay. Next thing, suppose now I need to calculate based on two groupings. Okay, so let us say some you are organizing some meeting. Okay, you are some manager. Okay, you are some manager of an organization, so you want to conduct some meeting. So you have called your employees. Okay, so imagine this scenario, because imagination will be sometimes will be helpful to just understand the basics. Okay, so you have called the employees. So in the employees, let us say there are clerks, okay, some analysts and some salesmen like this. Okay, so once they gathered into the conference room, okay, once they gathered into the conference room, what you said is, okay, so can you just group based on your job? Okay, so obviously three groups will be formed. Okay, obviously three groups will be formed, so they are separated by job category. Fine, so that is one level of grouping, and another level of grouping is, okay, again within the job, okay, again within the job, what you will be asking is, okay, let us based on within the group itself, you will be asking, okay, based on your department number that you are working, so can you categorize? Again means, again let us say there are 5 clerks, okay, and 5 analysts and 5 salesmen. Within these 5 clerks also, okay, within these 5 clerks also, so there can be 2 people belonging to department number 10, so one person belonging to department number 20 and another two persons belonging to department number 30. Okay, it's like a breakdown. Okay, it's like a breakdown. So your credit card statement, so total this much is the outstanding amount that you need to pay for this month. But whenever you say what makes that amount to pay, means each and every transaction will be there. So if you say it's like a breakdown. Okay, so this is another level of grouping. So in this case, let us say I want to group by first based on department number, let us say. Okay, here it is reverse. First your all employees will be called and all employees will be grouped based on the department number. Okay, so 10, 20, 30. So again within the department number, you are asking to group themselves based on the job. Okay, means again within the department number, all the clerks, analysts, salesmen. So like that, there will be a division of groups. So let us say department comma job. So definitely when I am keeping something in the group by, so blindly you can follow this approach. Okay, blindly you can follow the syntax with the thumb rules. So department number comma job should be there. So now my question is, what calculation? So still I am going to take the count. Okay, that's fine. So I can take the count of star from employee. Okay, I can put C. So I just need to order by, because for my convenience, otherwise it is in zigzag, right? So order by department number. See, all the department number 10, 20, 30, 60. See, imagine as if you are reading the report. So which will be better, this one or this one? So obviously you'll be more comfortable to read this format only, right? So you need to think whenever I am writing something. So not just for the sake of technical thing or something. So these are all the real time things. Okay, so you need to provide. See, whenever you see the credit card statement also, what are all that the transactions made, date wise it will be ordered. Okay, so that it will be more comfortable to the customer. So it is not something like whenever it got cleared, so it won't be showing like that, right? So when it comes to the statement, so here department number 10, clerk 1, manager 1, 22. So first the department number, and within the department group again the job category. Okay, so this one you need to understand. So first of all you need to understand the requirement. Okay, some imagination also will be helpful to understand this requirement. So what exactly is that? So another thing, yeah, so there will be some OLAP functions. So I don't want to take, but at least, so this thing has come up here. So roll up. See, now it's like a breakdown. See, department number 10, clerk 1, department number 10, manager 1. So overall department number, there are 2 employees. So aggregation again. Okay, here totals and subtotals. So this is a subtotal. 10, 2 is a total. Okay, overall 10, 2. Otherwise you can consider overall 14. These are the subtotals. Anyway, okay. So if you say department number 25 people, so how 5 means? Okay, this will be your answer. Okay, analyst 2, clerk 2, and manager 1. This comes 5. So hope you understood this report. Did you understand this report?
Yes.
Yeah. So another thing is cube. So here also totals and subtotals only, but here whenever you say cube, that means like 3D, 3 dimensions. Okay, here also we have two dimensions in the sense department number and job, two categories. Means on behalf of department number it will produce one kind of thing, and on behalf with respect to job again it will provide the another result. If you can see here, till here everything is same. Means based on the department number it has given all the things. Now it will based on the job it will give you the output. Okay, based on the job it will give the output. You are clear? See, it will answer
Yes.
many questions. Okay, how many persons are in department number 10? Means simply 2. Okay, how many analysts are in how many analysts are there? 2. Like that. So on a higher level it can provide based on the department number your total, and at the same time based on the this thing. Means it's like all the dimensions. Okay, so if there are dimensions, so with respect to this dimension and with respect to that dimension, so it will provide you the result. Okay, so roll up and cube, these are OLAP functions. Okay, so mostly you'll be seeing in the reporting. So hope one of you, I think Vipin, you learned the Tableau, right? So probably you will be seeing these kind of reports in Tableau also, right?
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah. So these are the things in the group by. So 1 second. Yeah. So roll up and cube. So you need to understand these two things. And the baseline you should not forget, that is grouping. Okay, so likewise I have taken only count as sample. Okay, you need to understand the core concept. Okay, so don't understand the example. Means your example will be helpful to understand the core concept. Okay, so try to understand that thing. So because I mostly see if the employee table is given you will be able to figure out, but if any other table is given the same logic you cannot figure out. Okay, so you should not be train your brains in such a way. Okay, so you understand the core concept. So what we are grouping, why we are grouping. Okay, so I have taken count only. Okay, till now I have taken only count as an example. So I can have some sum of salary also. Means how much I am paying to each category. Let us say, suppose you are the owner of the supermarket. You want to know, okay, how much I am paying to each and every employee and each and every department like this. Okay, so definitely you do this kind of things. Whenever you are paying, you do this kind of things. See, it will say, okay, this much amount I am paying. So overall 29,105 you are paying. Okay, if you break down, definitely it will be helpful. Why? Because see, if department number 20 is there, so out of this 29,000 you are paying more than 10,000 to this thing. Means some statistics it will be it will be summarized actually by seeing the result. Okay, you will be getting some high level idea how much I am paying and other things. Okay, so like sum of cell. So any group function. So you have 5 group functions. So I just don't want to say only use count of cell or sum of cell. Why? Because when I use min and max, max of cell. So there is nothing like in the department number 10. If you group down, what is maximum cell? The same result will be the maximum cell. Okay. So if I explain this kind of example, so it will be confusing actually. Okay. When you see sum of cell, so it is okay. Okay to note. Fine. So another thing. Yeah. Suppose. So can anyone tell by seeing the salary column what are all the repeating salaries here? You have the 14 values. What are the repeated salaries here?
3,000.
Okay, 3000 next.
1250.
So 1250 and 3000. So
Yeah.
suppose I need to know what are all the repeating. When you say repeat, that means greater than 1. Agree on this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes greater than 1, then only you will say repeat. If it is only one time, you won't say repeat. Okay. So what you do is, now I need to find what are all the repeated salaries. Okay. I need to find what are all the repeated salaries. So first thing you need to do is, first you need to take count, means if 880 is there, 880 how many times it has occurred, 1600 how many times it has occurred. So that means for each salary you need to take the count of how many times it has occurred, right? That is the first step you have to do it. So what I will do is select sal comma count of star from employee, grouping the salary, means you are grouping the salary only internally. If you think you are expecting this kind of result only, right? Whenever I say how many times each salary repeated, means okay 2450 means each salary, if you consider as one group, okay, so you are making each salary as one group and you are counting within group. Suppose 2450 is there, okay, if you group that and count how many is there, of course only one. See, in your room, suppose if Ram is from electrical, if I ask to take count, so definitely if you separate two groups, one computers and second one electrical, now take the count. Okay, 3 people will be from computers group, and of course electrical is one group and Ram is himself is in the one group, that's it, no other person. So definitely come electrical one. So you take the similar way, each salary you are having as one only. But now the other point is, when I say repeated, means more than one, that means obviously you will say computers. Okay. Similarly here also, where I should write more than one, let us say where count of are greater than 1. Suppose if I write like this, okay, so what it is saying is group function is not allowed here. So another third thumb rule that you need to understand is aggregate functions should not be used in where clause. You cannot use where count of star, where sum of sal. You cannot use aggregate functions in where clause. That is rule number. Okay, means here syntactically it is not supported by, if you see thumb rule, syntactically it won't support. So here it is ruled out. Fine. Then how come? And another thing, let us say if you, without knowing this thing, if you say where count offs are greater than 1, here also what it is saying, SQL command not properly ended, means where clause must come before group by only. Okay, it should not come after group by. Okay, before group by only. That is another thing you need to remember. Fine. So where count offs are greater than 1, that's okay. And another thing I want to tell here, okay, after executing this thing you got the error and I made a statement like where cannot like aggregate functions cannot be used in the where class. Okay. And another thing, suppose syntactically you don't know that, because as language doesn't support, of course you are learning new language, it is not supported, that's okay. But here logically, okay, now logically your thinking is fine, right? Because what you are saying, okay, I want to filter count after greater than 1. Logic wise it is correct. Okay, you need to filter whosever count is greater than 1, that will be the thing, right? So did you get my point? Forget about syntax. Okay, syntactically it is not supported. Logically is it okay or not to think like that? Okay, simply I can put where count offs are greater than 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, logically it is correct. And another thing is, even though logically it is correct, placement wise it is wrong. Okay, let's forget the syntax portion now. Okay, even though it is logically correct, placement, when I say placement, see where you are calculating group by, here group by salary, only after grouping only you will come to know this result, right?
Yes.
Agree?
I agree.
Only after grouping only you will get this result. So how can you put where condition on the count of star before grouping only? You got the point?
Yes.
Before grouping only, you cannot put filter on the this condition. Illogical, right? Okay, suppose you thought like that and you kept where condition after that. Okay, still it is giving error. So here your logic wise correct. Syntactically you need to just change something, that is nothing but having. Okay, logic wise you are perfectly all right. You want to filter after grouping, you want to filter something count of star greater than 1. So that's why you use the filter condition. Okay, so there is no point of wrong in your thinking, but the only thing, since this language doesn't support the where class, you are using the having class instead of where class. That's it. You got the point?
Yes.
Yes.
So whenever you want to filter the grouped results, okay, whenever you want to filter the grouped results, you can use the having. Okay, you can use having. You got it?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is very important in any real-time project. You will be having these kind of scenarios. If there are any repetitions, okay, you will be trying to find, okay, you will trying to group those things and take the count of these things. Okay, so this thing is too important. See, whatever I am saying, each and every query will be used in real time. There is no exception. Okay, so group by sal having count of star greater than 1. So this means you are trying to find the duplicates. Okay, so these are the duplicate salaries, right? Duplicate in the repeated salaries, right? Next thing, fine. Okay, so now I want to take the let us say job wise. Okay, I want to take the sum of salary, means how much I am paying job wise. Let us say group by job. Okay, you got all these things, fine. So now you don't want to consider clerk. Okay, you don't want to consider clerk. So can you everyone please be on unmute, because this is something to discuss actually. So you're understanding my requirement, right? Finally
Yes.
you got the report how much you are paying to each job category. So this is the report. Okay, so you're able to understand this report, right?
Yes.
So now I don't want the job category clerk to be considered. I don't want the job category clerk to be considered, and I am not bothered about the salaries I am paying like on less than or equal to 5,000. This is my requirement. You're getting my point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can simply use having, because I can filter, right? Having
Yeah.
sum of sal greater than 5,000. I am only bothered about sum of salaries greater than 5,000 only. So this is how you got this result. Okay. So out of 5 rows, 2 rows are eliminated. Why? President, because I am paying 5,000 only, but your requirement is greater than 5,000. Another thing is 4230. Okay, and as I said, right, I don't want to consider clerks also. Okay, so generally in that case, what you will do, having sum of salary greater than 5,000 or job is equal to clerk. I can say like this. Oh, sorry, or job not equal to clerk. Okay, or job not equal to clerk. So here, 1 second, I should use and condition, because or means it will satisfy this condition, right? Job not equal to clerk. This president will come 5,000. Okay. Now my intention is to say this example is, so one thing is you already know how to use this having class. This thing. And another thing, see, having is not only having is not only applicable to use the group functions in the having. You can use normal function, normal columns also. So I think I'm hearing some sound noise actually. So can you please See here. So whenever I use having, so don't underestimate the having, because lot of people will think whenever I say having, since I said you cannot use the aggregate functions in where class, like where count of star, so that can be replaced by having. So having count of star, having sum of cell, that can be used. Of course, you can use normal columns also. Okay, you can use normal columns also. And another thing here, job not equal to clerk. Okay, this is the thing that we need to discuss now. Job not equal to clerk means, see, why to group, why to calculate, and at last you are saying I don't want clerk. So rather than that, you can say before only, right, I don't want clerk. So in that case, what I can do, I can simply put where class before group by. Okay, where job not equal to clerk. See, similar result, you will get the similar result, but you need to understand the processing that is done in the backend. Okay, so getting the output is nothing. You will get the output by hook or crook. Okay, it's not a matter. So how it performs is the matter. Okay, see, I will tell you one scenario. You called for meeting. Okay, you called all your employees for meeting. Okay, so everyone grouped and everyone is listening, and in the middle of the meeting you are saying, oh, I sorry, I forgot, clerks are not required for this meeting. You understood? So before inviting the people to the meeting itself, if you could have said that, okay, clerks are excluded for this meeting, means what will happen? So they will do their own task and they won't come to their meeting and sit and listen half of your speech, and at last finally no problem, because clerks are already excluded. Okay, so there is difference between the scenario 1 and scenario 2, right? Means if you say job not equal to clerk after grouping, what that means? Means initially all the clerks are grouped, all some calculation, sum of salary happened on all the clerk records, and at last you are saying I don't want clerk. So you will, of course you don't want clerk, your output will not be having clerk, and here also you don't have clerk, but you need to understand the performance between these two things. So whatever all the unnecessary things that you don't want to group by, you can filter before grouping only. How can you filter? Means using where class. Okay, using where class. So the main difference between this where and having is, where class is used to filter the rows before grouping, and having is used to filter the rows after grouping. Okay, so that thing you need to understand. So clear on this?
Yes.
Yeah. And of course, finally, once you get the output, you can order by based on your convenience. Suppose I want to see job based on some alphabetical wise. So I can say order by job. Yeah, so order by job. So here, okay, so order is nothing but sorting how your report want to look like. Okay, irrespective of the logic. So now readability. Okay, means very easy to understand. So now you ordered based on the job. So now AMS means it is in ascending order. If you see all the classes we used in the select statement. So where class, group by, having, order by. Okay, where, group by, having, and order by. So this is the order of SQL statement execution. This is the order of SQL statement execution. So what is the order? Where, grouping, having, and order by.
Order.
So this is the SQL statement execution order. Okay, and another fourth thumb rule I forgot to say is, having will come into picture, okay, only when there is group by. Because already I said, right, what is the purpose of having? Having is used to filter the records after grouping. Means you are considering the tag, you are tagging the word grouping, right? If there is no grouping, there is no having, right? Why to, if you are not grouping, what is there to filter? Okay, so having will come into picture only with group by. Only with group by. So why I am mentioning these thumb rules specifically means, if you know the thumb rules, blindly you can say with at least something is wrong. Okay, something is wrong, because sometimes the negative sentences also will help you. Okay, means it gives the clues actually for you. Okay, it gives you the clues. Okay, we are doing something wrong, because as per the statement this is not allowed. Means of course if you write something against to that, definitely you will only realize, okay, this is not allowed, so we are writing something wrong. So like that. So that's why, so please keep these thumb rules in mind. Okay, so if you practice these things, definitely your thumb rules will be part of your practice only. Okay, and other thing is, practice as if you get as many errors. Okay, so finally getting the output within the first step, and like immediately when I ask you some question, immediately getting the output is nothing. So commit mistakes. Okay, commit mistakes, so that it will, like, you can think freshly. Okay, so hope you understand this group by having these things.
Yes.
Yeah, so once tomorrow we'll be discussing the single row functions. So single row functions will be some vast topic only. There will be lot functions. uh, I hope you are practicing, because if you don't practice and just listen, so that will not at all work out. Okay, you can practice parallelly, because going on the topics will be build up, means cumulative approach. All the SQL will be the cumulative approach. Whatever we learned yesterday, we'll be applying some things on the yesterday's class. Okay, and today something has built up, and whatever we are going to use tomorrow, we'll be applying on last 2 days class. Like that it will be there. Okay, so that's why try to practice. Okay, since all of you are targeting to go for this ETL or something, if you know SQL, ETL or reporting, that is nothing. Okay, if you understand how each and every class or function it performs, so it is very easy with operating the tool. Okay, so that is my suggestion. Yeah, so we'll start with single row function. We'll start with single row function. So till now we have seen the group functions. So what are the group functions that we have is like count, min, max, sum, average, and after that we have seen the group by class, and followed by having, and SQL statement order of execution is like where, group by, having, and order by. And now single row functions. So whenever I say single row functions, so it will be applicable for each and every row, means the function will be applied on each and every row. So when you say group function, the function will be applied to all the rows under a column, and here each and every row individually it will apply. So that is in the single row functions, like we have arithmetic functions, character functions, conversion functions, date functions, and some miscellaneous functions. So these are the different types that we have under the single row functions. So let's start. Like before going to single row functions, I would like to introduce one table, dual. So dual is it's like a dummy table. It's a built-in dummy table from Oracle. So it's a single row, single column. So where we use it to perform some calculations and get the output, to visualize the output. Look, suppose if you are doing some calculation, let us say 2 plus 3. I am doing 2 plus 3. So I want to know like what does the 2 plus 3 returns. Okay, so you can simply use dual. Of course, you can use the employee table as well, 2 plus 3 from employee, but it will return. Okay, 1 second, I am in DBS schema. Yeah, so 2 plus 3 from employee means it will return the same result
So and the number of rows that it returns will be equal to the employee table. If the employee table having 14 rows, then same result will be displayed in 14 rows. Okay, so that's the reason for small calculations we just use dual. Okay, and another thing I want to introduce is sysdate. Sysdate is the system date. Okay, so current date is like 13 Feb 16, and the format that it displayed is DD MON YY. Okay, so any date will be displayed in the form of DD MON YY. This is the default date setting that we have. Okay, so Oracle's default date format is DD MON YY. Other than this thing, Oracle will never consider other thing as date. Okay, Oracle will never consider any other format as date. Let us say 13 Feb is the right. So if you are saying like 0 to 13 2016, so for Oracle it is not considered as a date. Okay, so you have to interact with the system and you have to code it in such a way that system should understand that as a date. Okay, for that only we use this kind of function. Okay, so we'll come to this later, but as of now you just remember like Oracle's default date format is DD MON YY. Okay, so that means any date format Oracle will display in this thing only as per this setting. Okay, another thing, let's let's start with the arithmetic functions. See, absolute value, ABS function. So ABS absolute value. So if you go back to mathematics, so if you say what is the absolute value of minus 10 means, so it's a 10. Okay, it doesn't matter about in which line, it's a negative or positive. So it just about the magnitude. Okay, so it just only care about the magnitude. So here the magnitude is 10, so that you will be getting 10 irrespective of what you have, whether it's negative or positive. And next thing, seal and floor. So where does this seal and floor contain? Ceiling will always be on the top, flooring will always be at the bottom. So that means when I am applying seal function, so that it will round off to the next highest integer. Okay, it will round off to the next highest integer. So if I say 12.345, okay, so what is the next highest integer in the number line?
12,
Next highest integer,
13.
yeah, 13. So and for floor it's the next lowest integer. So what will be the output for floor for the same 12.345?
11.
12.
12.
12.
Okay, yeah, so 12.
What? Okay.
Okay, so see, you just consider the number line actually. So in the number line, so 0 will be the neutral, and if you go to the right hand side, that will be the positive, and to the left hand side, that will be negative. So you just imagine like where does this 12.345 sits? Okay, in between 12 and 13 only, right? So yeah, when you move upwards, that means next highest integer, that will be 13, and when you move downwards, obviously you will be coming across 12 only, right? Not 11.
Yeah.
Okay, so and can you tell me the output of this thing? So now seal of minus 12.345, floor of minus 12.345. What would be the output?
minus
Minus
11
11, minus 12.
and 12.
So minus 11 and minus 12. So what is the output? Minus 12 and minus 13. See, in the number line, minus 13 and minus 12, which is greater, minus 13 or minus 12?
Minus 12.
Minus 12. And where does this minus 12.345 sit? In between minus 13 and minus 12, right?
Yeah.
12 minus 12.345 doesn't sit between minus 11 and minus 12. It sits between minus 13 and minus 12. So that whenever you are coming towards this 0 means, that means highest values. So whenever you are coming across that means first minus 12 will occur. Whenever you are going downwards again towards minus infinity, you will be getting minus 13 on. Okay. So you need to understand like ceil returns the next highest integer and floor returns this next lowest integer. Okay. Next thing. So modulus. So mod of 5 comma 2. So what does this mod of 5 comma 2? So if you are aware of any programming language, so in C language is just 5 modulus 2 means 5 percentile 2. So what will be the output? So do you have any idea? So what does the 5 modulus 2 returns?
I think it's 1.
Remainder of
Yeah. So it just returns the remainder. Okay. So 5 divided by 2. So 2 2s are 4 and remainder is 1. So that you will be getting the remainder. And now can you tell me mod of 2 comma 5?
I think it's 2.
So generally like it's not like our general mathematics. So 2 divided by 5 means 5 ones are, so it won't go. So 5 zeros are 0. So then remainder will be 2. Okay. And next thing sign. So sign function returns the sign. Suppose sign of minus 10 is there. So it will just treats like whether it is negative. If it is negative number, it returns the value of minus 1. If it is 0, it returns the value of 0. And if it is plus 10, sorry, if the is a positive integer, it returns the value of 1. So that whatever the value that it returns, so that we can come to know whether it is positive or 0 or negative number. Okay. And next thing is square root. So this is as simple as like already we know to calculate square root. So square root of 4 is 2. So it can calculate for any positive integers. Okay, so it won't calculate for negative. Why? Because square root of minus 4 is out of range for this. Because minus 4 square comes under the complex number calculation. Okay. So you know in mathematics, right? So 4 means plus or minus 2y. So that can be solved using De Moivre's theorem. Okay. So for SQL it is out of range. Only it can calculate for positive integers.
Positive.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. These things. And when it comes to character functions, okay. Lower of ename, upper of ename, init cap of ename. So here for the employee name column, I am applying lower function. So lower gives the lower just returns the output in the lower case. Upper returns in the upper case, and init cap in the sense initial letter is capital. Okay, initial letter is capital. So this is the output of these functions. And next thing, employee name. Now next padding. Okay, so what does this padding is? To maintain the consistency of the length. Suppose if you consider this digital electronics or someone, so 1 can be represented in binary like this, 2, 3, 4, okay, so 5, 6, 7 and 8. So if you want to follow the standard length, standard code, so that should be the 4 digit. So what I will do is, irrespective, like here the length 1 means only 1. So in order to tally with the highest is 4, right? So the remaining 3 digits I will fill up with like zeros. Okay, here 10 means 2 digits, so remaining is 2 digits, so I will fill up with 2 zeros. So here is 100 means I can only fill up with only 10. So in order to make the code consistency, okay, so I can make this, I can just place the zeros to the left hand side. Okay, so that it doesn't make any difference in the value. Okay, here also padding. So generally this concept is called padding actually. So I don't know like whether Ram might know, because in digital signal processing, okay, so there is some convolutions things. So you need to pad there also. Okay, in order to make the sequence consistent with the other thing, if there are two sets, okay, so there also padding will come into picture. Fine. So anyway, here what I am doing is for the employee name, okay, so I want to maintain the employee name, the total length as 10. Okay, the second argument represents 10, and I need to pad, let us say with star. So with which I want to pad, you can give it as a third argument. Okay, so if you observe here, the first argument is on which column that we are applying this function, and second column indicates the total length that is expected, and third argument indicates the value that you want to pad with. Okay, so if you see here, so all the names are maintained the length of 10. Okay, so Smith is there. So out of 10, Smith is just 5 characters. So the remaining 5 characters, so it was padded with stars. Okay, padded with stars. Similarly, for R padding, so R in the sense right hand padding. Similar way we can pad it right hand side also. Okay, similar way we can pad it right hand side. So next thing, this is the padding, and another one is trimming. Here L trim, so it just trims off. Trim in the sense it just cuts off. So employee name, so I just want to cut A on the left hand side because this is L trim. So it just trims the character A on the left hand side. If you see Alan A and Adams A, it was trimmed. Similarly, I can use right hand side also. Right hand side I can trim R. Okay, so here Miller and Turner, R is trimmed off. Okay, so if you want to, let us say, if you simply apply trim of ename, okay, if you simply apply trim of ename, what does it do is it will trim the spaces if there are any spaces on the left hand side or right hand side. So it will trim off both the sides, trim off the spaces on both the sides. So it is equivalent to first it will trim, okay, left hand, and next it will trim right hand. So it is nothing but combination of two functions only, L trim and R trim, because it is applied on both left hand and right hand side. So now this thing, where does this trim will work out is, generally we will be receiving from multiple sources. Well, since so everyone of you know that you are going to learn this data warehousing environment, so your sources can be anything. Okay, heterogeneous sources, so it can be flat files or some other database table, and you will be loading the data into another database. So whenever you are receiving from the systems, so there is possibility that you might receive some junk characters, okay, or some spaces like that. You can do it if like there are chances. Okay, so if you don't take care of those things and if you try to load it, okay, so probably there are chances that it impacts the daily load, because let us say you have coded something. Okay, so today the code has worked and tomorrow there is problem with the source. Okay, there are some spaces and now your code will not work, because space also will be treated as some character. Okay, so if I say ABC space space space, that means it is occupying 6 characters. Okay, and let us say you defined on the target side only as 3 characters, so it won't fit and it will throw the error. Okay, so such things you need to take care of by applying this trim action. Okay, so that is a useful thing. Okay, so this L trim and R trim, so we'll be definitely using in any project, okay, that you are working with, even it's a core database project or even you are working with any ETL project. So this is the mandatory thing that we do whenever we receive data from the source. Okay, so this is such important. Okay, so next thing, replace. Let us say, so replace of, I am just taking one string that is called Ramana. Okay, and second argument indicates, okay, I am finding the keyword MA in Ramana and I am replacing with VI. Okay, it is as simple as that we do in normal day. Let us take the same keyword Ramana here in the notepad. Okay, so I think everyone of you know some basic functions to operate in the notepad. So whenever you want to replace something, what you do, so you will try to use the replace command and it will ask, okay, find what and replace with. So I want to find MA and I want to replace with VI. So you say replace all, what did happen? So Ramana became now Ravina. So similarly, the same function you are applying here. See, on the Ramana, you are applying the second argument, like it's like a find what. And the third argument is replace with, means find MA and replace with VI in the string Ramana. Okay. So that is the thing that you need to understand. Okay. So see, you have seen the same output here, whatever you have seen in notepad. Okay. So now what I will do is MA, find what MA replaces with I won't give anything. So what will does, it will be wiped off. Okay, the MA keyword, if you don't want to replace with anything, so it will just consider it as nothing and it will just wipe off. So similarly, if you want to give such kind of thing, MA, and you have to give specify null there. In the third argument, you can specify null, means you don't want to replace with anything. Or what you can do is you don't give the third argument. By default, it will be considered as null. Okay, you don't give the third argument. By default, it will be considered as null. Okay, so hope you understand this replace function. So next thing is translate. Next thing is translate. So similarly, we apply the translate thing on the same string Ramana. Same I will give inputs MA and VI. So replace means it replaces the whole MA with VI. But now what happens is, in the second argument there is MA and third argument there is VI. So the corresponding characters it will be translating, means M will be changed to V, A will be changed to I. See, wherever there is M, that is translated to V, and wherever there is A, it is translated to my. So within the string also, the replacement string, so it will go by character. Okay. So let us say if you don't give anything from the corresponding, this V is corresponding to M, but there is nothing corresponding to A. So what it will do is, it will only replace this thing and it will be treated as null actually, means it will be wiped off from this. See, so out of this all the A's got removed. Okay, so then you thought similar kind of stunt doing with replace, that see, for the replace you didn't give the third argument, so by default it is treated as null. And let us say we use we use the same stunt for translate. So what it will do is, it will say invalid number of arguments, because here the replace and translate function, the third argument is optional. Okay, the third argument is optional, but for translate 3 arguments are mandatory. Okay, so you need to understand that thing. 3 arguments are mandatory for translate function and third argument is optional for replace. Okay, so structure wise it can support up to maximum of 3 arguments. Okay, so that thing you need to understand. See, remember all these things so you understand the core functionality, because so I'm going to give some task, so that it will be helpful. And I didn't receive any answer for the first class actually, so I asked it to display the names who is having only single A. Okay, so just try. So understand one thing, SQL is not easy. Okay, I don't know like what you have in your mind. So next thing is substring. Okay, substring means a portion of string. When you say subset means a portion of set. Similarly, substring means a portion of string. The same string I will be taking Ramana. Okay, the first argument indicates whatever the keyword, whatever the string that you are going to apply on the main string, and second argument indicates, okay, so as the purpose is to extract some portion of string, okay, now second argument indicates where I want to start my extract, means from the first character. So that's why I am giving as 1. That indicates I am starting to extract some portion of string starting from first character. And the third argument indicates how many characters. Okay. Second argument indicates the starting position, and third argument indicates the how many number of characters that you want to extract. Okay. So substring of 1 comma 3, that means in the string Ramana, okay, starting from 1. So where is the starting from 1? R. So from there I need to extract 3 characters. So that means what will be the output? So anyone? What is the output?
A and A.
So is it AMA?
A and A.
ANA?
Yeah.
So how do you justify that?
Subtract from 1 to 3.
See, this is not subtract actually. So this is substring. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So substring. SUB means not subtract. This is substring. When you say substring means you are extracting a portion of string. Okay. If you want a portion in a string, so that is the ultimate purpose of the function. So first thing you need to understand the purpose of the function. And second thing you need to understand the what are the arguments that are there. So here I need to start. I want to extract some portion of this string in Ramana. Okay. Starting from first position, I need to extract 3 characters. So now tell me.
First 3 letters RAM.
So it will say RAM. Okay. And now tell me 2 comma 3.
AMA.
Yeah, it's AMA. It's pretty straightforward because just want to make you like exercise. So 3 comma 3 means MAN. Okay. So if I don't give anything, it will take till the end of the string. The third argument is optional. If I don't give anything, okay, so it will be considering till the end of the string. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So now any guess here? So I'll say minus 3 comma 3. Any wild guess? When I say
I
substring of
think
minus 3 comma 3. Yeah.
oh, spaces, I think space.
Spaces. Okay, that is your guess. And Vipin? No, just guess actually. Say guessing is nothing wrong in guess, right?
The whole word, I think.
Sorry?
The full name.
The full name. Okay. Fine. No problem. And see, my whenever I say minus 3, okay, it will find the position, the starting position it will find from back actually, from reverse.
Okay.
Where is the minus 3? Here, right? This is the
Yeah.
position of minus 3, right?
Yeah.
So from there it will extract how many characters? 3. So now what will be your output?
A and A.
So it will be ANA only.
A.
And see, very small confusion will be there. So okay, minus 3 means again from reverse you said yes here, and don't extract reversely. Extraction will be still done here, like from left to right only, but just to identify the position will be from reverse. Got it?
Okay.
Yeah, don't extract like don't means there are chances that you can assume that AMA because you are going from right to left, so that's why you're also extracting from right to left. No, that is not the assumption. So only minus 3 means just to identify the position from right to left. So 1, 2, 3 from here. So once you identify the starting position, rest of the game is same. Okay. See, very important these things you will be using actually. Okay. very important. Substring you will be definitely using. See, 99.99% of the stuff that I say will be used in any of the projects. You cannot escape from those things. Whether you say reporting or ETL or database. Okay, so there are several other stuff that I don't teach that you have to learn on it own based on your project requirement. But these are all the stuff that irrespective of your projects, I can say these things will be used. So next thing, in string. So in string means first thing you need to understand the purpose of the function. If you don't understand the purpose of the function, try to understand by example. Okay, so this is to find the position of nth occurrence of a character in a string. Okay, so this sounds some confusion. Okay, I'll write here position of nth occurrence of a character in a string. Okay, position. Finally, what will be your output? Your output will be your numeric. That thing you need to understand. Because when I say position means it will identify, okay, this is the third place, fourth place, like that it will return the integer. Okay, ultimately you should know at least that thing. Okay, then if you go by definition, what is this position of nth occurrence of a character in a string means if you are trying to search for a character, suppose in the Ramana, okay, in the Ramana keyword, I am trying to search for a character A. That indicates character in a string. So now what is the character in a string? A. What I am searching for is character A in a string. Now, nth occurrence. Okay, nth occurrence means, okay, obviously your name also will be having I's, A's, vowels, right? So if I ask, okay, where is your A occurred, second A occurred in your name? Okay, third A occurred in your name. So like that, you can say easily. You got my point? What exactly I am going to achieve?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the Ramana string, I am searching for a character A. Nth occurrence means whether it can be first occurrence or second occurrence or third occurrence. And where is that occurrence came? Means in which position that occurrence came. Okay. In which position that occurrence came. So whenever is a coming to function in string Ramana, okay, second argument indicates the character that you are looking for, A. Okay, third argument indicates where you started your search, means starting position, starting from 1. Fourth argument indicates you are looking for which occurrence. Sorry. You are looking for which occurrence. Okay, I am looking for, let us say, first occurrence. Now tell me what will be the output. Just try to map the words and try to connect to the definition. So here I am searching for character A in Ramana string. Okay, which kind of nth occurrence means first occurrence of A in Ramana. I need to find position. So I started my search from first position. So you stood here. Okay, imagine you stood here. So where is the first A?
It's 2.
2. So the position is 2. Got it?
Yeah.
So now tell me this thing. 2, 1. Starting from second position, you are searching for character A, that is first occurrence of A in Ramana.
I'll get 1.
1.
Okay, so I think there is something that you need to be clarified. The position won't change, still it is 2 only. Okay, you are starting in the second position, but this is still second position only. You got the point?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, don't reset like wherever you are standing, don't reset it as a 1. Okay, you got the point?
Yes.
Yeah, because the answer that you told is something you imagining, right? Wherever you started your search, that is the position of 1 that you are making. No. Ramana, whatever the positions are fixed. Okay, so that's why starting from second position, this is the first A. Wherever you are standing, that is the first A. That means, where is that first A in the queue? Second, right? So now tell me this thing. So 2, 2. What is the position?
Fourth.
4. Okay. So now 3 comma 2.
It's under 4. Oh, sorry. 4.
So again you are resetting. See, whenever you are starting from M, where is the second year starting from M? This is the second year, right?
Yeah.
So what is the position of the this A in the string? 6.
6.
Don't reset. That's what I said. Don't reset. Wherever you are standing, you are treating it as 1 and you are saying 4. Right? You got the point?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't reset. Just try to find where is the position. Okay, here. Then after finding, okay, this is the A that you are looking for, then you just check, okay, this A is in which position in the entire string. So this is in 6th position. Okay. So that's how the in string will work. Okay. Now we'll do small example actually. Let us say I will create one table. Names. Okay, I will create one table names and name you have varchar2 of some 20. So I am inserting your names. Let us say insert into names. Let us say your names are separated like this. See, Nikesh, comma Chandra. Okay, Nikesh, comma Chandra. So Ram, comma Kumar. Okay, and oh sorry, I just only one column, right? So finally this is the your data. Okay, let us consider, okay, your first name separated with last name. Okay, let us consider this is your first name and this is your last name. Okay, means your name is in the format of first name comma last name. Now I need to split your first names and last names separately into 2 columns. Okay, so now tell me, let us take, see, first name comma last name. So this is the format that you have. Now tell me the algorithm first, what you are going to do to split those things. Because these things will be 100% will be used in your projects. See, forget about SQL first thing. Okay. If you know Java or C anything, just tell me what you are going to do. Any language, not a problem. Okay, so it is not restricted to any SQL or something. So just tell me, because that's an idea, right? So irrespective, whatever, wherever you implement, that doesn't matter. That's the least thing.
Replace comma with null.
Okay, so you're saying replace comma with
Null. Null.
okay. So what will happen?
G.
Let us say replace comma with null means, let us say it will become like this, right? So what see, first thing is you didn't understand the requirement. That is clear. Your name is given as a single column. Okay, what is in the format of first name comma last name. Now I need to separate your first name as one column. Okay, and last name as another column. I need to get into two columns now. That is the requirement. So are you clear on the requirement? So
Yes.
I'll place in
Yes.
Excel just say column 1. Okay, first comma last. So in this format your name is there. Now I need, okay, column 1 and column 2. Okay, in the column 1 your first name should be there, in the column 2 your last name should be there. Okay, so this is your input and this is the output that you are expected to do.
Okay.
Okay, so you are clear on the requirement?
Yes.
Yeah.
First we will set the string with a limit on the number of substrings to return.
Sorry, I'm getting noise actually. Can you tell me?
Split the string with a limit on the number of substrings to return, and then we will check the length of array to handle the case of only the last name.
Okay, so you want to limit which one?
Substrings which should be returned.
I didn't get you the word actually. Limit of substrings to be returned. I didn't mean what exactly you're saying.
For,
Okay, so let's limit the scope now. See, I just need to get only first name. Tell me how to get first name. Okay, I just need to get, so this is your data. You are given first name comma last name. That is the data. Okay, I just need to get first name. Otherwise, let's make it clear. I have a data ABC comma DEF. Okay, I need to get only ABC. Only considering this data, tell me how do you do it? Only considering this data. Okay, only for this data. So can you tell me in SQL now? The string is in front of you. This is your string. This is your string. I already given. I just need only ABC. How do you write?
I think R trim.
Rtrim of?
I didn't know complete syntax.
Okay, fine. See, here select. Okay, select. See, check the formula that I am going to apply. First thing, you need to understand based on the requirement, is there any such function? See, this is your complete string, right? First name comma last name is the complete string, right?
yes.
Out of that, I am asking you the first name is a portion of a string, right? You're getting my point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just discussed right now. If you want to extract a portion of a string, what is the function that we use is substring. Okay. So that is for sure you are identifying the substring. Okay, means you come to know that you are using substring. Fine. I will use substring. So substring of, okay, name, because I am passing the column name comma. Okay, what is the second argument? Means I need to start with first, means starting from first letter I need to, but where I need to, means till how many characters I need to extract. That means if you can see, you know, till comma you need to extract, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so substring of 1 comma, so you know where to start, obviously first onwards, but you don't know where to end because Nikesh is 7 characters and Ram is 3 characters and Vipin is 5 characters. You cannot code for each and every name, right? You should code in such a way that your
Yes.
code should work for any number of names. So what is the common thing, irrespective of the length, what is the common thing that you are looking till where I need to extract means?
Comma.
Still comma or before comma? Because comma should not be part of name, right? Comma is just a
Yeah.
separator.
Before comma.
Yeah, just before comma I need to extract. So you're following me?
Yes.
Irrespective of the length of the first name, what is the common thing where can I stop means? Just before the comma,
Before comma.
till then I need to extract, right?
Yes.
Whenever you are saying just before the comma means you don't know where the comma is in, right? Got the
Yes.
point? See, in the Nikesh comma Chandra, the comma is in 8th character. In the Ram comma Kumar, the comma is in 4th character, right?
Yes.
Means the comma is also position also varying, right?
It's varying according to the name.
Yeah. So first of all, you need to find the position of comma, right? See, substring of, okay, substring of, let us say name comma starting from first. Let us say first name is 9 characters, right? I can say 1 comma 9, that gives you the first name, isn't it?
Yes.
You are clear, right? This substring
Yeah.
returns first name as the output,
Mm.
right? Why?
Yeah.
Because I literally hard coded. I know where it is. The first name is ending. I literally hard coded it for 9. That's why you got the first name, right? But this logic will be only applicable for first name comma last name. If you have anything with small characters like Ram comma Kumar is there, so that is only 3 characters. So that is not applicable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So fine. Means how does this 9 came? Means what is the position of comma? 10, right?
10.
Means 9 means 10 minus 1 only, right?
Yes.
Means position of comma minus 1. Agree?
Yeah.
So if you find the position of comma, just if you do minus 1 from the position of comma, irrespective of that you will get it, right?
Yeah.
So you are trying to get the formula.
Yes.
If you find the position of comma, just to do minus 1, that's it. It will be applicable. It's a single row function, right? It will be applicable for each and every row. So every row it finds the position of comma and do minus 1. So now you need to find the position of comma. And now how many commas are there in the pattern? Only 1 comma, right? Means within
Yeah.
the whole string, if you know the position of first comma, you can know it, right? Using in string, you can know it using in string, right?
Yes.
You are getting me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can write in string function here. So in string of, again, name, I am searching for the keyword comma starting from first position, first comma, right?
Yeah.
And you do
Yeah.
minus one from this, because whatever the position of comma that it got, you are doing minus 1 from the output. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it, right?
Yeah.
Any confusion here?
No.
Yeah. Similarly, last name also. How come last name? Same. If you find the position of comma, so plus 1 means you need to start from plus 1. Position of comma plus 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can write substring of name, comma, where I need to start. So simply I cannot give now start with some 10 or 11, right?
Yeah.
So where I
Each
need to
string.
start with means first you need to find the position of comma. So position of, I am searching for comma 1 plus 1. Why I am giving plus 1 means I don't want comma. So I just need the character next to comma, right? And here also what I have to give, how many characters? So now no need of character, because if you don't give anything, it will take until the end of the string, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I no need to worry, it will take until the end of the string. Got it?
Mm, If you give -1,
Which one minus 1? Where?
until -1 means comma -1.
No, I didn't get you. Here you need to give minus 1.
No, +1 after comma -1 means.
Plus 1
And
comma
next comma
minus 1.
-1 means.
See, starting from here, see, you cannot give this one minus 1. What is the third argument indicates? Third argument indicates the number of characters, right?
Yeah.
How can you say extract minus 1 characters from this string?
Okay.
So it does not make sense, right? See, minus things will come only for the position. Position argument it will come, right?
Yeah.
If you observe the previous example, I said substring of -3 comma 3. I didn't say 3 comma -3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Third argument indicates the number of characters that you want to extract. You cannot, obviously you cannot give extract -3 characters from string, right? So it does not make sense. So that's why this thing. Okay. Yeah. So you can use this substring and this substring as two columns. Okay. This as one column, comma. You can use this substring as another column, so that it will be split into two columns, and you can insert the two columns into one table. Okay. So if you see this thing, whole game is played by select only, right?
Yes.
Now you are understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will just keep insert into table name wherever the two columns are there, first name and last name, two columns, and rest of the game is played by select only. How do you derive the first name and last name from the actual data? Okay, see, these things are really very important. Okay, so my suggestion that you're going into reporting or ETL, so you should know the SQL perfectly. Unless and until if you know the SQL perfectly, so definitely it will be a tough whenever you go dealing with higher projects. Okay. So try to understand purpose. Wherever, even if you are not using SQL also, the substring and all those things in Informatica or SSIS, whatever you are using, and even in the Tableau also it will come. Okay. So you see the functions, whatever you're going to use in that thing. So obviously these are the functions. Again, same thing. The only thing is like here you will write, there also you will write, but in different editor. Editor will change, platform will change, but syntax will not change. Okay. You should remember that thing. So hope you understand everything till now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see conversion functions tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll try to cover more. Okay. So tomorrow we'll end the functions hopefully. Okay.
It's the same time as today.
Mostly same time. So do you want any change in time?
I'm just asking.
No, yeah, same time, preferably same time. If there is anything, I'll just communicate to you. So, like, hope you received my mail today, right? So single row functions. So we are looking into single row functions. So single row functions means that the function will be applied to each and every row individually. So in that thing, so yesterday we have seen a few arithmetic functions as well as character functions, and today we are going to see the conversion functions and some date functions and some miscellaneous functions. Okay, so here conversion functions. Okay, so before that I'll just go through a sample example, and from that we will define all those things. So if you see these two things, sal and toChar of sal, so in the output, do you find any difference in the output?
Anyone, like, do you find any difference?
No.
So, okay, then I'm saying there is a difference. So what is the difference?
I guess the placement of numbers.
Okay, so this salary, if in the first column that is right aligned and this is left aligned, right?
Yeah.
So whenever you want to add 880 and 1600, so you will write this one like this, not this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, but see, calculation wise that is okay. Calculation wise that is fine, but whenever at the time of reporting to view the reports, everything looks good. Means that's fine, right? Even this one or this one, you still read it as 880 and 1600, so that doesn't make any difference. Okay. So at the time of generation of the report, so at the time of storage also it may not make a difference. So at the time of calculation it may make a difference. Okay. So now first of all, to describe a table, let us say this is from employee table. Let us describe one table, describe employee. So if you see the salary column, it's a number of 7,2. So basically salary column is a number data type. Okay. So what is the second column? Second column is to char. That means you converted two character from means number. Basically it is a number. Okay. You are converting it to character. So what is this number and character conversion? Already salary is a number. So why to convert it to character? That is first question. Okay. Why to convert to character? And first of all, why conversion is required? Okay. First question is why conversion is required. And second thing is why to convert to character. Okay. So before that, we'll be having some background on this. This is seriously important to any database and data warehousing field. So if you understand this, it will not, there will not be any confusion down the line. So otherwise, if you don't understand, so definitely it is going to haunt until you understand. Okay. So you work any number of projects until you understand the whole concept, then only it will be cool. Otherwise, it will be still the bug will be haunting you. So that's such important actually. So in the SQL, we have three data types: number, character, and date. Majority. Okay, I'm saying there are other data types also, but number, character, and date. Okay, let us say 1, 2, 3 is there. Okay, you have a value 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3 can be stored in a number data type. Okay, as well as character. Character in the sense varchar. Okay, so that's why I'm saying character. So 1, 2, 3 can be stored in a number data type or character data type, because character data type you have varchar of 2, which means which accepts alphanumeric. That means numbers as well as characters. So that's why 1, 2, 3 can be stored in character data type also. Next, A, B, C is there. Okay, this is some value. This can be only stored in character data type. It cannot be stored in number data type. Remember that point. ABC cannot be stored in number data type. And let us say some 14th Feb 14 or 2014. So this can be stored in date data type as well as character data type. This can be stored in date data type as well as character data type. Why character data type? See, character means it can accept alphanumeric numbers as well as characters also. So this is a combination of numbers as well as characters only, right? So for this, it can be stored in character. Okay. So this is the way that data can be stored. And another thing, suppose your file is a source file. Your source is a file. Okay, flat file. For a flat file, even you write 1, 2, 3 or ABC or anything, it doesn't matter. For flat file, it is unstructured, right? There is no data type. As if you are defining in the database, there is no data type for each and every column. Remember that point. You got this point? So did you get this point? What I am saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is so important. So when I say in the flat file, if I write 1, 2, 3 or ABC, anything it is considered a string only for that. Anything is a string for that. Okay. So if 1, 2, 3 is coming from the source. Okay.
you need to, let us say you are storing into employee number column. So while creating a table, you will define this employee number as the number data type. Okay, but your source will be treated as character data type. Of course, data type is character, but this is also number. 1, 2, 3 is a number only, right? So which fits into this thing. But here, the input format is whenever the source it is being read, it is being read as a character. So then it has to store to be in the number. So that's why your conversion is required. From where to where? Already you have a character as input. So now you need to convert to number. Okay, so that it will be converted as a number. See here, the conversion means, don't think like if it is 1, 2, 3, if I convert it to character, so that means it's like not like this. Okay, not 1, 2, 3. It's not. When I meant to say number to character means not just 1, 2, 3 alpha, like numerics will be changed to alphabet. It's not that thing. The storage mechanism. Okay, internally the storage mechanism will be changed from 1, 2, 3. Okay, internally it is reading as a character. After conversion, whatever it is carrying forward, that will be treated as number only. Okay, you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, it is something like, even if I am speaking English, okay, probably in the mind it will be converted into your mother tongue. Okay, that is for sure, because interpreters will be there. So whatever the mother tongue that you know, okay, so unless and until you are learning from childhood, so suddenly if something comes in the middle, if you want to learn that thing, so definitely in the channel, whatever, wherever you are using your mind, so interpreters will be there. So the same sentence will be converted into your mother tongue, so that you will be understood easily. Okay, similarly 1, 2, 3 is coming and storing also 1, 2, 3 only, but whenever it is coming as character format. Okay, and whenever it is storing, it has to store as number format. So that's why conversion is required. That's what I am saying. Okay, even if I speak in English, the same meaning, even if you understand that in your mother tongue, that is also same meaning. You're getting my point? Unless and until you know each and every meaning of the word. You're getting my point? Trying to correlate?
Yes.
Yeah, fine. Another thing. Okay, this is simple example. So I will explain you with you a couple of examples, real-time examples only I am saying. Okay, let us say my database is Oracle. What is database in the sense? Source database is Oracle, and my target database is Teradata. Okay, remember your source is different, means you are reading a table from Oracle and you are loading that information into Teradata database. So this is the scenario. Let us say in Oracle the default date format is DD MON YY or YY you can say. Okay, let us say YY. But in Teradata, the default date format is YYYYMMDD. This is the default date format. That means your input will be coming as like this 2014, and your output, that is Teradata. Teradata will accept the date as this like this only 0 to 14. So now tell me. So definitely when you observe the input and output, there is obviously changes there. Lot of changes, because let us say okay, your input is date format only and your output is date format only. So here I said your input is character format, output is number format. That's why in order to store it as a number, you need to convert to a number. But here it is not the case, right? Your input is date and output also is a date. So no problem. Why to convert? The question will come in contrast to the scenario 1. So you are following my point?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So but here, yes, of course the data types are same, but if you see the formats are not same. It cannot store straight away in the Teradata. Teradata will throw the error because Teradata will accept dates only in this format. Now comes to this thing. Your input is date and output is date. Since you have to change the formats now, date format. So now what you have to do is, whatever the input date is there, okay, your input is date, right? You have to convert it to character. As if character, how to convert it to character means, I will say what are all the functions that you need to use. You need to convert to character data type along with the your required format, your required date format. So while converting to character itself, you will be converting it to this one, this format. Okay. So now you have the date format here. So now character and date not compatible, right? How can you store a character in a date format, right? So again, whatever you converted into character, you need to convert it into date. Okay, now date as well as date matching is there with formats, along with formats. Sorry. So both the data types are matching. Data type should match, format should match. Here it is 1 2 1 2 3. 1 2 3 there is nothing format. 1 2 3 here there also 1 2 3, no change. That's why only conversion of the data type is done. But here, even though data types are same, formats are not same. So that's the reason you have converted into first into char as per your own format. But now format is same, but data type is different, right? Did you get my point? Here 14th Feb 2014 is there. Now you change it to character like this 2014 0 to 14. Yes. Now formats it will agree, but the point here is data types are different. Now it is character and date. So now what you have to do is again you need to as it is convert into date. So now whatever the format as well as the data type both should be same. So this is the formula. Okay. So for anything, even in Informatica or anything, so this is the formula. So you need to check where in which format the source is coming. Okay, it is very important because since you need to interact with heterogeneous sources. Okay, let us say 14 Feb 2014 is coming as character. Is coming as character. So now what you have to do?
Convert the character.
First thing is just convert to date. Okay. First thing is just convert to date. You cannot convert since it is a character. Okay. Only if it is see. Remember one thing. Whenever you are converting to character. Ask yourself from where I am converting to character. So you need to convert to character from date only, right? Means in order to convert to character, your input should be date, right? You get my point? You cannot convert a character into character. That is not conversion. Conversion is something where input and output both are different. So now 14th Feb 2014 is a character. Because since it is coming from a flat file, it is read as string only. Now what you have to do? You cannot convert to character immediately. So first thing is as it is format, first you need to understand, you need to convert to date actually first. Okay. First you make this as a date. From character, you make it as a date. Okay. So still the format will be like this only, but data type will be fine. Okay. So from here onwards, the same story repeats. Here. You are getting my point. How many conversions you need to done? You need to be do. Okay. Yeah. So here there will be slight confusion. Okay, so we'll start with this thing. Here in this example, sal, comma 2 underscore char of sal. That means the same salary column, actually it is a number column. Okay, you just question yourself whenever you are using two conversion format, from where, from and to, you need to fill these two things in your mind. From and to should not be same, because how can already it is a character? What is the need of converting again into character? Okay, so salary is a number. To char of sal. That means from number to character. You are converting to character. Where means what you are converting? The number data type. So now this is a valid conversion, right? You got it?
Yes.
Yeah. So to char of sal. So now what I will do is I have a two number function. Now I am converting two number. So two number means from where? From character, right? So can I apply this one? It's like a inverse of inverse only. If you see here, see salary is a number. Okay, you convert it to character. Yes. So you apply two number function on top of this. Means you converted a character to a number. See, first and last one will be same. It's like A inverse whole inverse is equal to A. You're getting this point?
Yes.
See, the first column and the last column both are same. If you see the alignment, you have first and last column, because first column is a number and last column is also a number, because finally you converted to number. Okay, in between there is character. Okay, so this is a very simple example that explains the conversions. And now coming to dates, this is very generic things as plain numbers. So now sysdate from dual. I already said sysdate is a system date which displays in the format of ddmbonyy. That is the default date format. Any date in this editor, because in this editor the default date format is set as ddmbonyy. So any date will be displayed like this only. Any date will be displayed like this only. Okay, remember this point. Why I am stressing this thing too many times. Now let us see. Whenever you are working with the projects, your client can be from any country, right? Your client can be from any country. I cannot say Oracle will follow this format only. So you cannot say to client, you also follow this format only, right? Okay. See, so in India, how do we follow generally? The basic thing. So we follow like this, 1402 2014. This is the format, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let us say 0203 2014. So 0203 2014. Okay. Okay. 02/03/2014. Now tell me what I can infer from that. Means if the people are from US, so they treat it as February 3rd, right?
Yeah.
But people from India, they treat it as March 2nd, right?
Yeah.
So definitely it is not like a universal format, right? Every country will follow their own format, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So now, since you have to deal with multiple databases, you don't know where your client means where your client can be. Okay, so based on your client thing, you have to follow. Okay, if client says, okay, I need my date to be in this format, that means you should. Okay, so then in that case, how do you do that? Okay, in that case, how do you do that? Let us say, see, sysdate is a date already known by system, because this is a default thing, right? See, the only thing you need to think in your mind whether system knows or not, because this is all by the system only, right? Whatever you are writing and giving the output is all by the system only, right? See, simple thing. If I am speaking to you in English, I should know you know English, right?
Yeah.
That is for sure, isn't it?
Yeah.
If I don't know whether you know English, simply I spoke, so immediately you will say in your language like I cannot understand whatever you are speaking, like that. Means like a syntax error only, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, very important. This is very simple thing, but our mind will easily skip this thing. This understanding, our mind will easily skip. You should understand the system. See, this is after all a system. Any instruction has to be given, or it is given in the sense whether you have to give, whether it is already given. But giving is important. Without giving, it cannot fly on its own. You getting my point? Whether it should be built in, means already code is written and predefined, or whether you are writing the code at runtime. But giving instructions is common. Okay, there is no way that system can operate on its own. For sure, if you understand this thing, everything is fine. So why I am saying this thing is sysdate, that means system date. Who knows this is a date or number format or character format? Means system knows, because it is already defined in the system that sysdate is a function of date data type. Okay, similarly, okay, similarly, see, if you want to convert to your own format, now see, to care, immediately question from where. Either it should be a number or it should be a date. You can convert a number to character, a date to character. Remember this point. Okay. You can convert. See, that's what I said, right? 1, 2, 3 is there. That means you can store it in a number data type, or you can store it in a character data type also. That's why mutual conversions are possible for number as well as character. Okay. Remember this thing. And character as well as date. You can convert the date as character and you can convert the character as date. Okay, and this is not possible. Remember, you cannot convert a date to number or number to date. Why? Because in the date, what it will be there? There will be hyphens at least, right? Hyphens. Even you write 0 to 03, all the numbers, but hyphens are not numbers, right? You cannot convert this date to number because numbers will not accept slash. You're getting my point?
Yes.
Yeah. So obviously number to date mutual conversion is not possible. Remaining conversions are possible. Okay. So now let us see this thing. Sys date comma. So now I am converting date to my own format. But let it be. The output may be character or something. But at least I am changing the format. Concentrate on the format first. See, DD MM YY. See. If I thought like, okay, my date format should be in this format, first convert the format, convert it to format. Is it converted? This is the system default date format. This is your requirement. You got it?
Yes.
Yeah. So now there are three components in date. One is day, month and year. So now keeping month and day, month and year constant, I am going to change the day, whatever all the variations in day. dy. See, dd means it just gives 14. dy means it just spells out the half part of the Sunday, right? sun. Okay, so if you want the complete thing, day Sunday, it will spell out the Sunday. So in the day component, you have three variations. One is dd, dy, day. You got it? Similarly, in the month also we have already seen mn, MON. MON means Feb, because this also we already seen in this date, and MONTH. It will spell out completely February. So here also in the month we have three variations. One is MON, MONTH. Similarly, we will see year also. YY, 4 Ys, 2016. And if you want to spell out 3, 2016. Okay. So in year also there are three components. Sorry, three variations. YY, and year. These are the three variations. And remember this thing. You can use any variation. Suppose if you want only day, whatever the format you type here, the respective format only your output will be. If I say day, only day will be there. So if I say month, February. And even if you say, see, dd is there, whatever the, let us you use the space space y, your output also will be in the similar format that you are giving. Okay, yeah, just give me one second. Yeah, see, whatever the format that you specify here, okay, so the same format it will be there. So did you get this, all the variations? Everyone, Sharan, Nikesh, Vipin and Ram?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and remember one thing, you are not going to use all the variations in one project, because whenever you are working on a project, so you'll be following the standard format. Remember that thing. But it can be on any of these formats. Remember that thing. It can be of any of these formats, but you are not going to work on all the formats in a single project. Okay, if you are working for a specific client, so definitely across like whenever we are working with the client, the date format will be the same actually. Okay, unless and until whatever the application they use in the same country. Okay, so this is the way. And other thing, DDMMYY time, HH MI SS. By default you give AM, based on that it will take whether AM or PM. See, 8:27:55 PM. Okay, if you want 24-hour clock, you give HS24. See, 20:28:07. Clear? These are very important. So clear on this?
If we give PM,
See, by default it is, you can give AM actually. So wherever you give. So this is a general format actually. When I say by default, okay, by default generally if you give AM, based on the system time, it will automatically taken care. Okay, here AM and
okay.
PM like indicates whether it is, because you don't know, right, at the time of execution whether it is AM or PM. This is just a format only. Okay, you need to understand the format there.
Okay.
Yeah, so AM means it can be either AM or PM, anything. You give anything, not a problem. System will be taken care. Okay, with this format actually, the system will display in this format: hours, minutes, seconds, whether it is AM or PM. But if you don't give anything, it won't give anything, right? Got the point? How can you know whether it is AM or PM? 829 means. So that's how. So that's the reason you should give any format that is expected. Fine. And other thing. What I will do is DDSPTH month year. See, it will spell out as if we read 14th February 2016. DD, of course, it's a day only. SP means it's a spell. TH indicates, like whenever say 14th means TH will come. First means ST. Second means ND. Third means RD. So for the case, this is the format actually. DD, SP, TH. Month and year anyway you know. Okay. Month and year anyway you know. So that's the reason. You can use this thing also. DD, SP, TH, month, year. Okay. So very rare actually. You will be using only one thing. But conversions you will definitely use. 100% you will use conversion. Okay. Now coming back to the point. So this thing. This date, everything is fine. It's a date. And you convert it to character as per your required format. But remember this thing. You converted to your required format, but it is not a date. You're getting my point? Because the output of this thing is character only, right? To care of something, the output to, you are converted to character. That means you are only telling I converted to character, means whatever you are telling, this whole thing is character only. Agree? Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now what you have to do? Simple thing. There is nothing logic. 2 underscore date. You need to convert 2 underscore date. You just give 2 underscore date. Sorry. And 1 second. You need to give the same format as it is. Whatever you converted, you give. You cannot convert it as per. You cannot convert the change the format whenever you are converting to date. Okay, you can convert it. You can change the format as per your requirement using only 2 char only. Okay, you cannot convert the date format whenever you are dealing with the to date function. Remember that thing. So the same thing you have to give. That means the same format you are making the system to understand it as a date. Okay, you are making the system to understand it as a date. So now it became date. So one surprise for you means if you understand, that's fine. Otherwise, how come these two are same formats? Because we literally converted this to DD and you converted it as a date. Then how come it is displaying still as DD only? Okay, already here DD is there. Again, if you do a whole process and finally you got the same thing only, right? Why to convert this thing? You can use this thing only. Remember this thing. Storing in database is different and displaying in the editor is different. Okay, storing in database is different from displaying in the editor. Okay, editor can display only one format. If you say date, that means any date will be displayed in this format only, because this editor is set in such a way that DDMONYY. Any date will be displayed in the DDMONYY format. Okay, storage is different. Storage will be stored in this format only. So logically, logically what we did is successful. How come we know means, see, only if it is date, it will be showing as DDMO and YY rate. That means whatever you converted, it is converted as date only. Okay, that is the logical for us, means just a hint for us. Okay, this is converted as date. Okay, but in the database, it will be stored as DDMMYY only. Remember this point. Editor is different from the database storage. Okay, the editor cannot display like, okay, this column you display this date like this and this column like this. No. Okay, remember that thing. Entire editor there will be only one date setting. Okay, any dates please display in this format only, on your choice. That's it. Any date will be represented in that format only. So that's why system date, which is date, is represented in this format. Whatever you converted is as a date only, right? So that's why it is stored this format. Okay. So this is very important. To date. Okay. And remember another thing. Again, basic you should not forget. To date means from where? From character. So because once you converted, this will become character only, right? To care of this thing, whole thing become character. So character format, comma, the same format you should give. Remember that point. In the to char only, you should make the format changes. In the to underscore date, you should not do the format changes. Okay. Suppose if your input is like 02/03/2014. Okay. This is a character. And your output you have to store that as date. So what you have to do, you simply apply to date function on this, whatever the column, let us say some date one column you are getting. Same format you should give. DD YY. Whenever you are converting to date, don't change the format, the same format, but you are making the system to understand it as a date. That's it. Okay, you don't have anything to change the format. Okay, that's how it is important. So clear with this or any confusion? So if any confusion, just let me know. I can explain one. Fine. Assuming you don't have any doubts, but this is 100% important. Okay, irrespective of your project, you will use this thing. Next thing. Suppose sysdate comma add underscore months. Add underscore months. So add underscore months is a date function. Whenever I say date function, you should apply only on date. You cannot apply on character. Means even though it is in a date format, but it is in a character data type, you should convert to date, and then only you have to apply add underscore months. Remember this point. So sysdate comma 6. When I say 6 months will be added to the system date. 6 months will be added to the system date. Remember this point. Add underscore months is a date function. The first parameter should be date, comma, second parameter is number of months. Okay, see, whenever you buy any product, okay, any mobile connection or something, you'll say, okay, this is the expiry. Any policy you take, okay, your policy expires. Okay, you take 25 years policy, okay, your policy expires on this so and so date. So automatically, so what is the thing behind that is nothing but add underscore months. Okay, add underscore months. Okay, now tell me if I want to add 6 years, how come I do? Yeah, any guess, just to interactive.
Add underscore years.
See, already you have add underscore months, right?
Years.
Yeah. See, already you have add underscore months. Why to have add underscore years? See, I can convert 6 years into months, right? So 6 into 12, that becomes 6 years only, right?
Yeah.
I don't need to go to another function, right? I can make use of still the existing function only, right?
Yeah, we can add in months, 24, 34.
The only thing is like it will accept the second parameter in terms of months. If you want to add 2 years, that means 2 into 12. You keep 24, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why it is important. This will be used definitely. And another thing, months underscore between. Let us say select employee number, comma employee name, comma job, hire date. if I want to calculate experience, let us say if I ask you, okay, what exactly is your age means, okay, you will say roughly, okay, 27 or 28 like that. Okay, so then how did you say means based on the today's date, you subtracted, subtract in the sense you will do some kind of subtraction with years, months, days, with your date of birth, and then you will give the result, isn't it?
Yes.
Similarly, months underscore between today's date and these employees hire date. So I will just naming it as EXP, that means experience from employee. See, these many number of months these employees are working. You got it? Now tell me, I need to find years. I don't need in terms of months, I need in terms of years. How do you do it? Come on, you're all engineering people, so basic mathematics you should not forget.
Divide by 12.
Divide by 12.
Divide by 12.
You have 24 months.
Yeah.
How to convert to years? Just divide by 12, 2 years, right? So if you divide by 12, it comes off years. So what you can do is, okay, with unnecessary decimals are there, you can round off. Simply you can say round off. Round off complete thing. Whatever you calculated, round off complete thing. See, it's like a round. Got it?
Yeah.
These things also important. Very important. Definitely we'll be using these things. Yeah. So other things like sysdate, comma 2 underscore care of sysdate Q. That means in which quarter this date lies. So you know quarters, right? Like 4 quarters in a year. So since it is where Jan to March is first quarter. Okay. So W, that means which week of the month. Week of the month. Second week of the month. When I say WW, that is week of the year. That means 7th week of the year. Within a year, this is 7th week. Okay. This one can do. And sysdate comma last day is function. It just gives what is the last day. 29th Feb 16 is the last day of, based on the system date, it will be calculating what is the last day. And next day of sysdate comma, let us say Saturday. So when does the next Saturday comes? So it will say 20th Feb 16. Okay, last day, yes, it will be used actually. So these are tricky, somewhat tricky. Okay, these things will be used, and these things are very rare. QWWW, because anyway you'll be having the calendar table and you need to join that. Fine, it's very rare, but these things also I don't say very rare, but at least 20 to 30% chances are there for last day and next day at least. And even for last day there are more chances than next day. Okay. Add underscore months 100%. Last underscore day I can say 100%. Months underscore 99% you'll use. Months underscore. Rest of the things are normal. But conversions are perfect. You will be using. Okay. See, let us say, see, 2 care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, comma. Till now we have seen only date. 2 care of some date, comma, some date format. Now number, comma, some number format. Let us say 99, comma, 999.99. See, your input is flat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but your output is this format. Okay. Suppose, see, $12.345. So you are getting generally whatever you see some in any applications in the front end. So in the back end, these are all the things only you have to write. Okay. Remember this point. So these are all the conversions and date functions. Okay. And we'll discuss about some miscellaneous functions. Very important actually. Okay. Suppose I want to give promotion for each and every employee. I thought of some promotion criteria. What is that criteria is select employee number, comma, employee name, comma, job, comma, sal, comma, case statement. It is plain English actually, pretty much easy. Case when job is equal to clerk, then I am promoting it them as analyst. When job is equal to analyst, then a program manager, some kind of thing. When job is equal to manager, then vice president. And I will say else job end. You should end the case. That is the syntax. And I am aliasing for all this case statement cross promotion from employee. See here, wherever there is clerk, he promoted to analyst, manager, vice president, analyst, program manager, project manager, something. Okay. And I didn't anywhere mention about salesman or president. That's why those categories falls under else condition. In the else condition, what is the condition that I mentioned? Else job means if nothing, the same job. Salesman. This is very critical actually. Suppose if you didn't mention else condition. Okay, I need only these people. I want to promote only these people. Okay, I have given whoever I want to promote. I'm not even bothered rest of the things. Okay, you said like that and you didn't give else condition. See, if you don't give any else condition, by default it will be treated as null. Means since you didn't give any condition, it will be null. Okay, so that's why be careful to mention the else condition. Okay, did you get it, everyone? Yeah. So in ETL tool, you will be 100% using, okay, but not straight away case. You will be using IIF, if condition, the same logic only, syntax will be different. Okay, 100% you will use in all the projects you will be using. Okay, and this is a flat case statement that you use in SQL. Similarly, you will be writing next. Suppose in the clerk also, I am interested to promote only who has the highest salary. Let us say in the clerk, whoever salary is greater than, so I can mention logical condition here, and salary greater than 1000, then only analyst. See, this clerk is still clerk and this clerk is still clerk, but if you see here, this clerk became analyst and this clerk became analyst. Why? Because their salaries are greater than 1000. Okay, you can put and condition only if the both conditions satisfied, then only analyst. Okay, and there is another way of writing, but I don't want to take complex example, but by taking the simple example only, I want to demonstrate another way of writing the case statement. The same example I want to take. It's like if you know any programming languages, that is pretty much fine. So when job is equal to clerk, then earlier we heard when job is equal to clerk, then analyst. Now then, like another case statement I will write. Case when, like if, it's like an if condition only. If this condition satisfies, immediately it enters into another if condition. Like that, when job is equal to clerk, yes, when job is equal to clerk, then again one more case start. When salary greater than 1000, then analyst, else job, and end. See, remember, this case is only applicable to this when only. Remember, this case is only applicable to this when, because this case is under this then, right? So same thing it will give. See, did you get it, everyone? Nested case statement. This is called nested case statement. Very important. You will be writing your lifelong. Okay, until you are working with the data warehousing and database projects, you have to write this thing. Okay. Next thing, the same thing I can write with another thing called decode. But there are limitations for decode. You cannot write logical operators as if you like. Okay, here also what I do is decode of. Okay, decode of which column I am representing, job. Okay, for this thing you need to read in your mind. Okay, when job is equal to clerk, like this, it will not be like a plain English. So if job is equal to clerk, then analyst. If job is equal to analyst, then PM. If job is equal to manager, then vice president. Else job. Okay, and promoting. See, whoever clerk is analyst, wherever I didn't mention any job, by default there will be job. So that's how. But this is very user friendly way of writing. Okay, and it's a plain English. You can simply read and write. Okay. Of course, you have to follow the logic also. Okay.
So decode and this one is same.
Yes, decode and this one is both are same functionality, but you cannot use the logical operators and complex nested things in the decode. Okay. So you can use in the case. So decode is pretty straightforward. Okay, if this, then this, if this, if this, like that only. It's a pretty straightforward. You cannot go into the nested things. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And moreover, even if you try to go, so in the readability perspective, it will be very difficult to understand actually. Okay, of course, and logical operators you cannot use it. That is for sure. Okay. So this is better way of writing. Okay. This is better way of writing. See, wherever you get chance to write pretty straightforwardly. Okay, if A, then B. If C, then D. If E, then F. Those kind of things, try to use decode. That is my suggestion. If any complex things, of course, you have to use the case. Okay, but don't use for the very simple things also case. Okay, case when A, then B. When C, then D. For those things, don't use case. Okay, means when I am speaking with respect to the ETL perspective, whether you are using information. Why? Because the number of CPU cycles it happens in the backend will be very less for decode than if. IIF is nothing but case statement actually. Okay, so decode will consume less than if condition. So that's why whenever there are pretty straightforward expressions, better to use decode. Okay, that is my suggestion. Fine. Next, select employee number, comma employee name, salary, commission from employee. Okay, so this is the salary and commission. Now I want to add. See, today is the salary distribution day. Okay, assume today is the salary distribution day. How do you give? Okay, whatever the salary he earns and the commission. So combination of those two things you will be giving as a salary, right? Generally. So simple calculation, right? Salary plus commission. That's it. So how much Smith will get at the end of the day? How much Smith will get?
880 only.
So generally Smith has to get 880 and Ellen has to get 1900 because 1600 plus 300, right?
Yes.
Now see what you got it. So will they agree? No, my system I did plus only, but my system gives that you don't earn any salary, so I am not going to give any salary. Will they agree?
No.
No, right? So then how did you say 880? Which means you consider it as a zero in your mind, right?
Yes.
So you imagined that, or you substituted instead of blank space, you substituted it as zero, and you said 880 plus zero anyways 880. But for system it is not. That's why in the very first class I told you have to treat the data nulls separately in the database. Nulls is like VIP. You have to give VIP treatment for that. See, simply any operation with null is null. You can take away that word. You no need to do. You no need to think whether we are doing plus or minus or into. Nothing. Any operation with null is null. You can blindly follow that thing. Okay. Any operation with null is null. So then, okay, forget about that thing. Now null is null. So these guys are suffering because you are telling they don't earn any salary. Then how to resolve this thing means, as if your mind imagined that as 0, you have to make the system also to imagine like that only, right? After all, it is a system. Unless and until you tell, it cannot assume on its own, right? So
Yes.
this is the function NVL of commission comma 0. That means it returns the whenever, see, NVL of 2 arguments commission comma 0, it returns first not null value. You should understand that thing. It returns NVL function returns first not null value, means first not null value. Suppose if commission is null, it will go to the second one and it will get 0. You got the point? 880 plus commission is null. So obviously it will move to second argument and pick that value. Because first argument is null, right? As per the definition what I said, NVL returns first not null value. You're getting my point?
Yes.
Yeah. So in other sense, what you can say, whenever there is commission as null, it will substitute with 0. Okay, in simple terms, I can say like that. Whenever there is commission, whenever commission is null, it will get substituted with 0. That I can say. See, it's a temporary only. You won't override it at 0 because storage is storage, calculation is calculation. Both are different. Okay. So now you got the perfect thing. Similarly, instead of NVL, you can use the other function also, which is same coalesce. See, it also gives the same thing, coalesce. Then what is the difference? You already use NVL, coalesce is the same thing, means of course there is a change. NVL will accept only 2 arguments. NVL will accept only argument 1 comma argument 2. Whichever argument is not null, it will give this thing. Say, are you getting? Whenever I am saying first not null value means, see, it will check argument 1 is null or not. No, yes, no means it will return argument 1 only because it is not null only, right? It has value. Suppose if argument 1 is null, it will shift to second argument and check whether this is null or not. No, yes, then returns the argument 2, like that in the case. So the only difference between this NVL and coalesce is, okay, so argument can be any number of things. Like you can mention any number of arguments. Still it performs the same. Argument first not null value. If argument 1 is null, it will try to see whether argument 2 is null or not. If argument 2 is not null, then it returns argument 2. If this is also null, it moves to next thing. Like that, whenever it reaches the not null value, it returns the not null value. If it is occurring, if the argument 1 itself is not null, obviously your argument 1 will be the return value. You got it? Next thing. Select length. It's pretty simple. Sometimes it will be useful. Length, ename, length of ename, ename and length of ename. It just returns the length of ename. Okay. And another thing, ASCII. You know ASCII values, right? ASCII value of A is 65. So counter function is CHR of 65. It returns for which ASCII value it is A. So these are complementary functions. So ASCII value of something, it returns the original ASCII value. If you pass the ASCII value, it returns the code. What exactly is the keyboard stroke for this value? 65. Got it?
Yes.
Yeah. So next thing.
select employee number comma employee name comma salary comma commission comma NVL2 of commission comma commission comma 0. Oh, sorry. See this thing. NVL2 is similar kind of if else statement, okay, which accepts 3 arguments. What is this argument is, if commission means if this column is null, obviously it will return 0. If column is not null, it will return this thing only. It will return this thing only. Of course, I am applying on the same column. That's why you are not. Means we are not able to find out this thing. So whenever you say as per this thing, let us say NVL2 of column 1, column 2, comma column 3. Okay. Otherwise, you can say expression 1 instead of column 1. Always it is not necessary to return the columns. You can return any. So what is the meaning of this thing is, if the expression 1 is not null, then it will return expression 2. Else, that means null. Else means it will return expression 3. Okay, that is the statement. This is the NVL2. So yeah, any doubts till here?
So I have small doubt in NVL2.
Yes.
Commission and 0. You're using it 2 times commission.
Yeah, that's what. If commission is not null, then return the commission. That means return the same commission value, same column.
Okay.
Okay. In other words, like, okay, let me take you to another example. Okay. Let us say if wherever there is commission, I want to display yes, and wherever there is no commission, null, wherever there is no commission, that means null value, I will say no. Okay. Let us treat like that. Means if commission is null, sorry, so I can say, see, like this, right? If commission is null, it returns no. If commission is not null, it returns yes, right? So now see. Are you getting this?
Yeah, I got it.
Got it, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So generally what you have to do is, in general, the original code that you have to write is like, you need to apply 2char here. 2char of commission comma. Why? Because yes, no, these two are characters, right? Not numbers. Agree?
Yeah.
So that's the reason you have to apply 2char also. So obviously all the arguments will be of same data type. Otherwise what will happen is, implicit conversion will take place. One advantage is that implicit conversion will take place. Converting is pakka. Okay. It only depends whether you are converting or whether system is converting. You're getting my point? First onwards I am telling the same thing. System, if there are any instructions, only if the instructions are passed, the system will work properly. But what it matters is whether any internal things make the instructions to pass, or whether as a developer you have to give it. But giving instructions to system is 100% sure. Got it? Because even I say this statement 100 times also, for next 100 examples, your mind will skip this thing, because your mind will still think only on behalf of you. Okay, of course that will come through experience only. It's no, like now with not studying books or nothing. It comes through experience only. Okay, so everyone has to go through that process. The only thing is like, if you work hard, the only thing like how fast you realize that is that important. But realizing is pakka. Okay, the only thing is how fast is that. Okay, because there are certain things in SQL which looks very simple. If you remember with some example, okay, because most of the confusions will take place. Now I am explaining to make yourself comfortable with that concept. I am explaining with an examples, but there is another way of understanding. Okay, first as a beginner, you can try to hold the example and try to understand the concept.
once you got the concept, you try to apply the same concept whatever you have learned in other examples, and just check whether the same concept which you are thinking that this is my concept or this is the concept of this thing, whether it is working or not. Then only you will come to know. Otherwise what will happen is, if any other scenario comes, that's it. Okay, it will be similar like you are telling what is x plus y whole square, but whenever I give what is 3a plus 4b whole square means, you are still thinking in. So that will happen like that. Okay, remember, so SQL is not that easy actually. There are complex scenarios. Okay, so we will be discussing those scenarios also, not a problem. So what I will do is, today I will be giving some sample examples. I will be giving you 3 tables and some sample questions. You try to install the 3 tables in your database and you try to practice that thing. Very important. So that's, again, I am not going to say whether you are practicing or not. So again, it still depends on you. Okay, but don't underestimate SQL, because you have to be, since your career goal is towards ETL or reporting. Okay, SQL is mandatory. Okay, even without knowing ETL also you can survive, but without knowing SQL you cannot survive. Okay, that is one.
Started recording.
Yeah. So today we are going to discuss about the subqueries. So till now we have seen the single row functions, and it's a subqueries. So it's very important. So in real time, so these are the ones that you are going to implement anything, whatever the functions or any where condition group by having, literally whatever you have learned till now. So everything will be framed in the form of subqueries. Okay. So let's come to some theory part and try to understand. So subquery. So subquery, that means a query within a query. Okay. You can say a query within a query. Subquery means. Okay, so what is this query within a query means? Let's see with some example. Okay, so here I will try to calculate maximum salary. So select max of salary from employee. So this is the way how to create to select maximum salary. So select max of salary. So 5,000. So that is nothing but king. Suppose I need to get the details of the person who is earning maximum salary. Okay. So if we go in a crude way, what you can say is select star from employee where salary is equal to 5,000. Where salary is equal to 5,000. So that you'll come to know all the details of the employee who is earning 5,000, because 5,000 is the maximum salary. So till here fine. Okay, so let us say salary is what type of column means. If you see, rather than the technical, so there is an requirement side. Salary is not like a standard static column. Okay, salary contains some changing data. So your salary today it will be X and tomorrow it will be some X plus some factor. Okay, like if your date of birth is there, date of birth is a static data. So even after 10 years also your date of birth will not change, but your salary will be changed. If you code in such a way that for now 5,000 is the maximum salary in the employee table. That's why you have given select star from employee where salary is equal to 5,000. But if you code, okay, suppose if I say, okay, please retrieve the maximum salary. Okay, you have retrieved like where salary is equal to 5,000, because in another step you came to know that 5,000 is the maximum salary with select max of salary from employee. That's why you coded it here. But even if I ask for next 1 year, will the same query satisfies? Will the same query returns the maximum, the employee details of a person who is earning maximum salary? Means definitely 90% not sure. Okay, why? Because this 5,000 may be may become 5,500 or 6,000. Okay, some 3,000 or any other persons who may have 5,000 and they may stand in the third position. You will get the third position. But what you are aiming is first position. But it will give third position. So how come means at that time, whenever you are executing this query after 1 year, 5,000 may be third highest salary. So it will give third highest details. But how come at the time of execution, whenever you execute, it has to get only the first first earning member, right? So how to get that thing means, fine. See, if you see here 5,000, since I hard coded, it will only retrieve 5,000. What I will do is, how do you get this 5,000? Select max of sal from employee. Here it is 5,000. So because of this value only, you have substituted this 5,000 value here. Okay. So let us say max of salary. I will write select star from employee where sal is equal to max of salary. Logically, this is correct. Salary is equal to max of salary. But syntactically, it is wrong because if you remember, whenever we are discussing the group by clauses, I said one thumb rule. What is that rule? You cannot use aggregate functions in the where clause. Okay, you cannot use aggregate functions in the where clause, like where count of star, anything, any aggregate function. So like where salary is equal to max of sal, like that. So it is saying group function is not allowed here. But how come means instead of straight away writing the function, you can write one query. Select max of sal from employee. Because simple thing, it's like mathematics only. How did you get, just one question, how did you get this 5,000? Simple question. By writing this statement. Yes, substitute that statement. That's it. Did you get my point?
Yes.
So select max of sal from employee. So it gives yes perfectly. So execution wise also, first this query will get executed. Select max of sal from employee will get executed like this in the first step. Second step, whatever the result returned by this first statement will be substituted here and second statement will be executed like this. Means this statement will executed in two steps. One is this thing and one is this thing. Now coming to the point, when I said subquery, a query within a query, select max of sal from employee. If you consider this is as a whole query, select max of sal from employee is a query within this query, isn't it? You're getting the point? Select max of sal from employee is a query within a query. So here you call it as something like outer query, inner query. Okay, you call it as outer query, inner query. So if you consider this example, select star from employee where salary is equal to is nothing but your outer query. Select max of sal from employee is nothing but your inner query. Okay, so now you have two types of queries, outer query in inner query. So inner query is nothing but whenever you are saying inner query means obviously it is inside only, right? Because select max of sal from employee, where did you keep that? In braces. That means within inside the main query. Okay, if you consider this as a whole query, this is outer and this is inner. Now what will happen is first inner query will get executed. Inner query gets executed independently. Okay, independently. When I say independently, so select max of sal from employee need not depend on any other factor. Okay, any other factor. But outer query is dependent on inner query. Why? Because until it give this result, how it can substitute this 5,000 value? Okay, so it has to wait. The outer query has to wait till the inner query gets executed. So inner query gets executed independently and outer query gets executed based on the result of the inner query. Okay, so this is the step that you need to remember. So your inner query will get executed independently and your outer query is dependent on inner query. Only after the execution of your inner query, the outer query will execute. So again I am repeating, if you consider this as a whole query, okay, first this query will get executed. Select max or sal from employee, like this, your first step. Second step, whatever the result that is returned by this inner query will get substituted in the place of your query. It's like pure mathematics only. Okay, once this calculation is done, what is the result of that calculation will be substituted here, and now this query will execute. So what is the difference that you identified between this one and this one? This query and this query means this query will execute only for the value 5000. Currently 5000 is the maximum salary, but after 1 year this 5000 may not be the maximum salary. Okay, so this query will fail. Fail in the sense it may return some other result, but this query at the time of it runtime, at the point of execution, whatever is the maximum salary, so that will fetch from the table and it gets substituted and it gets executed. So that is the advantage, and that is the advantage of subquery. So when I say in real time you will be using only subqueries, means definitely there are there are only 1% chances that you hard code something. There are 99% of the things that you do in indirect manner only. Indirect in the sense, at the runtime, what is that value, that thing you need to fetch. Okay, you won't literally hard code because you are working for a project. You will take some sample data and you will test it. Tomorrow some other value will come, so your code should not fail. Okay, you should not code in such a way that only my code will work only for this set of values, and if this set of values comes my code will fail. So that should not be the proper coding. Okay, so logic should work out at runtime for any kind of values unless and until it is specifically restricted by the requirement. Okay, so did everyone get?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, and we have 4 types of subqueries. Okay, we have 4 types of subqueries. The first one is single row subquery. So just be focused, there are a lot of confusion will be there. Multi-row subquery, multi-column subquery, and correlated subquery. These are the 4 types of subqueries. Out of these 4 types, the first 3 are of one type and correlated subquery is another type. So when I said type, you already said 4 types. Again, within the 4 types means type in the sense it's like category. Okay, when I say the first 3 types are of one category, that means what is that category you need to know. Okay, because I just differentiated, right? The first 3 are one and the 4th one is different. So what it makes these 3 one and this 4th one is different means in all these 3 types of subqueries, first the inner query will get executed independently, and based on the result of the inner query, outer query will get executed. So this theme will be followed by three subqueries. Okay, obviously when I differentiate this one, this theme will not be applicable to this correlated subquery. Okay, that is some other different thing we'll come to know after discussing three types of subqueries. Okay, so how many layers? Like you can write many number of layers. Okay, fine. Let us start one by one. And now, what is this type of subquery? Out of these 4 types, of course, we are discussing the first category only, where inner query will get executed first and then outer query. So which type of subquery is this? Means single row subquery. Okay, single row subquery. And here one important thing to note. Okay, so even if I tell a definition, let me check how many people will make mistake later. When I say single row subquery, it matters how many rows your subquery returns, not your output query. Means don't confuse by seeing the output. Okay, just imagine what is the result that your subquery is going to return. Is it 1 row or 2 rows, or like 1 row or more than 1 row? What is your subquery here? Select max of sal from employee. So always when I say what is the maximum means always there will be only one. Okay, here 5,000. Okay, when I say count means okay, how many people are staying in your room means you will say 4 or 5 like that only. Means your output will be still 1. Pretty straightforward, right? You cannot say 4, 3, 2 like that. You cannot say. It's a common sense thing, right? What is the minimum means? Yes, minimum salary is some 880. Means always one value. So how many rows your subquery returns? Only single row. That's why it is single row subquery. Okay, that's why it is single row subquery. Remember that point. The single row subquery definition means how many number of rows that your subquery returns. It's not how many number of rows your entire the whole query returns. Okay, because that's why I wrote 3 times single row subquery, subquery, subquery. Okay, so now let's see another simple definition. Suppose I need to know who are display the employees, okay, who are earning less than the maximum salary. Okay, who are earning less than the maximum salary. So how to tell that? Yeah, anyone, not a problem. Just like let's be interactive. It doesn't matter whether you said right or wrong. So it only matters like what did you say and what you're thinking.
Salary less than.
So you'll put salary less than, right? Because it is pretty simple. Whenever you want to get maximum salary, you have to use is equal to. At the same time, whenever you want to get less than the maximum salary, simply you can put less than, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, out of 14 rows, one person earns the maximum salary. That means 13 persons earns the less than the maximum only, right? If we use common sense by seeing the output itself, we can at least differentiate. Okay, whatever the output we got is right. Why? Because out of 14 rows, only one person 5,000 is earning the higher salary. Rest of the 13 employees are earning less than maximum only. Okay, now tell me which type of subquery is this?
Multi-row.
So yeah, just open like
Multi-row.
multi-row. Okay, see, that's what I said. Even if I say people will do mistake, so it's a single row only. Don't get confused by seeing the output. It doesn't matter how many rows your output gives. It only matters how many rows your subquery returns. Because what is your subquery here? Select max of sal from employee. So how many rows your subquery returns?
1.
Select max of sal employee is always one only, right?
Yeah.
So that is why it is still a single row subquery, not multi-row. Don't get confused. Okay. So eyes and mind coordination are required. So by seeing with your eyes, you will get confused. Since it got 13 rows, immediately your mind will say multi-row. Now understand the definition. How many rows your subquery returns? This is the entire 13 rows written by your main query, right? Not by subquery. Yeah, it only matters how many number of rows your subquery returns. So select max of sal from employee is always 1. Okay, for sure, 100%, not probable also. 100% it is 1. That's why you can strongly say this is single row subquery only. Okay, so that is the point. Next thing. Fine. So can you tell me any logic here? By seeing this thing, I just need to know who has least experience. Who has least experience? How do you come to know who has least experience?
Adams 12th Jan 83.
So Adams 83. Okay, now can you tell in the form of query? Logic, any logic. Query in the sense, not even an SQL query. So what is the logic that you have used and said Adams? Means what makes your mind to say like Adams is the least experience?
Comparing with other date, other
Sorry?
year. Comparing with the other year, I said this is a low experience candidate.
Okay,
Less experience.
comparing with other things. So, okay, comparing with other things, what it makes difference?
Other 80, 81, 82, and this guy only is in 83.
Yeah, that's what you're almost near. So you said you're comparing. So while comparing, what you find, what you found that there is something different in this date.
I compare with the maximum one.
So that is maximum. Okay.
Yeah.
Since this is maximum, okay. So that's why you are declaring Adams is an least experienced person, right?
Yes.
So now can you try to write a query for that?
Select star from EMP where
Hmm. Yeah.
Higher.
where
Okay.
yeah, higher date and
Higher date.
Is
Yeah, just try, not a problem.
is less.
Higher date.
Less than.
uh,
Mm,
No, you said the logic you applied, right? The same logic also will be applicable to your code also. There is nothing separate, logic and code. Whatever the logic is there, you just apply in this code. So you only said, right, max higher date.
is equal to select max of higher rate.
Isn't it? What is your
Yeah.
logic? The same logic you said, right?
but it will display only maximum.
That's what.
Yeah.
Your maximum height rate. See, whoever has the maximum height rate, okay, so is it not the least experienced?
Yes, it's least
Yeah.
experience. Maximum high rate is
Right?
yes.
Got it? Yeah.
Yes.
So now what is this subquery? What is the type of subquery?
It's a single.
Still it's singular because your max of height rate will always return only one thing as maximum, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now another question. So I will write here. Okay. So display the maximum salary of an employee belongs to department number 20. Okay. Department number 20. Okay. Otherwise like, okay. Display the salary of an employee belongs to department number 20 where the salary is less than the maximum salary of department number 30. First, did you understand the question? I just need to display, okay, some employee details belonging to department number 20. So those employees, those employee details should be in such a way that their salaries should be less than the maximum salary of department number 30. You're getting the point?
Yes.
If department 20 is having 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000 like this, okay, let us say department number 30 maximum salary is 3000. Okay, I need to get only these two. You're getting the point?
Yes. 1000.
Because there are 4 employees in department number 20 with these salaries. That's okay, but I need only those employees whose salaries are less than the maximum salary of other department. Other department maximum salary is 3000. So that means 3000, 4000 will not be equate, right? It is not equal to less than 3000. So obviously these two are less than 3000, right? So I need only those two employees. So did you understand the question?
Yeah.
Okay, so now tell me how to write the logic. Here itself we'll write. So these are very simple things. So if you try to understand from the beginning, so this will help you for interviews and even at the working also. These are the regular, like in interviews, questions will be not this easy, but at least the format of the questions will be in this manner only. Okay, so even if someone takes interviews on behalf of you, but you cannot escape from work. So everything will be like this one.
Yeah.
Select department 20 from employee
No, see,
salary.
select department number 20.
Num
You cannot
yeah.
select some value in the column, right? You can select some column and you can give that in the condition. Okay, no problem, because see, one good thing is whatever you have in mind, just put it on here. Okay, so I'm not expecting you the exact query, or I'm just expecting you something. I want like you people to try. That's it. At least that try should be there.
Okay.
Yeah. So you said department 20. So instead of that, what you have to do is you have to put in the where condition actually. Okay, where department number is equal to 20. Like that you can write. You cannot straight away select department number 20 in the column. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. From
Yeah. So here I can say from employee. It's like aptitude only. Whatever the question, you have to frame like query. It's like ages problems only. You know problems on ages, right?
and
And
salary equal to
okay.
bracket select
Hmm.
maximum salary from department to sorry here salary less than sorry so salary less than select
Okay. Yeah.
from where where department 30.
The department number is equal to 30. Perfect. Got it? It's perfect. Whatever you said is perfect. Because the first condition is, you know, whatever the employees that you are going to display should belong to department number 20, right? The first step. You have achieved the first step. So next condition is where the salary is less than the maximum salary of department number 30. Means how to find out the salary less than the maximum salary of department number 30 means select max of salary from employee where department number is equal 30. This is a individual query to find out the maximum salary of department number 30. But here, this is one of the conditions in this query. That's why you are attaching. And you got the point? If you break the logic into pieces, okay. If you break the logic into pieces, so it is easy to attach. Because the most confusing thing in all the people, 99.99% people's problem with SQL is whenever if any question is asked, they will try to frame in a single query without breaking any logic. Without breaking the logic, they will think the whole logic as one. Okay, you should not do that. Okay, so that is the most dangerous thing. Okay, that's the most dangerous thing. You have to break the logic pieces. How many number of pieces? How much strength you have? You can make that many pieces. Okay, and you can try to attach later, slowly. Okay, because see, you know, the employee belongs to department number 20. How to display the employees belonging to department number 20? Simply say select star from employee where department number is equal 20. This is very pretty much tight query, right? This is first step. And how do you implement maximum salary of department number 30? So select max of salary from employee where department number is equal 30. Okay. So logic you have broken and individually you have coded. Now your sense, the point thing is if you understand the question correctly, then you will be able to join it correctly. Okay. If you understand the question correctly, you will definitely able to join it. Okay, so half of the thing lies in the understanding the question itself. Fine. So now tell me, what is the type of subquery here? What is the type of subquery?
I think it's multiple.
Still it's single row. So see, select max of salary from employee where department number is equal to 30. There will be only one maximum salary for department number 30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your subquery returns still single row. That's why it is still single row subquery only.
Sir, is there any other way to write the same query?
Another way? So there is no other way actually. So straight away you can write it because there are joins coming up. Okay. There are joins coming, but this is the very easiest and performance oriented way. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. So next thing. Hope the same question asked in the previous class. I think not yesterday's class, day before yesterday's class. How to find the repeated salaries? If you remember, so can you say what is the query for that? Here 1250 and 3000 are the repeated salaries, right?
Yes.
So how do you find that repeated salaries? Because this is very most important, 100% you will be using in any database or data warehousing project to find the duplicates. Pretty common thing. So, okay, fine. So probably you might not have practiced. So select sal from employee. Okay. Select sal from employee. So again I am explaining. So please try to remember this thing. Try to understand the concept. So group by salary. So I will say group by salary. When you group each salary and take the count of each members in the group. Okay. You take 2450 as one group. There is only one member. That's why one. When you take 1250 as one group, how many members? Two members. See, imagination is required whenever you are grouping. Okay. The same example I used, right? So if I ask you, within this group there are 3 computer science people and 1 electricals, right? If you group based on your education background, so all the computers and electronics formed a group. Now I will count computers 1, 2, 3. I will get 3 members in computers and electrical as one group, and there is only one person. So I will get the count is 1. The similar way here also, each salary will be categorized as one group and take the count against that each group 1. Now after that, now I will say, okay, just let me know whoever having more than 1. Repetition means more than 1. So I already said having. Okay, you cannot put where count offs are greater than 1 because we already discussed syntactically where is not supported after group by. Okay, so that only comes logically, but syntactically having will be supported. Having count offs are greater than 1. So now you have the salaries which are repeated, right? And I don't need just count of star is for my understanding purpose. I don't need how many times it is repeated. I just need only the salaries which are repeated. So this solves my purpose, right? 1250 and 3000. So now I got the salaries, repeated salaries. Now I need those employee details. Whoever are having the repeated salaries, okay, I need those employee details. Let us say 1250 and 3000 are the repeated salaries. So if I want to get the details of those employees, so can I write the query like this? Select star from employee where salary in 1250 comma 3000. Can I write this? Anyone? So can I write this way?
But we don't know the same way in real time.
Exactly. So yeah, for now you can write here 1250 and 3000
Yeah,
are, yeah, for now since it is static, for now you can put 1250 and 3000, you can get it. Yeah. So in real time you don't know. That's why you use this query instead of these values. That will solve your purpose, right? Because 1250 and 3000, how did you get this 1250 and 3000? And you can get the same 1250 and 3000 using this query, right? That's why what I will do is, instead of hard coding, it is same as first example. In the first example also I have taken salary is equal to 5,000. How do I get that 5,000? Means I have written a query. Select max or sal from employee. Now also same thing. How do I get this 1250 and 3,000? So you can get through this query. Okay. Where salary in. One second. Yeah. So good to know this error actually. Too many values. I will explain you too many. What is this too many values? See in the where condition, what is the column you are keeping? Salary. And in the subquery, what is the column you are keeping? Star means all the columns. Means the number of columns in the where class and in the number of columns in the select statement should be equal. That is first thing. Okay. Number of columns in the salary, sorry, in the where class and number of columns in the subquery should be equal. That is syntactically that should be supported. So since you are making star, that means 8 columns versus 1 column. So it will result in too many values. So I need only salary here because I am searching in within salaries. That's why I need only still salary. I cannot put some employee number. Since you said, okay, number of columns in the where class and number of columns in the select statement should be equal. Okay, I will put employee number. Will it support? Means syntactically it will support. Okay, syntactically it will support. But logically, your requirement, you should know. Okay, you should not search your salaries in the employee number, right? Okay, because values are different. Okay, so here two things you should keep in mind. One thing is syntax. Okay, whether your language is supporting. Once you know the syntax, next thing logic. Okay, so now tell me, you got the same result or not? 1250, 3000. I have written the query here. And one more thing important to note is, why did I put in here? Why didn't I put is equal to? Let us see. This error also need to be notified. You need to remember. Single row subquery returns more than one row. By seeing the error itself, you should directly point to the code. Okay, this is the place where your code is wrong. Single row subquery returns more than one row. That means how many number of values your subquery is returning here? Two values, 1250 and 3000. Right? Okay. Sorry, actually, I just hard coded it. Actually, there is no point of hard coding. Group by salary. Because if I hard code it, there is no point of writing subquery, right? Yeah. So this query returns your salary. So this is the original query. Yeah. Now tell me. Single row subquery returns more than one row. That means your subquery is returning more than one value. But in the where class, you just use it is equal to. So you cannot use is equal to with more than one value, right? Okay. Is equal to means always equal to one value. Whenever you have multiple values, already we discussed about the in operator. Where job in, salesman, clerk, manager, you have kept in brackets, right? The same way where salary in this thing. This is a query which returns your repeated salaries. Okay. So you got the point, right? Everyone, because this is very important.
Yes.
Yeah. So better to use in only. Suppose, let us say, in our scenario, there are two salaries, two repeated salaries, 1250 and 3000. Imagine there is only one repeated salary. Let us say only 1250 is there. Okay. But still is equal to will work. And you may not use in, but in is equal to will work only until and unless you have only one repeated value. If you have more than one repeated value, is equal to will not work. So that's why please check the subquery. First of all, are you 100% sure your subquery will return one row? That is your question that you have to ask yourself. You are not 100% sure, just put in. That's it. Or else for any subquery you can use in. That's your wish. There is not at all a problem now. Whether I need to use is equal to or in, there is no problem in deciding. Simply use in. In will support any number of values. That can be taken care. That's your wish actually. Because when I say group by salary having count of greater than one means, it is not always sure you will have only one repeated salary, right? There is nothing specific definition. When I say what is the maximum salary, that will obviously maximum salary will be every time one value only. But here you cannot say every time only one salary will get repeated, right? So that's why you can use in. Okay, so what is this type of subquery? Multi-row. So everyone is waiting multi-row, still multi-row whenever it is when it is coming. So now it came your multi-row. So got it? Now okay, so can you display the details of maximum salaries department wise? So I need department wise maximum salaries. So anyone, just try department wise maximum salaries I need. First you did understand the requirement, what exactly you want and what it is expected. That's it. Did you understand the requirement?
Nice.
So what?
Display the details. Yeah.
Yeah, means what may be the output? Means any sample. I don't need any values. So what might your outlook look like?
It will be like department wise: salesman, clerk, president.
No. That is job actually. Okay.
Obviously, okay.
So if you see the data, so
Department equal to
Department 10 and highest salary. Department
10,
20 highest
20,
salary.
30.
exactly.
Salary.
Your department 10
Yeah,
and
department
then respective, like that for every department you want to higher salary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now tell me, how do you get that?
First we have to select department and check highest salary.
How do you find higher salary in general?
Department number and highest salary.
No.
Maximum salary.
Yeah, maximum salary. But maximum salary you can use. So does it come under a grouping concept? Means do I need to group department?
I think it comes on a group.
Yeah, you should, because see, the similar question, if you imagine yourself, you four people are staying in one room. I said like, okay, based on your education background, please group it. Okay, you grouped it. After that, whatever the question I asked, okay, how many persons for each group? That means you said 3 from computers and 1 from electricals. Is it right? Similarly, now I am asking, how much, who is the maximum earner in your group? That's what I am asking, right? You got the point?
Yes.
Means still you have to group based on this thing, like your academic background. So you group 3 people in computer science. Okay, so now what you do, the 3 salaries, within the 3 salaries you have to find the maximum. Okay, and electrical also, irrespective of maximum salary, even one person is also there, that is the minimum, that is the maximum, right? That is the average, but still you have to group it and you have to calculate. Okay, so now what you do is department number comma max of sal from employee. So can I write like this, or do you need anything to write? Will it suffice? So it is saying not a single group function. So am I missing something?
Yeah.
Okay, what I am missing?
Yes.
See, you are understanding the concept.
I think we
Tell me.
we can't use department number here, I think.
Means on what base you are saying actually you can't use department? Is it again a syntax? See, you understood the concept correctly, but you are not able to connect to the syntax. I said you have to group first, right? So obviously group by has to come. Group by department number. Did you get it? See, group by department number. So if you remember the thumb rules of the group by class, what I said, whenever you are using a non-aggregate function or aggregate column and non-aggregate column as part of select statement, group by is must. That is the first rule, and all the non-aggregate columns should be part of group by class. So all the non-aggregate means, what is the non-aggregate here? Department number. That is part of group by.
Department amount.
So it seems like you're not revising actually. So that will be very tough for you going forward, because already we reached the subqueries. So you should be in a position at least to practice what I said. So again, that's up to you. Fine. So department number comma max of sal from employee, group by department number. So since you already know, okay, you have to group within yourself. Obviously grouping is required. So you should say group by. So group by has to come there. Okay. In your imagination, if there is a grouping system in your logic, obviously in the syntax also grouping system has to come. Okay. So there is nothing to confuse whether I need to use this group or that group. There is only one class, that is group by. Okay, if you see, there are only 4 clauses. Entire SQL, whatever you want to play, just play with 4 clauses. Where group by having order by. Order by, definitely you know that is the last part of the thing. Based on the logic, you just sort the data. Okay, that can keep aside. Having will come into picture only when group by is used. Okay, and where and group by. So these are the things, crucial things. Okay, so there's nothing to forget also. Okay, even if you apply randomly, whether I need to use where here or group by, having, order by, so definitely you will come to conclusion what I have to use. Okay, so you don't have n number of options here. You have only 4 options. So you should think that. Fine. So finally there is department and your maximum salary in front of you. Now tell me, I need to get these people details. So now I got whoever are earning things. So how can I get the details? I need each and every detail. So any guess? So no one want to commit mistake. So every time you want to be correct.
So select star from EMP where sal equal to the above query.
Okay, so sal is equal to your above query you are saying. At least you did. That's good. Because here if you observe, everything is played by subquery. If you see the outer query, what is the logic in the outer query? Every time it is select star from employee only. There is nothing logic in the outer query, which is the crucial thing that is played by the thing is subquery. Okay, so I just press enter. So what it is saying, too many values. So the
Many
same,
values.
yeah, the same error we got in the above. What I said, your where condition and inside the select condition, you should have the same number of columns. Okay, so blindly if you follow that thing, you have 1 column on the left hand side and 2 columns on the right hand side. So obviously it is not equal. So what I need to do is simple. What are the columns that you are seeing on the right hand side? Those columns should be on the left hand side. So probably these kind of syntax you might or might not see. Okay, so you can write like this also. Okay, so not every time I should use only 1 column. So there can be any number of columns where department number comma salary. See, even if you go some by thumb rules, you will be in a position at least whether I should write this or not. So now is it fine?
Yes.
Left hand side and right hand side are equal. Now
Yes.
again one more error. Single row subquery returns more than 1 row. Because your subquery returns more than 1 row, right? You cannot say my subquery always returns only 1 row. You are not sure, right? Because Only if you have one department, then that is fine. You may have multiple departments, so every department you are going to calculate maximum salary. So that's why there are chances that you might have more than one row. So that's why
Instead of
what you have to use is equal
equal to, we should use it.
in. So now you got it.
Yeah.
So what is this type of subquery? Multi-column, because you are seeing your subquery in multiple columns, right? Okay, of
Yeah.
course, it will return multiple rows also, but precedence is given to multi-column whenever you compared with the previous examples. Got it?
Yeah.
So everyone, did you get this syntax and subquery, multi-column subquery?
Yeah.
So please explain once this one.
Yeah. So if I am like, my requirement is to display the maximum salary of each department. So first thing you need to do is you need to group each department and calculate maximum salary. So here is your department and the maximum salary. So everyone said right, department 10 maximum, department 20 maximum. So that's what you got here also based on your department. Okay. So I need all the details of these employees, whoever earning maximum salary for each department. The very first example we cited is whoever earning maximum salary on whole table. Okay, this is the example for whole table, but this is the example for each group. Okay, group wise department, group wise maximum salary. Okay, since you got this, now I need to get all the details of the of this rows. Okay, so you can still use the subquery within the like brace. Okay, and since I need all the details, select star from employee where as per the rules the number of columns in the subquery and the number of columns in the where class both should be equal. Okay, of course equal in the sense syntactically it should equal, logically also it should be equal, because department comma sal, and I cannot put salary comma department in the here. Okay, it should map to the exact column. That also matters. Okay, because salary is also a number, department also a number, it will satisfy. You won't get any errors. Of course with no data also. So you should be careful whether you are mapping in the sequence or not. And of course is equal to should not be there because your subquery is returning more than one row. So better put in. So your query solved. Okay. Another thing, very crude way to think. Okay, if you don't know this kind of thing, very crude way to think is, let us take this query. Select department comma max of salary from employee group by department number. This perfectly given the maximum salary for each department. And immediately what I asked is, okay, to get all the details. All the details means employee number, employee name, this thing. You might get one thought. Okay, why not put here employee number comma, okay, employee name comma, job comma,
It will not.
MGR comma, height date comma, salary comma, commission comma, department comma, max of salary from, not a group by expression. Because whenever you say like this, first thing syntactically you did mistake. What is the mistake? What is the thumb rule? Whenever you are using non-aggregate columns and aggregate columns as part of select statement, group by is must. Yes, group by is there. First rule, first thumb rule satisfied. What is the second thumb rule? All the columns in the sense all the non-aggregate columns should be part of group by class. So all the non-aggregate columns are till here, right? It is not part, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll make it part. We'll make it part in the same order. Let us say employee number comma, employee name comma, because as per the thumb rule you are satisfying. Okay, department number 14 rows selected because no error, because you resolve the thumb rules, right? Yes, group by is there. First thumb rule satisfied. Second thumb rule, all the non-aggregate columns are part of group by. Yes, second thumb rule also satisfied. Now this is more syntactically oriented, means syntactically you resolve the problem but you missed the requirement itself, because whenever you are taking the whole thing as a group, okay, obviously the whole row will be considered as group. For every row that is the maximum salary, right? Every row will be treated as one group. Okay, and in every row that will be the maximum salary. You got the point?
Yeah.
Because I asked you people to group as some based on your academic background. So you grouped as 3 computers and 1 electrical. This is fine. But whatever you are doing is you are calculating the maximum salary based on your name. So then what happens? So all the 4 names are different. So when I group name, obviously 4 groups will be formed. Each group will contain only one person and each group will have its own maximum salary, right?
Yes.
That's what happened here. You grouped based on all these columns. Okay, if you group all these columns, every column, like every row, there is only one salary. That's why you got 14 rows. So you missed the requirement itself in satisfying your syntax criteria. So that's why both the things are important. Because why I explained this thing is definitely you will have this thought. Okay, probably with not this with example, but with some other example you may have that thought. So that's why I'm saying. So be careful. Okay, so if you know this thing, simple. Try to put in subquery. That's it. You know the subquery rules also, right? What needs to be there. Simply you can follow those blindly. You'll definitely achieve the output. Okay. So everyone got all the things till now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now I need another thing. So now I calculate what I calculated is whoever earning maximum salary for each department. Now my question will be whoever not earning maximum salary for each department. How come that I achieve? First requirement. Did you understand the requirement? It's just reverse. Because in the department number 10, if there are three employees, only one employee will be having the maximum salary. Of course, the other 2 employees are not maximum, right?
Yeah.
So that those 2 things, those 2 employees should be there. It's reverse actually. Whatever we did now, it's like reverse.
Instead of
Yeah. What are you saying? Instead of
max, we will use min.
if you say min, whoever earning minimum salary will be getting, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that is not your requirement, right? So if at all I need to get minimum salary, that simply straight away I can ask minimum salary. See, if there are 1000, 2000, 3000 in the department 10, okay, and 3000 is the maximum. When I say whoever are earning other than the maximum means 1000 and 2000 both the rows should come. But when you say minimum, only 1000 will come, right? 2000 will be missed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a simple only. Whatever I ask is simple. The requirement is quite opposite to the this requirement, right? You agree on that?
Yes.
Whatever
Yeah.
the requirement I asked is quite opposite to this requirement, right?
Yeah.
Simple thing. You can use not in this thing. That's it. Nine rows you got. See, you got 5 rows here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because 3000 is earned by 2 people. That's why you got 5 rows. 9 rows. 9 plus 5, 14. Tally it.
Yeah.
Do you have any doubt? It's quite opposite, right? Not in whoever earning, not got the point, right? Not in whoever earning maximum salaries. Still any confusion? Okay, just try. I have kept 2 things side by side. Did you understand this point? whoever are earning maximum salaries, these are the things. When I put not in those salaries only, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fine. So this is one way. Okay, let us go to another way. That is nothing but coming back to correlated subquery. So now I said, right, the first three types are of one category and the last correlated subquery is of another category. So now we came to that point. When I say what is that category, in the first three subqueries, your inner query will get executed independently. Based on the result of your inner query, your outer query will get executed. Here, in the correlated subquery, your inner query will not execute independently. Your inner query will receive the input from outer query and then it executes. You're getting my point, everyone?
Can you explain it one?
Yeah. So in the top three types of subqueries, your inner query will get executed independently. That means in this example, your inner query is this thing, right? Select department, comma, max of sal from employee, group by department, right? Once this is executed, based on after that, this query will execute. Select star from employee where department, comma, salary in whatever the values returned by this subquery. Got it?
Yeah.
So here inner query is independent and outer query is dependent on inner query, right?
Inner query.
But for the first time, inner query is dependent. You got the point?
Dependent.
Yeah.
Inner query is dependent on outer query.
Outer query, yes. Inner query is dependent. In what sense is inner query receives the input from outer query and then executes. Because here if you see, even syntactically also it is proved that inner query is not at all dependent on outer query. Nowhere it is referring any outer query thing, right?
Yeah.
Always outer query is waiting for the inner query's result to execute. Okay. But for the first time, inner query will receive the input from outer query and then only the inner query will execute. And of course, after the execution of inner query, based on the result of the inner query, outer query will execute. But the only link is your inner query will receive the input from the outer query. Okay, fine. See, there will be somewhat confusion. Okay, if there is any confusion in your minds, that's okay. Keep it aside. Later you can think, but don't think too much on that. You can concentrate on the first three types of subqueries that I can suggest for now. Okay, so let us take the same example. Let us take, okay, why to consider different example? I will consider the same example. Same example means whoever are not earning the maximum salary. Okay, let us come with basic. Select star from employee, select salary less than, select max of sal from employee. If you remember this very first example that we discussed, what is the output of this query? Whoever are not earning maximum salary, you got the 13 rows. You got the point till here? Everyone, did you get the point?
Yeah.
Did you get this query? Nikesh, Ram, Charan?
Yes, sir, I got that query.
Yeah, because you know maximum salary, less than maximum means, that means not earning maximum only, right? Yeah, but this is on whole table. This is on whole table, but my requirement is department wise, right? My requirement is department wise. Yeah, so just to add one more condition, what I have to add is where department number is equal to, now this is the point. I said, right, correlated subquery will receive the input from outer query. Don't forget that point. Outer query employee table, I am referring it as aliasing as O. Okay. Outer query employee table, I am referring it as O. Of course, you may or may not alias the inner table, because just to differentiate, something should be there. I can still call the inner query as employee and outer query as O, but of course, like I will put I, okay, for your convenience, where I dot department number is equal to O dot department number. I will explain how execution takes place, but at least the definition and syntax are matched or not, because I said your outer query will be your inner query will be dependent on outer query. How? Means it has to receive some input from outer query, then only it can execute. It cannot execute it independently like this query, because here it executed independently, but here not executed independently. Okay, syntactically solved. And one more doubt, if you have in mind, you may get doubt, then why didn't we refer the same employee table here in the outer query and inner query? Here it has O and here it has I. So suddenly you have come through this aliasing. Why didn't you mention in the top queries? Means, what did I say in the definition? Inner query will get executed independently. Means first step will be inner query execution. At the time of execution, there is only one employee table. No need to confuse. Only after the result of the inner query, your outer query will execute. Means these two queries will not execute in parallel. Okay. These two queries cannot be referred in parallel. First this query, once after this query is executed and completed and result is returned, then this query will be referred. Means the same table will be referred, but in different instances, different times. Okay, no parallel. But when it comes to here, whenever I am receiving the value from outer query is also employee and inner query is also employee. So the system will get confused between the same table reference. That's why you have to use aliasing. So that's why it will have one more instance, okay, of O, and this will be referred as I. So that is the reason I just kept aliasing. Okay, and why not here? Okay, probably I justified, though or not you have in your mind. Fine, you got the 9 rows. Okay, I will explain you the execution, but at least see, you got the 9 rows here, right? When I say department, not in that maximum salary, department wise, that means you got the 9 rows, and still you got the 9 rows here. Okay, so answer set wise everything is clear, but now how the execution will take place means, see, this is your outer query, okay, and this is your inner query, means inner object, inner employee table and outer employee table. Okay, so what it will be done is, first 30, okay, will be passed to this thing, and it is compared against, okay, let me think, from the outer query one value will be passed from the outer query. Okay, one value will be passed. What value? Department number. Here what it will be doing is, it will get substituted like this: I dot department number is equal to 30. Like this it will get substituted internally, and this query will execute: select max of sal from employee, where I dot department number is equal to 30. Okay, okay, that's okay. We'll see here the values here. What is the highest salary of department number 30? Maximum salary, so 1600, 1250, 1250, 1500, 950. So obviously 1600 is the highest salary, I guess, because I didn't miss anything, right? Yeah, oh, sorry, not 1600, here there is 2850. 2850, department number 30's maximum salary is 2850. Department 30 and 2850. Of course maximum salary will be kept in buffer. Okay, So what it will do is, next it will pass department number 30 and it was 1250. Department 30, first the department number should be matched. Okay, because we are calculating the maximum salary within department wise, and we are comparing with the other employee salaries within the department 30. We are not comparing department 30 to department 20. So be careful. So let's see, department 30 matching. 1600 is less than 2850. Yes. Then return this row. Department 30 is matching. Yes. 1250 is less than 2850. Yes. Like that it will compare. Department 20, 30. No match. No need to look at this query. Department 30, yes, match. 1250 less than, yes. 30 match. 2850 is less than 2850. False. Nothing. So like that, for each and every department, it will compare against the department number, and of course it will be compared along with maximum salary. So that is the thing is going to be there. So your department number as well as your maximum salary is going to play the role. So here also, right, whatever we have written here, the not in statement, your department number and maximum salary, those two are tied together. Okay, so here also, so this is the way the correlated subquery works. Okay, here is the way your correlated subquery works. So did you get it, everyone? So Charan, Ram, Vipin, Nikesh, did you get this?
Yes.
Kind of,
Yeah,
or at least you reached?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, of course, like, see, it comes through only practice. So at least try to revise the class. Okay, because since there are joins, okay, there is a joins concept that is pretty much easy to write. Okay, because see, generally this correlated subqueries, in a sense, you should get that visualization by seeing the requirement. You should get the thought that I should use a correlated subquery. That comes through only through practice. Okay, that I can 100% tell. Okay, that can come only through practice. Okay, I can use correlated subquery here. Okay, in that way you have to visualize the requirement, but that's okay. You better focus on rest of the things fully. Okay, only if you are confident on the top three, then you can come to this thing. Okay, so that is my suggestion. Okay, you can achieve the same with joins and other things also. Okay, so for now you better concentrate on the top three queries. You just try to just practice what are all the examples that I have said here. Okay, so and I forgot you to send the examples, so today I will send the test. You can try to practice those things. So today we are going to discuss about the joins. So basically why we require joins. So in the very first class we have seen one scenario like DBMS and RDBMS. So where we have splitted one table into two tables. Okay, and we have a department number in common with the other table. Okay, so basically in order to avoid duplicates, means we follow the normalization process and we come across to the splitting of the data into multiple tables. So since you have splitted the data into multiple tables, and whenever you want the data together at one place, then you need to join the tables. Okay, then you need to join the tables. So that is the purpose where we use the joins. So basically we have four types of joins. Okay, so theoretically you can have any number of joins. Okay, so but when it comes to practical, so I say inner join, and another one is outer join, self join, cross join. So these are the basic four types. and within the outer join also we have left outer join, right outer join, and full outer join. So these are the natural join, equijoin, non-equijoin, but everything, whatever the category it may be, so it comes under these things. So the purpose of inner join. Okay. So and before going to joins, so I would like to discuss a few things about the set operators. Okay. So these set operators you might have seen in your academics in schooling. Okay. In schooling, because from I say like from 6th to 10th we used to have sets and relations. Okay. So if set A have 1, 2, 3 and set B have 2, 3, 4 elements. Okay. So can you tell me what is A union B? What is A union B?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And why? What is A intersection B? So since I am not able to write this U in reverse manner, so I am writing A intersect. So here also I am writing union. Yeah. What is A intersect B?
2, 3.
So that means A intersect B means, see, even what is the baseline is whatever the common elements are there in these two sets. So those are that is nothing but A intersection B. A union B means what are all the things are there, what are all the elements, what are all the unique elements, because 2, 3 is repeated 2 times, right, in the even in the A and B. So but in the answer you have said only 1, 2, 3, 4 only. Okay, so remember that thing. Next one is what is A minus B? Anyone? What is A minus B? Do you remember we have A minus B, B minus A also? Any guess? The A
1,
minus,
4.
sorry,
1 and 4.
it's only 1 actually. So whatever you, the point is, you are looking other than the common elements, right? So that's the reason you said 1, 4. But A minus B means, since you are giving A minus B, so whatever the first thing, the left hand side A, so that means it will give other than the common elements what you have, that is A minus B. And when it comes to B minus A, it is 4 now. Okay. And on top of this we have another thing also, in what is that, is A union all B. That means 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. That means if you see A union B and A union all B, what is the difference that you identified? A union all B, so whatever the elements are there in A and B, it just clubs and gives, irrespective, like it doesn't matter whether it is repeated or not. Simply it puts the elements of A and elements of B together. That is A union all B. A union B means it gives the distinct elements, because here 2 and 2 repeated twice. Okay, so it gives only 1, 2. So did you get the difference between A union B and A union B?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these things are important. Of course, like probably you might have known these things generally, like yeah. So you have sets, right? Set A and set B. Okay. So it's like this is nothing but, what is this?
A union B.
A union B. And what is this?
A intersection B.
A intersection B. And what is this?
A minus B.
A minus B, because here I am not touching any common thing actually. So similarly B minus here other side. Okay. So of course A union and A union will be, so again that depends on that, has similar property. The only thing is like it gives the distinct, and it even whatever the repetitions are there, it doesn't make any modifications to the elements. Okay, even if it is repeating also. Okay, so remember these 5 things in your mind. Okay, because these are very important to understand the joins. Now let's see. Select department number from employee. You can say union. Select department number from department. 2 tables. See, if you see, select department number from employee means these are all the elements. What are the elements? Are there 10, 20, 30, 60, right? Select department number from department means 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Of course, if you treat this as one set and this as one set, A union B means it's nothing but 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. That is the output gives. So that's what you got it, right? And
Yeah.
other thing you need to remember, the number of elements in the select state, the first select statement and second select statement should be same. Okay, let us try. If I try to write like this, so select department number comma department name from department union, select department number from employee. So it will say query block has incorrect number of result columns. That means the number of columns in the upper select and the lower select are not matching. The first thing is it should match. That is the first thing. Second thing is the data type. Okay, the data type also should match. Let us say, okay, as I said, only one column should be there. Yes. Now, as per the first rule, it is correct only, right? Because department name, department number, one column and one column. That's it. Expression must have same data type as corresponding expression. Means not only the number of columns, okay, at the same time the corresponding data types. When I say corresponding means, if the first column, let us say the first column department number comma department name is there. Okay, here also let us say department number comma employee name. Means if 2 columns are there, yes, 2 columns. What is the first column? Number data type. Here also it should be number data type. What is the second column? Character data type. Here character data type. Okay, so that should be there. Remember that point. And of course, there is no point of unioning the department name and employee name. So this is very just example purpose. I clubbed this department name and employee name. So there is nothing like common sense. Why do we match or why do we club department name and employee name? Both are different, right? Both belongs to different groups. Okay, so there is nothing in common. Okay, but at least for example sake I am saying actually. Means here system doesn't know anything. System only knows whether it is character or integer. That's it. System only bothers that thing. System never bothers about your project requirement, whether it is department name or employee name. Okay, it will give the result. So that's why along with the system things also, the other things you need to take care is knowing about the project, what you are doing, your requirement. Okay, both are important equally. Fine. Fine. Let's go to another thing. Select department number from employee intersect select department number from department 10, 20, 30. Why? Because if I see in the employee table, I'm just taking distinct only 10, 20, 30, 60 I guess. Yeah, there are 4. The department number I have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Like this. So what are all the common means? 10, 20, 30. So here you got 10, 20, 30. Okay. Next thing. See, even you can put this whole query in the where condition and you can write. See, select star from employee where, because what is the output of this whole query? Department number only. So where department number in say you can write like this, where department number, because the whole output of inner query is department number, so you can put where department number in and you can write like this. Remember, like these are all the somewhat new things in the syntax wise, new things. Okay, you may think, oh, we can write like this also. Okay, so this is how, because we have different types actually, this is one of the types. Okay, so you can write like this. And next thing, select department number from employee minus select department number from department. So 60, because here other than the common we have only uncommon is 60. Okay, similarly I will write department table first and employee table next. So this time department minus employee, that means 40, 50, 40 and 50. Because see, the 60 wantedly I place actually, because generally while creating table, okay, so you will create the foreign key, because whatever the department number column in the department table, okay, this department number column in the employee table will always be tied to this department number column actually. But since this is my database, I didn't tie any restrictions. Why? Because if there are such restrictions, if I enter 60, it would not have allowed. Why? Because see, how come a department number 60 itself is not existing? How can you assign a department number 60 to an employee? Valid scenario, right? So generally it should not. If you impose any restrictions, since I didn't impose restrictions, my intention of putting 60 here is just to differentiate some value which is not present in department number. Why? Because see, foreign key can have nulls. Okay, this is the foreign key, right? Department number. So what I can do is, if president is there, okay, this is the president, that's why I put him as 60. So president department number I kept 60. Generally it should be null. If there is no department number assigned, that should be null actually. But the problem with null is, whenever I am writing queries and whenever I want to represent, what will happen is, if I write this query, it will show nothing actually. So people gets confused because your screen is showing blank. If some value is there, at least okay. Okay, some value getting means they will be able to get through this example, some concept. If null is there, there are chances that they might get confused. That's why wantedly I put something which is not available in department number rather than null. Something which is not available in department number, in the department table I just put as 60. So that is my intention. Okay, fine. So we have seen all the things. And other thing, select department number from employee union all, select department number from department. See, union all means it gives all the rows, it never eliminates anything. Okay, so now tell me which is faster, union or union all? Anyone? So if there are two sets, I know
I
confirmly.
think union all is fast.
Okay, so any reason, any
I think
justification?
it simply returns all the what the variables comes.
Exactly. So if simply returns all the things without eliminating any duplicate. But union, there is one extra step. Why? Because it has to look for all the values, whether it has repeated or not. Okay, that is the extra step it is performing. That's why union all is faster. And again that depends on requirement. Okay, again that depends on requirement. Suppose if you have two sets like 1, 2, 3 and B is 4, 5, 6, which doesn't have any overlap, which are mutually exclusive. So in this case, okay, if you know that your data will not have any duplicates for 100% sure, so straight away blindly you can go for union all. Why? Because if you use union, what will happen? It will check whether one repeated or two repeated. At least that check will be there. Since you already know your data will not contain any duplicates because of your requirement or because of your understanding with the table, then straight away you can use union all. Remember that thing. Okay. The very commonly asked question, this thing. Okay. With you need to justify with the requirement actually. Okay. Because if you have too much duplicates in the A and B, if there are 100 values in A and 100 values in B, and more 50% of the values are duplicates, in that case you cannot use union all. Definitely you have to go for union. So that's why union all is faster, provided that conditions apply. Okay, conditions apply. Your output should not have duplicates. That is one thing, and your input should not have duplicates. That is one. With that condition only, if you just keep union and union aside, so then union is faster. Okay, yeah, right. Hope you understand the set operators. Okay, so now coming to joins, and when I say join, okay, when I say join, I said right, the same information, same in the sense related information, is splitted across multiple tables. Here also some employee details splitted across two tables, employee and department number. Sorry, department table. Okay, and department number is the common column between these two things. Otherwise, if there is no bridging column, okay, it will be very tough to club, right? If there are no, so this department and this department both are internally referential. We call it as referential. Whenever you are joining two tables, remember this, whenever you are joining two tables, check for any common column. Check for any common column that is existing. The common column means it need not to be, the column name should be same. Remember that point. Okay, here column name in the department table and column name in the employee table both are same, department number only. But not every time column names should be same, because business wise it is same, because whatever the department number in the employee table is always referred to this department number in the department table. Okay, let us say in one table it may be department ID, in another table it might be department number. Okay, so in that case don't think both are different, having both are having different names, right? So how to join? So don't get confused with that. Okay, because there are a lot of ways to understand a definition. Okay, so you need to be very careful while understanding the definition from one angle, and you should have one clarity. Okay, you should not have multiple thoughts about a definition. Okay, crystal clear, you should have one thing in mind. So when I say common column means business oriented way, you should think. Okay, not just because of spelling. Okay, in this example what we are going to discuss, both are coincide, like it's like business wise same column and column name also spelling wise same. Okay, so think about that. So this department number and this department number. So now department number is a key column that you join. Okay, key column to join. Okay, see, it's like a hint actually. Okay, hint. That's okay, fine. Hint means again, in English language it is normal hint. Again in database also there are hints. That's okay. I don't want to divert. Fine. Now inner join means simple. Purpose of inner join is common rows. When I say common, that means whatever the department number, values of the department number in the employee table and department number in the department table, what are all the common values are there, only those rows are returned. Only those rows are returned. So In this case, only 10, 20, 30. These are the only 3 department numbers are matched between this employee and department table, so that only those rows will be coming into picture. Okay, fine. We'll go with practical. Now, for the first time, we are going to join 2 tables. Okay, let us say, I'll write in this notepad. Select employee number, employee name, job, department number, department name, location from employee comma department. Till now you have written from employee, from department, like that. So now for the first time you are joining 2 tables. It is nothing but just table 1 comma table 2, employee comma department, where based on what condition you are joining, employee dot department number is equal to department dot department number. Based on this condition you are joining. Okay, so now you got an error, column ambiguously defined. What is this column ambiguously defined mean? See, employee number, employee name, job are for sure from employee table. Department name and location are from department table. There is no other confusion. But department number is existing in both the tables, right? That's why system got confused. From which table I need to pick it? Okay, from which table I need to pick it? So that's the reason you should specify from which table you need to pick it. Let us say employee dot. Okay, employee dot. So now there is no confusion to the system because you mentioned to pick up from employee table. See, you got 13 rows because see, you should have the grip on the data. Since we are working from the first onwards on the employee table have 14 rows. Out of 14 rows, the president, whose name is King, okay, is assigned to department number 60. Since that department number 60 is not common between these values, that's why that row has not come, and remaining 13 rows have come. Are you clear, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is logical point of view. And next, coding point of view, whenever you are joining 2 tables, okay, 2 tables, so better keep alias for that, because here we have employee and department, just 3 letter and 4 letter, but in real time sometimes you may have more than 20, maximum up to 30. Okay, every time you don't need to specify the 30 words, 30 letters table name dot, like that. So simply give some meaningful name, don't give ABCDs. Okay, generally that is not the coding standard, but mostly that will be seen. Okay, but at least try to at least 3 or 4 letters thing actually. Okay, okay, for now I am keeping, since already it is only 3 letters, I am keeping as 1 letter, employee as E and department as D. Wherever you want to refer employee table, just use E dot, department D dot. And the most important thing is you have multiple columns in the select statement where you are selecting those columns from different tables, right? So for every column you need to mention from which table you are taking that thing, from which table you are referring that, because system will not get confused, because that is the readability point of view. Okay, readability point of view, so it looks fine actually. Whenever someone sees the code, okay, employee and department D, simply they'll go, oh, okay, these are all the E dot means, okay, employee, okay, these are all picking from department, so straight away they can. Okay, otherwise if I don't put department name and location, I need to assume. Okay, I need to assume, oh, department name means, okay, it will be existing only either of these 2 tables, because you didn't give any alias name, but which table? Confusion. Okay, for here it is very simple thing, that's why you can assume, but in real time a little bit tough, that's why. So this is a coding point. There is no change in the output, same 13 rows, so we just modified the way we need to write it. Okay, so hope everyone understands. You got it? Because just stop me if you don't understand anything, because here onwards each and every query is important. I am going step by step only. Okay, So that's why each thing is related to whatever the next example I am going to teach. On top of this example only I will teach actually. Nothing new. Okay, entire Johns I will be teaching like that only. So that if you miss anything in middle, that's it. You cannot understand the top things. Wherever you got a break, so that is the last understanding point for you. Fine. And not only join, I can use any filter conditions. Let us say a v dot department number is equal to 20. Okay, I can use filter conditions. Only 20. And not only filter condition, I can use anything actually. Okay, I can use anything. Let us say e dot department number is equal to, I don't want to hard code. Okay, but I just want to know which department is having the maximum salary. Okay, that department. Indirectly I am saying which department is having the, otherwise who is earning the maximum salary and to which department he belongs to, so that department. So I need to have that department here. I don't know whether it is 10 or 20 or 30. So that means select department number from employee where salary is equal to select max of alpha employee. See, whatever we have learned yesterday, this is single row subquery. So I want a department, which department, the department should be in such a way that whichever department is earning the maximum salary, that department. So that means first of all you need to know what is maximum salary. Okay, and you need to pick up department number from that, and the department number should be assigned to this thing. Okay, no row selected. Why? Because what is the department number? 60. So how can you find department number 60 in this data? You cannot find, right? See, filter means on top of this data you are searching for something inside this. Okay, so the query which I have given is you are searching in this something which is not present, because department 60 is not present and you are searching in this data set. Okay, so of course I just told this example in order to like make sure that anything can be used here. Okay, syntactically. Okay, fine. So I can use like this also, department name comma okay. So whatever the multi-column subquery I have written, right? So I can use like that also. Okay, yesterday we have seen select department number comma max of cell, like that. Fine. So okay, fine. So that is different story. Whatever we have learned till yesterday, that you can put anywhere. Fine. So this is your basic inner join, and the other way of, this is the very basic join actually. And now the another way of writing, when I say inner join, employee inner join, instead of putting comma, this is much more readable. Employee inner join department on, syntax will change. Employee, you just employee inner join with the department on so and so condition. See, same 13 rows have come. Okay, there is no change in the output, same 13 rows have come, but syntactically there is very minute change, and that also very readable. So employee inner join with department on so and so condition. Okay, so hope everyone understands this syntax also. Okay, see, even if you write inner join keyword, ultimately the thing that is going to be executed on the back end is this query only. Remember that point also. Okay, so don't think some extra performance will be there if you put inner join, nothing. Okay, whatever, whenever you write inner join keyword in the back end, this is the only query that is going to execute. But the only point is the readability point of view. Simply you can speak English and you can write it simply like a story. Okay, employee inner join department on so and so condition. That's it. Okay, and if you want to put any filters, of course you can put in the where condition also, same way. Rest of the things are same, nothing where department number is equal 20. See, that means once after joining you will get these 13 rows. After getting these 13 rows, immediately filter will happen 20 rows. And another thing also, you can put this condition in the AND condition also on department number and 20. So here itself, at the join itself, it will try to identify the department number and match with 20 within the join itself. Okay, at the time of processing of the join, what will happen is it will try to match the department number of employee and department along with the condition department number 20 also. At that time itself you will be having, there is difference. Okay, of course performance wise there will not be much difference actually, timing wise everything, because here in this condition it just joins matches and it gives result, and later it filters all the data. This is at the time of joining only, it will try to filter the data. Okay, so that's how. And of course you can use where condition later also, not a problem. Here see, where you can use any extra where condition. Okay, this AND condition belongs to this join condition only. Okay, whatever you are writing in the AND, that belongs to join condition. So where you can write separately. Okay, let us say after getting this 20, okay, so where e dot job is equal to clerk. See, you got it. Means after joining with this condition, you filtered. That's it. After joining with this condition, you filtered it. So anyhow, you can write it. So this AND condition, whatever you put in the, that belongs to ON condition only. Okay, these two statements belong to the join condition. What is the join condition means? Department number should match and the department number should equal to 20. That is the join condition. Okay. That is how. If 30 is equal to 30 and whether it is equal to 20 means no, that's it, cancel. Like that. So like this you can perform inner join. So hope everyone understand. So any doubts in this till now? So is everything clear to everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. So next thing is outer join. Very important, please focus. If you understand this thing, you'll never get confused. Okay. Outer join means common plus uncommon. It will give common rows. That means it will perform inner join. The first step it will perform is inner join. Next step is uncommon. You may get doubt. There will be only two things only, right? Whether match or no match. What is the other third thing? Nothing. There are only two things. Whether department number match or department number no match. Then what is the purpose of saying separately common and uncommon? You can say all the things, right? Means there is some calculation here. Common rows it will perform as it is like inner join only. There is no at all change. Whatever we have seen till now, that one plus uncommon means based on the type of your outer join, your uncommon rows will be returned. Here A minus B, that means only uncommon rows from A returned. Only uncommon rows from A returned. Common rows means 2, 3. So now A intersection B plus means that means union only. A intersection B union A minus B. So it will give 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 means again equivalent to A. So all the rows from A. Remember this thing. All the rows from A will be returned. See, whenever you say A left outer join B on only join conditions, remember this point. Very basic join condition. A left outer join B on common columns. Condition means whatever the number of rows present in A, that will be your output. blindly without any filter conditions. Filter conditions means that is different again. Okay, without any filter conditions. Okay, it's very basic join, which is equivalent to the number of rows present in the A. That means 3 rows. See, first A intersection B will happen. That means inner join will happen. Intersection means inner join only, right? Next A minus B will happen. When I say uncommon means uncommon from the A. So then both the result set will be clubbed. That means clubbing in the sense it's like union only, right? That means your left outer join is equivalent to, okay, so A left outer join B. How it is equal means A intersect B union A minus B. See, it's all mathematics. A intersect B union A minus B. Okay, so simple thing, left outer. See, 1 second. Yeah, so left outer join. See, very simple. I didn't change anything in the query. The same query I am writing, instead of inner join, I just put left outer join. Okay, so please try to understand with minimal effort. Minimal effort in the sense, even if you want to refer at later, so just by seeing itself you should know. Like that, you just try to remember. Main understand the core concept. Okay, all the syntaxes will come later. 14 rows got selected. Of course, as I said, how many number of rows present in the employee table, that will be your output. That is confirmed with the basic join because I didn't use any filter condition. See, if you see the output actually. See, out of 14 rows, let's see first 13 rows, 10, 20, 30. That means inner join only, right? The first thing it happened is inner join. The extra thing what happened is whatever is uncommon. When I say left outer join, what is your left hand side table? Employee. Okay, if you have any confusion, A minus B, like that you can say. Okay, A minus B. Otherwise, simply see left. Keyword itself is specifying left. Just keep your two hands, employee, department. On your left hand side, what's the table? Employee. Simply the uncommon rows from the employee will get. So 60 is the department, is the uncommon row, right? That you got it. And how about these values? Department name and location having nulls. Why? Why means there is no values for department 60, right, in the department table. That's why it is not showing nulls. You got the point? Because this thing should be understood by everyone, so without any confusion, because these are very important. Seems very simple, but whenever you go for big tables and all those things, it will get confused. So are you clear with this? Why department name and location are showing as nulls?
Yes.
Yeah, because department 60 doesn't have any values corresponding. Okay, corresponding to department 60, there are no values present in the department name and location because these two columns belongs to department table. That's why these two, for this row, these two columns are showing as null. Okay, so very important. Hope you understand the left outer join. The first example. Did you understand, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So if you have any small confusion, just stop me because these are all such important things. So you will only realize at the time of working. Next thing, filter condition. In the inner join also, what we have seen, and E dot department number is equal to 20. The same example we have seen in the inner join. Okay. So once again I will show the same example with inner join. So why I am stressing is you will come to know. Inner join means 13 rows. Okay. Out of the 13 rows I filtered with E dot department number is equal to 20. And with the same thing I am using the where condition, where E dot department number is equal to 20. See, same output. In the AND condition, if I use the filter condition within the AND condition or where condition, you have got the same output. Are you observing this thing?
Yeah.
Everyone has to observe carefully because this is like a case study only. So now, see, two types of example. Your filter condition in AND, in where. With inner join I performed. Now I am going to perform with left outer join. First let us take where condition. Same output, there is no change because after joining you will get 14 rows. Out of that 14 rows you will filter department number 20. Out of this 14 rows you will just filter department number 20 where condition. Okay, so till now everything is fine. So the same condition I will put in AND condition now. Okay, because for inner join also it has given same 5 rows. Let us see how it behaves. See, what did you get? This 14 rows. Seriously important, this logic. Okay, what does it happen is, whenever in the left outer join, whenever there is no match, in the inner join what will happen is, whenever there is no match, definitely it will discard that row. Means your row will not at all be present. But in the left outer join, okay, if a matching value is not present, still it gives the original source row with some of the columns are as nulls. Okay, still you will not lose the data because that's why in the most of the data warehousing things, outer joins will be used. Okay, because used for tracking. You should not lose anything from the source. First you need to get into the system. Okay, then you can play with those things. So what happen is, it will compare department number. Okay, let me add one more column that will make you clear. E dot department number. Now I am making D dot department number also. Why? Because I am using both the department numbers in the join condition, right? Yeah. See, this is E dot department number and this is D dot department number. What happens is, it is trying to compare with, let us say 30 is equal to 30 and it is checking for 20. How come 30 equal to 20? Not equal, right? So that's why you are not getting the values for this. All the rows. See, you have department name and location for department 30, 10. But why it is not giving? Still it is showing as null. Means within the join condition, you are searching for, okay, 30 equal to 20 also. 30 equal to 30 and that should be equal to 20. That's what you are asking. That means false condition only, right? So for this column, sorry, for this row, but anyway 60 will not be equal to anything in department. That's okay, leave about this thing. You catch this thing, James 7900 James clerk, 30 is equal to 30 and that should be equal to 20 that you are asking. So that's why it is showing as null. Like that, how many values are not matched, okay, it will not discard any row. If it is in the inner join case, definitely these rows would have been discarded. Discarded in the sense will not come at all in the result set. But in the being an outer join, okay, being an outer join, these rows came into picture, but at the same time this is left outer join, right? You will not miss any values from the employee table, but if there is no matching found, definitely all the values of department table will be null. That's what happened. So this is the thing. In the inner join, if you put filter condition in the AND as well as where, both are same. In the outer join, if you put the filter condition in where and AND, both are different. Okay. If you want to see, that's why you need to be very careful with the requirement. you are asking to join based on this condition or filter the records based on this condition. So that is very much critical to understand. Joining is different and filtering is different. Okay. So everyone, did you get this? How, what is the result set? Whatever you are seeing and whatever the query I have written there, are making any justification? Whatever the explanation that I have given? Charan, Nikesh, Ram.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is critically important. So if you want to take some time on this, so definitely you can go through any websites or any forums. Okay. So please go through this. This is very important. Fine. That's why be careful in understanding the requirement also. Next thing. So if you understand this thing, that's it. Joins are very pretty much easy. So that's why I told you this thing important. Right outer join. Similarly, see, if you know one type of join, of course there is nothing wrong. See, right outer join means right hand side. What is your right hand side table now? Department. So this time your uncommon rows from the department table will come. So what are all the uncommon rows from the department table? 40 and 50. Because see the first 13 rows. Those are nothing but your inner join only. All the common rows. Next thing, uncommon from department, because this is right outer join. Then why you have nulls for the employee table columns? Of course, there are no employees for department of 50 and 40, right? That's why for these two rows, your employee details will be shown as nulls. Okay, your employee details will be shown as nulls. Clear? And remaining filter condition, everything is same as that thing only.
Okay.
Everyone clear on this? Yeah. That's why I'm not stressing much on this. So that's why I stressed in the left outer join itself. Now full outer join. Full outer join means it's like inner join plus A minus B plus B minus A. It's a combination. If you see, first the whole employee table you will get. And if you see here, 60 will not have the values for this department table. Why? Because there is no department 60. That's why. And similarly, at last, if you see, there are no employees assigned to department 40 and 50. That's why these are null. So ultimately, you will get both the things in the full outer join. Clear with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will tell you one scenario. If you understand this scenario, that will be very helpful. Generally, while loading from the source, okay, I will take Excel and I will explain so that it will be easy. See, employee number that is coming from the source. Okay, let us say this is your target. In the target also you are storing employee numbers. That's okay. Let us say day one. Day one, your employee name. This is the target table. Okay, and this is your source table. Okay. On the day one, okay, there are employee numbers 1, 2, 3. Okay, you straightforwardly loaded 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 means on the very first day 3 employees joined. That's okay. Now day 2, suppose you updated some information in directory, because whenever you joined immediately, like all the details will not be updated. What the company will say, okay, you go to this portal and you update all your details. So then let us say out of these 3 employees on the day 2, so employee number 3 has updated the information. Okay, and new employee came on that day again, employee number 4. So now what are all the employees present in the target? 1, 2, 3. How come you know whether this 3 is an update or 4? See, whenever you don't have anything, definitely you will insert. You know, insert else update. If there is record based on the primary key, if there is that primary key in the target, okay, that will be treated as update. If there is no primary key in the target, that will be treated as insert. Why? Because employee number is the 4 is a new joining. Because employee number 4 is not present in the target in the database. That's why it is a new joining. How come you know? It's a new joining. Means if you, let us say you're missing a 1 2 3. Okay, let us say this is source and this is target. Source left outer join target. That means, as I said, source left outer join target means you will have all the two rows, employee number 3 and employee number 4. But how come you know this is an insert and this is an update? That means where target is null, okay, where target is null, that will become insert. Okay, this is nothing but like inner join only, right? Employee number 3 and employee number 3 both are present means like inner join only, right?
Yeah.
So employee number 4 which is not present in target, that becomes insert. Okay, so in the, that is like straightforward in and not in. But when it comes to join, how come you identify straightforwardly inserts means source left outer join target on condition where your target is null, target dot that primary key is null, because you will not identify if you join 4 and this nothing, there is no match, right? 4 and where to join, so obviously your target will show as null. So like that. So these are the very important things actually. Okay, for entire data warehouse this is the method you follow. For the entire data warehouse you will follow this method. That's okay, we will discuss on this example later, like in detailed manner. So just want to touch up, okay, just initiate your thinking, and at the same time find how to find a delete. Let us say on the day 3, okay, that's okay, fine, I don't want to discuss these things because there are a couple of scenarios that we need to like means I need to form a requirement actually. Okay, it's not very straightforward, so we have a lot of conditions. That's okay, fine. At least for basic things I just given you. Okay, so now coming to self join. Okay, coming to self join. So if you see the employee, who is the manager of Smith? Here is Smith. Who is manager of Smith? Any guess? You already know that.
Jones.
So how did you say that?
Same department number in manage.
See, same department 20. You're saying 20, right? See here, the relationship is, and anyone from computer science, because you everyone work with employee table, right? Your academics and labs.
Yeah.
So who is the Smith? Who is the manager of the Smith?
Jones.
So here, if you observe this data, Smith MGR, what is this MGR column? Manager ID 7902. Who is 7902? Who is 7902 here? Ford. You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because see, what is the purpose of this table? Employee table, which contains employee information. Even though he is your manager, he is also an employee, right? Basically, for an organization, he is an employee, right?
Yeah.
Even though he is your manager, he is an employee of organization. Obviously, his information also will be in this employee table, right? Are you getting my point? Because
Yeah.
see, if any company will have the employee directory, in the employee directory, if you type your ID, you will get all the details. At the same time, even if you type your manager ID also, you will get all the details. It is nothing exception, right? It won't get manager things. He is also an employee, right? That is employee directory. That means any employee information will be provided in that. Similarly, the first step you need to choose is manager ID. Okay, manager ID. Let me explain you this thing. you have to take two instances of employee table. In the first step, what you have to do is Alan manager ID 7698. Okay, you have to pick 7698 and you have to search who is 7698 here. 7698 Blake. So that Alan manager is Blake. It's like finding A is equal to B, B is equal to C. That means A is equal to C, manager of this thing, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, Ward, who is manager ID of 7698. Again, you search who is 7698, Blake. Yes, Ward manager also Blake. So like that, you got my point?
Yeah.
So this is one instance of employee table and this is another instance of employee table. I am considering this instance of employee table as worker and this instance of employee table as manager, because I should not give the same name, right? It will get confused. So that's why what I am doing is from employee I am mentioning as one as worker and another as manager. Where on what basis I am joining? Your worker dot manager ID should be equal to this employee number, isn't it? That's what you are trying to identify, right? Whatever the MGR ID that you are identifying in this table, you are trying to match with the employee number in this table, right?
Yeah.
So literally worker dot MGR should be equal to, in the manager table, it should be equal to your employee number. And what I am choosing is from the worker table, from this table I am choosing this employee name, and from that table also I am choosing employee name. Okay, as worker. So column names also I am giving worker and manager only. See, you got it? See, Alan, Blake only, right?
Yeah.
This is very much important. Like this will be very defaultly asked in any question, like in any interview. Okay, sometimes on top of this also they will ask, means at least this is the basic first step you should know. Considering this table, this whole data set as input, there will be more questions. Okay, but at least try to understand this thing. This is nothing but self join. You can call it as inner join also, because table 1 comma table 2 where condition, inner join only. But since you are joining between the same tables, that's why you call it as self join. A table joining to itself is nothing but self join. Got it? So everyone, did you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So remember, this is too much important. Next thing, cross join. Yeah. So let's coming to cross join. So what is this cross join means? Sometimes it's a Cartesian product also. Of course, Cartesian product is like join method and cross join is join type. That's okay. So what is this Cartesian product is? In mathematics, your relations. When I say A is equal to 1, 2, 3, for example, I am saying, and B is equal to ABC. What is A cross B? Any idea?
Yeah, 1 comma A, 1 comma B,
Right.
1 comma C.
So 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, 3C. So from that output, what did you understand? Each element in this set is have a relationship with each element in this set, isn't it? Whenever you say 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, 3C, that each element in this will have, it will maintain all the relationship with all the elements. So that is nothing but cross join. This is very dangerous. Why? Because these three and these three, total 3 into 3, 9. So the output will be 9 elements. The output will be 9 elements. Similarly, your employee table will be having how many rows? 14 rows. Your department table will be having 6 rows, total 84 rows will be there. When 84 rows will be there, means if you try to miss any join condition, okay, that is very serious. Let us say wantedly only I am not joining anything. Select star from employee comma department. 70 rows. Okay, 5 rows are there in department table. 14 into 5, 70. What will happen is each row in the employee table will have its own connection with all the rows in the department table. Like that, 14 into 5, 70. What happens means, see, you are only seeing, right? You got 70 rows. Now you need to understand that the disadvantage. If you get just for simple table only, you got 70 rows. If you are joining some million rows into at least some 10,000 rows, imagine million rows into 10,000, what will be your output? Okay, first of all, forget about the output. Like, don't see the count. That also need to be considered. Second thing is space. See, whenever I am writing select, all these things are done in temporary table space. Okay, temporary table space. That's okay. You can consider temporary space. Okay, it will get filled up, right? It will get filled up. See, even your phone will get stuck if the temporary table space is not there. Will become slow actually. Even if your system will be slow because of temporary table space will not be there, because I am opening this notepad, SQL plus, right? Means all these applications. Means if you consider Windows, all these things will be stored in temp only. I think everyone knows temp, right? Because whenever you feel sometimes like you'll open temp and you will clear all the things, right? Like this. You got the point? So similarly, database also will have its own temporary table space. Okay, so your temporary table space will get filled up. Okay, sometimes it may because of the filter, you are not only running a single query, there are multiple jobs running. So those jobs also will be try to create temporary tables. Will try to use that same temp table space, right? Then in that case, everything messed up. It will throw error. Okay, like unable to extend segment. Okay, so that will happen. And first of all, that's okay. Since if you miss any joint condition, means if you didn't give any proper joint condition, so this is the result that you are going to have in the backend. Okay, here we have select, but in the backend it will never show. All these rows will start getting filled up in the temporary table space. You're not knowing what happened, like how much time it is taking. It is trying to fill up all the space. Finally, nothing will happen. Your space will get filled up. Okay, only you know only if you get error. So that is how. Remember this point. Okay, this is nothing but cross join. Okay, this is nothing but cross join. Then you might get doubt. Okay, cross join can be used in real time or not? Yes, 100%. Yes. Then how come? I only said it will get filled up temporary table space and everything. So and again I am only saying you can use in real time. How come? So there is conditions apply. Okay. What are those conditions applying? Either of the tables. Okay, you are joining either of the rather than the tables I can say data set. Okay, should be one row. Should be one row. So 1 million rows into one, what will happen? 1 million only. You got the point? That's why in those cases only you have to join. You can prefer cross join. Suppose all the 14 rows in the employee table cross joining with one row in the department table. That is fine. You will get only the 14 rows. Okay. So for now we have a relation. Okay. No need to go for cross join, but wantedly I am saying for cross join. How do you achieve this thing is, see, when I say employee comma department, see, when I say employee, focus on this. When I say EMP means all the 14 rows. When I say DEPT means all the 5 rows. But I can also say select employee comma, select star from department where department number is equal 20. See, like this also I can say. Don't worry. Oh, suddenly what is this syntax? Means, see, when I am writing EMP, that means nothing but select star from employee only. Means all the 14 rows. Here you need to understand one thing. Data set matters. Here 14 rows. Whenever you want to choose only one row here, how come you can get one row? If you say simply department, that means 5 rows. How can you can one row means you can write the query here. This whole query will be treated as one table, one data set. That's why I'm saying one result set. 14 rows result will be cross-joined with one row result. See, you got only 14 rows, right? See, you got only 14 rows now. Of course, see, in this case, wantedly I joined. See, already you are having a relation employee and department with department 20. See, when do you perform cross-join is if two tables you want to cross-join that doesn't have any relationship. That doesn't have any relationship. This is one more twist. How come? How come you can join two tables without any relationship? Means generally most of the cases will be joining calendar table. You will be having calendar table. Let us say you want to run some employee data. Okay, calendar table means your calendar table will contain for each and every day it will contain one row. So suppose you are running on this specific day, you have to cross join with, okay, you have to cross join with in the calendar table. You need to choose today's date, this date, and then you have to run it. So that's okay, fine. So for now, so just I'm giving an explanation. So once you get into real time, you'll come to know. Okay, so let's not discuss more on this. So and focus on this thing also. For the first time, we will be seeing like this employee comma. The only thing you need to understand is data set. Okay, this data and this data I am joining. So whenever I say employee table, simply the thing that it should come in your mind is 14 rows. When I say select star from employee, how the result set look like? That result set and this result set. So how to get this result set? Only department number 20. So I can form a query like this. Okay, so this itself will act as department table. Okay, this itself will act as department table. You can write anything with SQL, anywhere. Of course, like syntactically it has to be approved. So like this also you can write. So do you have any doubts in writing this syntax? Anyone? Do you have any doubts in writing this syntax? Okay, the only thing you need to understand is select star from employee. You know this thing, right? So employee, when I am writing EMP, that means what EMP? Means I am selecting all the 14 rows only. See, same thing. It doesn't matter anything. Okay. So everyone got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the end of today's class. So today we will start with the constraints.
Okay.
So like constraints is nothing but like set of rules. Okay, so set of rules which are applied on the database level to maintain integrity. Okay, so
Okay.
when you say like what does set of rules in the sense, like similarly we are observing in the front end also, like you might be seeing some columns like username and password, those are mandatory columns, and
Okay.
some of the fields like in the first name, middle name, last name. So first name and last name is a mandatory column, whereas middle name is the optional column, right?
Optional column.
So
Yeah.
those are
Yeah.
nothing but like set of rules, whatever we see, right?
Okay.
Similarly, at the database end also, whenever we are defining one column and particular, like whatever the business that related to column, so once you know the business, so then we need to apply the constraint.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So the types of constraints are, the first thing is not null.
Okay.
So not null means value should be present in that for that column. Okay. So no value should be null.
Yeah.
And second one is unique, means it is not mandatory to have a value, but if you have a value, that should be unique.
Okay.
Because unique constraint only defines about the uniqueness, but it doesn't define something that value should be present or not.
Okay.
Not null is something value should be present. It doesn't matter whether it is unique or non-unique.
Yeah. Okay.
And at the same time, unique also tells that whatever the value existing, that should be unique.
Okay. Okay.
So next is primary key. So primary key is nothing but it's a mixture of both unique and not null. Means
Not null.
value should be there and that should be unique.
Okay.
Okay. So like SSL.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Primary key. Okay.
Okay.
And next one is the check constraint.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to impose any logic like, okay, so I need only these values in this column. So if you enter other than those values, so definitely it won't allow actually. So those kind,
Okay.
it's like a check.
I got one doubt, Bhaiya. Like someone said, like unique doesn't allow more than one null value, right?
No, it's not like that.
Okay. It can be any null value, but if we have any value, that should be unique.
No. Like,
Okay.
see, unique, it will not allow null values.
Okay.
Sorry, unique, it allows only unique values. It doesn't allow duplicate values.
Okay. But there can be any number of nulls.
Yeah, any number of nulls.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, someone said me like that, so I was confused, so I was asking. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So in Teradata, you have another thing. Okay, that's okay. I don't want to. So I'm not sure about the SQL Server.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter how many nulls it has, but whatever the values it has, that should be
It
unique.
should be unique. Okay.
Yeah. So check constraints. So these are the 4 constraints.
Okay. You said check if we allow some value.
Hmm.
Can you tell me one more time about check?
Check in the sense like suppose if gender column is there.
Okay.
The gender column, you are supposed to enter M or F.
Okay.
That's it. You cannot enter something like ABCDs.
Okay. Okay.
If I try to even enter, means just an example I am saying.
Okay.
If you try to insert any value other than M or F, it should not allow. It means it like something it violates the rule.
Okay. Okay.
That's why it doesn't allow.
Okay. Yeah.
So we'll create one table with all the constraints
Okay.
so that it will be yep. So create table. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So employee underscore A. Okay.
Do foreign key comes on the different?
Yeah, that is different. Yeah.
Okay.
So employee number.
Employee number int.
So integer and primary key. Simply I can write like this. This is a very simple way.
Yeah. Okay.
The standard way is constraint, the keyword, and constraint name. So how do you define the constraint name is whenever you see the constraint name, so it indicates all the information, which by seeing the constraint name itself, you have to get the information. So you have to give the constraint name in such a way. Suppose, see, if you are inserting, see already employee number 1 is there.
Okay.
If you are inserting again 1, so it will violate and it will throw, okay, so and so constraint is violated.
Okay.
At that time, the constraint name will be given at the time of throwing error.
Okay. Okay.
So one thing, if you don't define the constraint name, definitely system will create its own constraint name so that it will be hard for us to tell, okay, because of this rule our means code got error. So the only easiest way is at the time of throwing error, if you define your own constraint name, by seeing the constraint name itself, you can say, oh, because of this thing we got the error.
Okay. Okay.
So the constraint name also should be in such a way that table name means table name underscore column name employee number underscore type of constraint. This is primary key, like, so I will say simply PK.
Oh, okay.
So by seeing the constraint name itself, when this is violated, so that I can easily understand by seeing underscore PK, oh, this is something primary key violation.
Okay. Okay.
So immediately I can go to this table and I can see which is the constraint name, or else I can simply, okay, on the employee number column, this is violation, like that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so in the employee underscore A table, like that.
Okay.
Means it's like for debugging also, it means you should write the code in such a way that whenever something mishap, okay,
Okay.
like you should be in a position to debug it easily.
Okay.
Yeah. So generally, like if you don't give anything, system will generate its own constraint. This is not mandated but a standard. Okay.
Okay.
Simply I can give primary key. Next thing. Next is first name. It's a varchar 2 of I'm giving 20. Okay. And I am mentioning not null. Means value should not be null. Something I should enter. Middle name. I'm giving varchar 2 of 20 and I don't incorporate any constraint.
Okay.
Eagle name. Some people will have, otherwise won't have, right?
Okay.
So last name. So varchar 2 of 20, last name also it's mandated. That's why I'm giving not null. Let's say job. Job varchar 2 of 20. I can give not null because whoever are in the employee table, they must contain the job value, right?
Yeah.
It should not be null. So that's it. And hide date. So this is a date data type. So hide date also should not be null.
Okay.
That is the email ID. So email ID, the varchar 2 of 20 I am giving, and this time I am giving unique.
Okay.
Generally email ID also should not be null, but anyway, and just for example sake, I am mentioning one more column unique.
Okay.
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 Yeah. Gender char of 1. Okay. So here
Okay.
I am using check constraint. See, check
Okay.
of
Yeah.
upper of gender in M comma F. Why I am applied upper of gender
Okay.
means, suppose some people have the habit of entering in small letters, some people have the habit of entering in capital letters.
Yeah.
So whichever M you enter, it will automatically convert and it compares with capital M only.
Upper. Yeah. Okay.
So even if you write small m, upper of small m is nothing but capital M. So that is compared against capital M only, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Otherwise, what you have to mention is if you don't want to convert, you have to check small m, small f, capital M, capital F. So it should be in those four only.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
yeah, so like that. I'll create this table. So table created. Got it?
Yes.
And suppose I am trying to insert. So insert into employee underscore A. So this is the basic format of writing insert. Insert into table name values of. Generally, you should give column names also here. Like this.
Okay.
Employee number, comma, like first name, comma, last name. Since I am entering all the columns, generally it will be good if you enter. Even if you don't enter, not a problem. The only thing
Okay.
is you need to take care which value you are entering for which column. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So employee number, let us say 1, and first name, let us say F, and middle name I'll say M, and last name is L, and job I'll say some software engineer, and hide date I will say sysdate, system
Okay.
date. Email
Yeah.
at
System.
some abc at some xyz.com. Okay.
Okay.
and gender male. I'll enter like this. So one row created. Okay.
Okay.
So I will try to select what is that row that got inserted into employee underscore A. So you got all the details here, right?
Sysdate and getDate is same.
Yeah, that in SQL Server get date is same. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah.
Yeah. So you inserted. So whatever the value that you insert, you are able to visualize, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
remember one point. Whatever the value you are able to retrieve and you are able to see, that is showing from the buffer only, not from the database.
Okay.
You're getting my point?
Okay.
What is the difference? Buffer means it's temporary.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right.
Uh-huh. Whatever I am showing here, I am opening a notepad and this notepad I didn't save.
Yeah. Yeah.
Means this is not stored in hard disk. Means whatever I am explaining in this notepad, those are things showing from memory.
Okay.
RAM.
Okay.
Okay.
RAM. Yeah.
Similarly, I didn't give commit here.
Okay.
Okay. So after DML statements, you have to give manually.
Okay.
Okay. You have to give the commit.
Okay.
It will insert. Where it will insert? It will insert in buffer.
Okay.
Okay. So you can, without saving notepad, you can type here everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever the
Yeah.
contents that you are writing, the space internally is maintained by memory.
Okay.
So similarly, when you insert some row, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and if you don't give commit means that becomes uncommitted transaction.
Okay.
So uncommitted transactions are always in the buffer only.
Okay.
So only if you give commit, it will get committed into database.
Okay.
So here, see, after inserting, there are two chances for you. One thing is commit, second one is rollback.
Okay.
It means
Yeah.
save it. Rollback means just roll it back. Means suppose if I apply rollback, what will happen? Let's see and select. See, there is no row.
Okay. Okay.
This
Uh-huh.
row, which is in the buffer currently, when I roll back, immediately it went into previous state. Means previous,
Yeah.
before inserting, where is that row? It is not existing, right?
Yes. Yes.
Immediately it went into not existence. Means in simple sense, the uncommitted transactions from the buffer are flushed out.
Okay. Okay.
That's what happened.
Once if we roll back, we cannot retrieve it, right?
Yes. Once you
Okay.
roll back, you cannot commit, and once you commit, you cannot roll back. Why? Because
Roll back. Yeah. Okay.
suppose let us say some transactions are in the memory.
Okay.
So first case you have given commit.
Okay.
All the transactions will be made permanent to the database. So no more transactions now in the memory.
Yeah. Okay.
So even if you give rollback, how it works? Because there is nothing, right?
Yes. Yes.
So once you commit, rollback will not work. Work in the sense it won't throw any error.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Second thing. Suppose same situation. So if all the transactions, uncommitted transactions are in the buffer.
Okay.
You roll back, what will happen? The memory will be flushed out.
Flashed out. So there is no point of committing it. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So I insert it again. And this time I have given commit. See, okay. See, for us there will not be any difference, right? Until I explain, there is no difference, right? Because here also I selected without committing, and here also I selected with committing. There is no difference in the.
Yes.
The only thing is like if you commit, it will show from the database. Before commit, it will show from the buffer.
Buffer. Okay.
What is the proof means? Try to roll back. Still,
Yeah.
no is there, right?
Okay. Okay.
Logically, it makes sense to
Okay.
observe how transactions are going on.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And DDL statements are auto commit. Means create is the DDL statement.
Okay.
DML statement means insert, update, delete, merge.
Delete. Okay. Okay.
DDL statements are create, alter, drop, truncate, rename.
Okay.
These are our auto commit statement. Means no need to give commit for by us.
Okay. Okay.
And remember, it is very clear. I am saying no need to give commit from our side, but system will give commit.
Okay.
So without commit, nothing will happen. That is the first thing you want to understand.
Okay.
Second thing is whether you are giving or system is giving. That is the point. Ultimately, commit will happen internally.
Okay.
When I say create,
I mean, when the system, okay, in create, in In DML function that will happen, right?
This is DDL, create table.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, sorry. In DDL function,
When I
the
execute
system will auto-generate a
commit,
commit function. Right?
commit
Yeah,
state,
okay.
not function, commit state.
I mean, commit statement. Yes, I need to be so.
Okay.
Commit
So this
statement.
hidden commit, whatever system is giving hidden, it will give in the backend.
Okay.
So
Okay.
immediately you cannot roll back the table that you create.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So here
Okay.
it's our chance whether you can like still you can change the settings with the database. There is one setting like set auto commit on. That means no, whatever the DMLs also you no need to give commit, automatically it will get.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, if you don't set that, again you have to give.
Okay.
So
Okay.
because this is very, it should be very clear actually. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll discuss one example. Okay, after end of this class.
Okay.
So there probably you'll try to realize. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So now inserted, right?
Okay.
I am trying to insert again the same column. What it is saying, unique constraint violated.
Violated. Yes.
The unique constraint means in the primary key, it's a combination of two constraints, unique and not null.
Okay.
Immediately it is saying unique constraint. See, what is the unique constraint? Constraint name. This is the constraint name.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't mention
It's
any
giving that.
constraint name when creating a table. So
Okay.
automatically system defines a constraint name by itself. But whenever you
Okay.
use system defined constraint, you cannot able to recognize because of which column you are getting the error.
Okay. Okay.
So as I said, if you write some your own constraint by seeing the your own constraint, you can say, oh, because of this column you are getting the error, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
let us say fine one. I'm giving 2 now. Okay. Employee number 2.
Okay.
What did he saying? Unique constraint violated. See, if you see same unique constraint only. See,
Okay.
6_7467, this time 7468.
6/8. Yeah.
Because another unique constraint violating. What is that unique constraint means? Here email ID we have mentioned abc@xyz.com.
Yes.
Unique means whatever the value already existing, it should not be there again.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll give null means I won't provide any. So now it created, right?
Yeah.
So I'll give commit. Okay. Third thing what I will give is,
But C007468, how can we know that it's like that line?
that's what actually.
In general.
Yeah, we
Okay.
in general we will give constraint name.
Oh, we will give constraint.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we will give constraint name.
Okay.
That is standard. Yeah.
Okay.
So see, whenever you say unique constraint, one thing you need to check out the primary keys and unique constraints.
Okay.
Because of those things only your unique constraint will get violated.
Mm-hmm.
Let us say in the case of first name I am giving null, suppose. See what it is saying, cannot insert null in
Null.
first name.
Yeah.
It will say like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So now everything is clear, null and all those things. Okay. So primary key
Male.
I'm changing 3. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm changing it as 3. And
Okay.
instead of gender male, I am giving some A.
Okay.
So now check constraint violated.
Yeah.
Got it? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Fine. So
Okay.
as long as you have many types of constraints or many constraints on a single table, so it will be always a burden.
Okay.
Why? Because it has to check every time. Simple thing.
Yeah.
If you
Okay.
don't have that check, obviously so one step will get reduced, right?
Yes. Yes.
For one row, if million rows are there, million steps will get reduced, right?
Yes.
So that's the reason. If there is a front end, suppose if there is any application that you are using,
Okay.
so obviously at the application level only they will impose all these constraints. Whenever you are
Okay.
entering the first name or last name,
Yeah.
definitely there will be red stars. What is that? Mandatory fields means you cannot escape those
From
fields.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously you have to give, right?
Yes.
So of course basic primary keys and all those things will be definitely be imposed on the table level. Why? Because while selecting and all those things, so those are the things that will be helpful to retrieve the query faster. But all these kind of constraints like check constraint, not null constraint, these things will be there, right?
Yes. Yes.
So these kind of things mostly will be taken care at the front end, kind of logics and all those things. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. So like this. Okay. Fine. We'll right. So this is end of this example. Okay. We'll go for a small example. Okay.
Okay.
Now, how to create a table as it is like employee table. Of course, with different name only.
Okay.
Means generally in operating system, what you will do if you want to create a same file, what you will do? Control C, Control V.
Okay.
It will come with different name.
Create table name, insert into
So
this.
create table. Okay.
Yeah.
The one thing is, first of all, you have to create a table like this. That means one thing,
Yes.
very crude way of doing is go to whatever the tool that you are using, get the definition of this table, you change the table name, that's it, create.
Okay.
You create and you can insert into the table,
Yeah.
select star from this
Yeah.
table. Okay.
Yeah.
But without using insert statement also, you can like copy only. You can create a table from create statement only.
Okay.
So create table, let us say employee underscore B as select star from employee underscore A.
Okay.
Let us say employee. For now, I am just saying employee. See, table created. Select star from employee underscore B. You got that employee underscore B as it is like employee table only, right?
Yes. Yes.
No change also, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So means one thing is you should be very careful because why you want the same table again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Of course, there will be these kind of things are temporary things. Okay.
Okay.
Means you will have the requirement. So based on the requirement, sometimes you will be copying a table as it is. Okay. It's like a
Mm-hmm.
temporary purpose only. Means once your work is done, so what you will do is safe side back
Okay.
you will be taking once all your work is done, you will drop this table.
Okay.
Okay, but anyway, just the statement focus on how to create a table from another table.
Okay.
Create table name as select star from table name. See,
Okay.
you know, right? If you say select star from employee, what will happen?
Yeah, each and every
Exactly, the
column will be
will
selected.
happen and
If
create.
we select only a few columns, then only few columns will be
So
created.
again, here select plays the major role. Whatever you can simply join and all those things, get join multiple
Okay.
tables and get columns from multiple tables and simply say create table as that's it.
Okay.
However
Yeah.
you select, like that table will be created.
Okay.
Okay. So next thing, how to create a table from another table without data,
Okay.
because
Uh-huh.
you got the table with data.
Yes.
So one thing is you create a table from another table with data and truncate.
Truncate. Yeah.
Truncate table employee underscore B. See, now try to select from employee underscore B. No row selected.
Yes.
Means you truncate it. Truncate means what will happen? It will just flush out all the data.
Flush out all the data.
Table will
Yeah.
be there.
Yeah.
Okay, table will be there. It flushes out all the data. It's like throwing all the dust from your dustbin, but bin will be there. You won't throw dustbin.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So this is it.
Okay.
So if I drop the table, how to drop the table means drop table employee underscore B. Table will be dropped.
Drop table. Yeah.
You try to select the table, it will say not exist.
No table exists. Yeah.
The object itself will not be there, whatever you created.
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing that you observe here is if you create a table from another table without data, one thing you created in the first step with the data.
Okay.
Let us say here only 14 rows. Suppose you are copying some like 20-30 million data.
Yeah.
To copy the 20 to 30 million data, it will take some time.
Yes.
And
Yes.
to truncate in the sense to flush out all the data from the table also, it will take some time, 20 to 30 million.
Yes.
You have to think, okay, so is this a smarter way? It's not, right?
Yeah.
So one thing very crude way is get the definition like this, create table and just change the table name and you can create.
Yeah. Okay.
So then how come if it, I will say, okay, I won't give definition, okay?
Okay.
We don't have definition currently. So what you can say is simply you can say create table select star from employee, but you can just give any false condition in the where clause.
Okay.
equal to 2. 1
Where 1 is equal to 2. Yeah.
okay. So see, no data.
Yeah.
So did you get the statement what I have written?
Yes. Yes.
Because whenever you select a table and in the where condition, if the condition is not satisfied, you will get 0 rows,
Okay.
right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Anywhere can see. If I say select star from employee where e name is equal,
Where
okay. So if I say Srikanth, no rows.
no row selected. Yes. Okay.
So why to take risk by giving, if suppose Srikanth is there, suddenly it will create. That's why give false condition.
1 is equal to 2. Yeah. Nowhere 1 is equal to 2. Okay.
Yeah, that's it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
This is the way. Got it?
Yeah. Is this works only I mean Oracle? I mean this generally this create table only in Oracle or even SQL also the same syntax is there?
Not sure actually. Yeah,
Okay.
mostly it will be
I'll
like the same syntax only, because in Teradata also I have observed similar kind of.
I'll check it. Not a problem.
Yeah, probably some clauses might be there. I'm thinking like with no data or with data like that.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, fine. So yeah, another thing. Okay, now I have a table employee underscore be same as employee table, right?
Okay.
So now I can insert. Another way of inserting, insert into employee underscore b. So now employee underscore b and employee both have a similar structure, right? So I can give select star from employee. So now it will insert all the 14 rows into that. 14 rows into that employee underscore b, 8 columns.
Yeah.
One thing you need to make sure is how is the structure of employee underscore b, means with eight columns only, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
whatever you are selecting in the star, that means 8 columns only.
Yeah.
And that 8 columns and these 8 columns. So are you willing one by one? Okay. So employee number should insert into employee number like that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So in the real time, you should not use star. That's what I said in the very first place.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You should write all the
Yeah.
columns.
Okay.
And it's
Okay.
very better that if you write insert into table name and in the within the brackets, if you write all the columns, that is pretty much better.
Okay. Okay.
So that everyone who is reading the code can be able to correlate. Okay, what is the first column here? Okay, whether, because if any,
Yeah.
see, what sometimes what will happen is,
Mm-hmm.
let us say first name, last name is there.
Okay.
In the table definition, employee underscore b, there might be first name after last name.
Okay.
Means the sequence is first name, next last name.
Okay.
And whatever you are selecting, suppose you are selecting last name and then first name,
Okay.
won't throw any error. It will show. Why? Because
Yeah.
it matters only whether it is the same.
First name is copied to last name and last name is copied to first.
Yeah. So then that kind of scenarios, right?
Okay.
If there are any
But what if like 100 of columns are there? We need to copy all those things.
yes, you should.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah. Even 200 columns also you should do.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be a big confusion, right? Like
That's what.
taking out, dragging it
Very
and
careful. Yes.
okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So you should write. You cannot give star.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. That is more confusable. Giving star means that is more confusable to everyone.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this is the way. So now I didn't commit. If you observe here,
Yeah. Yeah.
so only if you give commit, it will be okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now I am going to drop the table. So just for the sake of examples, I have created. Okay.
Yeah.
Drop table employee underscore a. Drop table employee underscore b. Both the tables I dropped. Okay. So now I will
Okay.
create very small table. Okay.
Okay.
Employee underscore a with only 2 columns. Employee
Okay.
underscore, nothing primary keys and nothing, because already we have seen in example
Yeah. Yeah.
varchar
Yeah.
of 10. Okay. So I created.
Okay. Yes.
Fine. So now if you want to see what are all the structure, so simply say you can describe employee underscore a. It will say okay, employee number and employee name.
Okay.
Now if I want to add one column to this structure,
Mm-hmm.
alter
Alter table.
table name. Now I want to add. So add.
Yeah.
So similarly, how you define whenever you're defining a table, it's the same way that you define. Add letters.
Add column name. Okay.
job like
Okay.
2 of 10. And one thing you should remember, you cannot add constraints like this.
Okay. Okay.
Why? Because see, already table is existing.
Yeah.
You are adding column.
Okay.
So how can you say not null before only?
Okay.
Because table is existing, right? Means already
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
table has data. So then that will be
Okay. Okay. Then if the column created, everything will be null.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
So now table altered.
Okay.
So describe employee underscore A. So now see
DESC is disk.
the describe. You can simply write full describe. Describe.
Okay. Okay.
It will give the same thing.
Yeah.
Suppose job varchar 2 of 10. So now I came to know no, it's not varchar 2 of 10. So I want to extend furthermore, like say it is 15.
Okay. Alter and again alter.
Alter table.
Alter table name.
So this time is modify.
Modify. Okay.
What I want to modify is job and give what exactly you want to.
Yeah. I have seen in W3 school in Oracle it is modify and SQL it is alter.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
No, alter is a command. Actually, modify is an option.
Okay. Ah, yeah. In alter only there are three things: add, alter, and drop.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay, okay, fine. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
aware of this thing. Okay.
Okay.
So now job modify to varchar 2 of 15.
Okay.
Okay, so alter is very rarely used, even 1%.
Okay. Okay.
And because mostly I worked on Teradata and in Oracle also I worked parallelly. Okay.
Okay.
In data warehousing environment, so we don't alter actually.
Okay. Okay.
Unless and until if it is something like ER modeling, that
Mhm.
depends on architecture because I completely worked on dimensional modeling,
Okay. Okay.
not relational modeling. Okay.
Okay.
So in the dimensional modeling, I see they won't alter much regularly actually.
Okay.
So then how it comes whenever if I want to alter means it's not like they won't alter. They will alter but not with alter command.
Excuse me. Okay.
So they will alter but not with alter command.
Okay.
I'll tell that also. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, will be used again. Relational modeling means again it will be used. That depends on your project again.
Okay.
So now I want to drop this column. I don't want. So alter table name, drop. You need to mention the keyword column. Drop column job.
Column. Oh, okay.
Describe. Now there is no job column.
Yeah.
These are other things very rarely used, even at the time whenever you require. First of all, DBS will do.
Okay.
Again, that depends on the project whether you will give instructions and DBA will do or DBA will take care whenever you. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but this is very less likely to be used. Even you can Google and you can give it also, not a problem.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
much to be concentrated.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. One. Like yeah, rename. So rename employee underscore A to employee underscore B. Table rename. Now you try to describe A, it won't. It will say it won't exist. Why? Because we changed the name to B, right?
Yes. Yes.
Got it?
Okay.
Yep. This is drop table employee underscore A. I'll drop this table. Okay, sorry, employee underscore B.
B. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'll create again employee underscore A as select star from employee. Got it? Okay.
Yes.
So now I want to update. Update. What I want to
Update
update
table.
is yeah. So update table name. So employee underscore A. Set
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 value.
department number is equal to, let us say, null, where department number is equal to 60. So wherever it is 60, I will say it is null and
Okay.
let me commit. So what will happen is, so whatever the department number 60 became null here. See,
Null. Yeah.
and one thing you should remember, be careful to use where condition.
Where condition.
If you
Okay.
don't use where condition, so what will happen is it will update everything.
Yeah. Department number total will be null.
So if I don't give where condition and say 14 rows will get updated. See,
Yeah.
all the departments are null.
Yeah.
Luckily, I didn't commit, so I can go
Okay.
back to normal. Okay.
Generally, you said like sometimes there will be like system commit, right?
Hmm.
What if we suddenly did something and we want to roll back or we want to
You can.
get the data?
You cannot.
So, oh, no way we can't get the data?
Yeah, again, you have to take the help of means on your hands you cannot get it back.
Okay.
So
Okay.
again, you need help of DBA.
So mostly we should not keep the auto commit or everything. After
Yeah.
rechecking it, we need to commit it.
Yeah. See, even Oracle provides the options. The one thing is your project within the project, DBA has to enable that thing. Something
Okay.
back. Okay.
Okay.
There. So provided that only your project they will provide that if they enable, then only you can get it. Oracle will have your because see everything is like maintenance. If you want to get it back, something which is somewhere it should get stored, right? If they want to store somewhere means obviously they need some space, right? It's like a maintenance only, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Fine. And another thing is like see once you are working in session, only within that session if you give commit on, then only. If some other person gives commit, it won't happen. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. That's what isolation. Okay. I don't know like whether you have known acid properties of database whenever you are studying DBMS.
Okay.
Those
No,
are
I don't
basic
remember.
acid properties. Yeah. Atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So yeah, whatever the answer. So what is the database basic I can suggest is isolation.
Isolation. Okay.
Yeah. Is whatever the question you ask, that will be related to these four only.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and delete. Okay.
Yeah.
So delete from table name. If I say simply delete from table name, all rows will be deleted.
Okay.
So now try
It's
to
like delete star from table name.
no rows will be there.
But we never use this delete star or delete from table name, right?
If you want to delete complete data from the table, generally you use truncate.
Truncate, yeah.
So not the delete. Okay. So still I can roll back it because I didn't commit. So see now you got the data back. Or else you no need to use from also. Even if you say delete table name, that also will delete.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So roll back. Mostly some people will know or not know. Even if you give delete table name also will work or not.
Yeah, recently we have seen it, yes.
It
In the W3 schools. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in SQL something was not working. Direct delete table name or delete from table name is one or the other thing was not working actually.
Delete table name.
Yeah, delete table name.
Yeah. So if I want to delete something, delete from table name. Let's say where department number is equal to like 10 or 20, whatever the condition.
Yeah.
2 rows deleted. See, 12 rows only. I can commit if I want.
Yeah.
Like this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I'm going to drop this table. Okay.
Okay.
So one thing. Now the difference between truncate and delete.
Delete. Yeah.
Whatever you ask. Yeah. So very basic thing that you need to understand is
Truncate doesn't have where condition. Delete have where condition.
Yeah, coming to means starting from the basic. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So theoretically, even if we start theoretically,
Okay.
so truncate is basically a DDL statement.
DDL. Okay. Data definition.
Yeah, data definition. And delete is something like DML statement.
Okay.
Okay, means the statement level only, those are different first of all.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So thing and whatever you said, delete
will have the where class, whereas truncate will not have the where class.
Yeah. Okay.
So in the sense you can derive another point. Means if you have where class, that means you can select, or sorry, you can delete whatever the data you need.
Okay.
So
I mean, I have a question now. So as truncate is a DDL command, right? Suppose we truncate the table, can we roll back?
no.
So we cannot roll back in truncate.
Yeah, you cannot roll back because that's what I said, right? So since truncate is DDL statement, what I said,
Yeah, that's what.
auto.
Yeah, it will have auto commit. Yeah, that's what I asked the question. Okay.
Okay, you cannot roll back the data.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so whenever you want to delete complete data from a table, then truncate is preferable than delete.
Okay.
And of course, like another point is when you
Yeah.
say you cannot roll back the data in truncate, whereas you can roll back the data in delete, that means
Okay.
you need to understand something. Means you are able to roll back the data in delete means obviously you are storing it somewhere.
Yeah.
If I
In
say
the
control Z, see it back to
yes.
normal position. Means
Yeah. Yeah.
so all the things, see, and control Y, nothing. So again control Z, undo.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Somewhere it is storing.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Yeah.
is nothing but memory only.
Okay.
Okay, so it is very dangerous to have in some in the case of millions of rows.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
use
Okay.
delete. First of all, it will put into the memory.
Okay.
So only if you commit, it will perform. So since space
Delete.
resources are wasting, because see, first thing you need to understanding is
Okay.
space is required to store that million rows.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, space is required to store the million rows. Second thing is resources should be provided to copy to that space.
Okay.
Someone has to work to copy to that space, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so space as well as resources. So that's why it will be slow. Okay, whenever you
Okay.
perform
Okay.
deleting all the rows, you can check like truncate versus delete. So truncate performs faster than delete.
Okay.
And other thing is in the back end, whenever you are deleting using delete, okay,
Mm-hmm.
triggers will be fired. Triggers
Triggers. Okay.
for every row. Okay, deleted, 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 like that. But
Okay.
in the case of truncate, triggers will not fire.
Okay. I mean, can you just give me a brief, like what is triggers?
Trigger is something like database event. See, whenever I said delete, it is saying 2 rows deleted, right?
Yes.
This is nothing but the trigger.
Okay. Okay.
It triggers, okay, 2 rows deleted, like that. But truncate,
Okay.
and of course, like again depends actually. So, 1 second. Okay,
Is it something like a report of what we are
it's
doing?
not a report actually. No, no, no. It's not a report. In
Okay.
database event, trigger will
Okay.
trigger firing in the sense if any database event occurs for every row, it fires actually.
Okay. Uh-huh.
So since truncate on its whole statement level, it will fire only once.
Okay.
And of
Okay.
course, it is set in a database level. Like if truncate does,
Yeah, if we delete even whole, it will delete by row. So for every row, it will write the trigger. Is that?
yeah.
Yeah.
And there is something like high watermark, but I don't want to discuss that thing because that is purely
Yeah.
database administration level.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so in simple sense, to make you understand,
Mm-hmm.
I will explain what is that high watermark. Suppose there is some values in the database, the data will get stored in blocks. Okay,
Okay.
like that. Let us say 20, 30, like this. Okay,
Okay.
if you delete 20 departments, so what will delete is 20 will get deleted, 20 will get deleted. But
Okay.
still the space will be like this only.
Okay.
But
Mm-hmm.
in case of truncate, it coalesces, means it will happen like this. It will shrink,
Okay.
and
Okay.
all the remaining space will be till here. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like this. Yeah, those are different concepts, high watermark and all those things. That's
Okay.
purely in depth.
Yeah.
That's a
I have even studied somewhere like truncate. If you delete, again if you insert, it will start from 1 to 10, and if delete, then it will start from 11 to 12. It seems, right?
Yes, that's what high watermark again.
Okay. High watermark. Okay. Those are the high watermark. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, because whatever you're compressing and all those things, this concept is of coalescing.
Okay.
Coalescing concept. Yeah, that's okay. That's your internal database internals. That's good to know.
Okay.
Only if you are interested.
Yeah. Okay.
Fine. So that's a difference between truncate and delete. So generally, if you know this kind of points, that will be better actually, because everyone knows that is DDL and DML. You cannot use where condition, and you can use where condition, and you cannot roll back all these things.
Yeah.
If you know this kind of thing, like undo table space will be used. Undo space will be used in the backend whenever you say
Okay.
delete.
Truncate. Okay. Delete.
Whenever you say
Okay.
delete, because whatever the undo means,
Yeah.
all the things will be stored in the space, right? That space is
Yeah.
undo table space. You can say simply undo space.
Undo space. All right.
Okay. So in truncate that will not be used.
Okay.
So if you say this point, yeah, that will be good actually. Good to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine. So yeah. So now we will go to sequence. Okay.
Okay.
Sequence is nothing but just give the sequence numbers. Okay.
Okay.
The table doesn't have any primary key. We'll have natural key. Natural key means like we'll define some our own sequence numbers like this, means that is not at all related to business.
Okay.
The primary key will not be a business key. It will be a natural key, means something which manually we generate. Manually in the sense we decided, okay, this is primary key.
Okay.
Got the point, right?
Yeah.
If you go to a bank, account number, customer number, these will be the primary keys.
Primary keys. Yes.
Okay. So suppose if you want to create tables out of some tables, and if you don't know which one to choose as primary key, okay, so you can select, okay, I will generate one sequence, and let's say 1 2 3 like that. Suppose transactions are there. Okay. If I want to store transactions. Okay. So what I will do is transaction ID is nothing but like a business wise transaction ID I can show, but if I want to maintain some table, okay, I will just say, okay, I don't want to put transaction ID, I will put my own sequence number. Okay, so that I will generate 1 2 3. That's it. Sequence. Like, see, even if you go to a supermarket, once your bill is generated, immediately for the next bill, automatically the sequence number will get generated.
Yes.
No one will separately sit and type, okay, this will be a next bill number, because lot of transactions are going on, right?
Yeah.
Those are auto generated.
Okay.
Yeah, means column name wise it will be transaction ID, but that will not be business key. That is the one which you generate like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So to create sequence name, what I will do is, okay, create sequence name. I'll say employee underscore a underscore seq. Okay. There are some few clauses. Start with 1. So my sequence should start with 1.
Okay.
Increment by. Okay, my sequence should increment by 1. Means increment by 1 means first it will start with 1. What is the next number means? How to decide means increment by.
Yeah.
Plus 1 like that. And there are some other clauses also, but we don't use such kind of things. Like max value. If you want to define max value, okay, my sequence should be, or the maximum value should be like this only.
Okay.
Okay, so you can use max value. Okay. But in general, you'll generally simply create like this.
Okay.
So what will happen is there are some other clauses in sequence, some sequence name. Okay. So start with 1, increment by 1, max value let us say 1000. After 1000 the sequence will get stopped.
Okay.
And
again it will.
Yeah, if you want to use cycle, you can use cycle. Cycle means after 1000 again it repeats from first onward.
Okay.
Generally in case of primary keys that you don't do.
Okay.
Because already there is one, right?
Yeah.
So by default it will be no cycle.
Okay.
And you can mention simply cache 40 like that. Means the next upcoming 40 values will be stored in cache.
Okay.
You don't want to, by default it's no cache.
Okay.
Like that. Even if you don't mention cache, simply mention cache and no number, by default it will take 20.
Okay.
Like that. Yeah, it's like a bit theory. You can study what are the options, but naturally, like in real time, so these will be the very sufficient things.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can concentrate only on these things. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So
If we add anything to the table, then the sequence number will be coming by 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
right,
Any rows to the table?
right.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll create one table. Let us say employee underscore A. Okay.
Okay.
Let us say employee number integer and employee name. I'll give some varchar2 of 10.
Okay.
Now I want to make use of sequence number in place of employee number.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So what I will do is, okay, first of all, how to see, if you want to know, okay, what is my current value in the sequence.
Okay.
So first thing, your sequence is not started.
Yeah.
Let us say, yeah. So insert, I will start and later we come how to see the sequence number. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Values of, yeah. So now instead of employee number, you have to use
Employee underscore underscore.
sequence name dot next val. Next val is a pseudo column again.
Okay.
Next val, cur val. Next val means next value, cur val means current value. So generally,
Okay.
yeah, next value. We'll use the dot next val, sequence name dot next val.
Okay.
Okay, let us say in the employee name, I will say A.
Okay.
Like this. So next I will say B. Next I will say C. And I will give commit. Select star from employee underscore A. See, 1, 2, 3. Automatically it got it. Okay.
Yeah. What if we don't give next value?
No, that's a
I mean,
syntax you should give.
generally, I mean, what if it not instead of next value, current?
Current
Something
value.
current.
If you give current value, the same current value is 3, right?
Okay.
So let us see. D.
Oh, okay. Next, it will not generate to the next number. Okay, it will only give.
3.
All right. Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Suppose. Okay, how to check what is the current sequence value means? Simply name dot curval
Current
dual.
value. Okay.
Dual is the table that you can see whatever you require.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. What is the sequence name? Sequence name dot. Okay, sorry. Not 2 times from, right? Actually, I need to check
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
sequence name from dual. So instead of star, I have to give
Employee
dot
sequence current value.
current value 3. If
3.
I want
Okay.
to see next value,
Next value. So what is dual? Dual is
see dual is one single row, single column table in Oracle. So where you can able to see your outputs. Like if you want 2 plus 3. So what if I want to know the value of 2 plus 3, I can use the dual table and I can get it displayed.
okay.
Like a temporary, yeah, table kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
So dot next value. Suppose what is the next value? 4, right?
4. Yes.
If I execute 5, 6.
5. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Suppose again if I try to use this in table now. Okay.
Okay.
Now.
Then it will give 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, not because we inserted the cur value, right? Not.
Okay. You should insert second next value. Okay. Then 7.
Yeah. Means now you observe. Irrespective of where you are using, it doesn't matter. Once you fire this dot next file, that's it. Sequence fired.
Okay. Yeah.
Got the point, right?
Yeah.
If you
What if we want to go back again? I mean, use 3 or something.
no one thing.
We need to set.
We cannot use. Once it is generated, that's it.
Okay. Oh, it should go into sequence.
Again, you have to drop and all those things. There are a lot of things. You have to manually edit.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so if you are using something like Informatica or SSIS, so there itself you will have the options to edit.
Okay.
Provided that in the database also you should clean the data.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you got it right.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a very simple usage of syntax sequence. And next thing, index.
So
Okay.
basically index is used for faster retrieval.
Okay.
Imagine like if you have 10 pages book, so there is no need of index.
Yeah.
If you have 100 pages book, of course there is at least there should be index.
Yeah.
Okay, because if you want to search for a particular topic,
Okay. Index is also, I mean, in general index and this index is same. Like it will contain the
no, I
what
think
exactly is in
what
the
is
table.
the general index actually? I don't know where did you study it. So in Oracle there is only one index only.
Okay.
Database object. Index is database object. So
Okay.
you didn't get actually what is general index.
No. I'm asking like generally we will have index in books, right?
Like that, yeah.
So okay. Will this index also contain the same properties in such a general way?
Yes,
I'm asking.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't study anywhere.
Oh, okay. Means
I was just assuming that what we know the index and this index is same.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
It is
All
same.
right.
Means
Yeah,
which shows exactly the way to data.
okay.
Okay, if you are searching for one topic, you can simply see in the index where the topic is there and go to that page number.
Okay.
Or at least
Mhm.
if you know in which chapter it will be there, you can go to that chapter and within the chapter probably you can search few pages.
Yeah.
So finally you are able to get the data faster
Yes.
rather than searching from page 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So other thing, there are some rules actually. First of all,
Okay.
actually index is big topic. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, generally means DBS will be taking care in the back end.
Okay.
So I can suggest you
I
can.
mean, by the way, will it take time or I mean generally
It will be
the
done.
SSI is okay. Say SSRS will be starting today.
Okay, it will be done actually by because within 10 minutes hardly will complete the course.
Yeah. I said I will be joining him in 20 minutes, so not a problem. I mean, 15 minutes is good. Yeah.
Yeah. So index I can prefer to go and study Oracle documentation.
Oracle documentation. Okay.
Okay, so it's a vast actually. Okay.
Okay.
It will take months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So only when you start working on SQL, so slowly you can go.
Okay.
Even if I put my entire knowledge on you, so that not at all be a good task.
Okay.
Okay, so definitely there are a lot of mechanisms inside that.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so going by just definition level,
Okay.
by default primary key, whenever you create a primary key on one column, so index will be automatically created, unique index.
Okay.
So like notice something, yeah. So the rules are something like, so like if your data has more than 50k rows, so then index is necessary.
Okay.
If your table has less than up to 50k rows, index is not at all necessary because Oracle is capable of working in efficient manner without index till 50k.
Okay.
And suppose even if you have greater than 50k and if you are searching for 4 to 6% of the data, okay, 4 to 6% of the data, suppose you have 1 million rows,
Okay.
in the 1 million rows you are searching for 4 to 6%, then only index will be work efficiently.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay.
Otherwise it is inefficient because out of 100 pages book, if you want to search 80
I
pages,
mean, it's like we need to search like small portions. Generally, okay.
see when it is see one thing you need to understand, if something is hard for you to do a task, obviously you need help.
Yeah.
If it is easy, do you require help? No.
No.
With little bit effort you can put and you can get it. It's really difficult means definitely you'll take help, right?
Okay. Yeah.
In the same manner, if in the 100 pages book, if you want to search 80 pages, there is no necessary of index.
Okay.
Hardly by searching 20 pages, you will waste a few time. That's it.
Yeah.
Because whatever the 80 pages that you required, you will get, right?
Okay.
But in 100 pages, if you want to get only 4 to 6 pages, you don't waste time in searching 100 pages, right?
Yes.
There is a difference, right?
Yeah.
You want 80 pages? Yes, even if you search 100 pages, not a problem, because the 20 pages
Not a problem.
a little waste.
Yeah. Okay.
But for the sake of 4 to 6 pages, if you search 100 pages, the remaining
Okay.
94 to 96 pages search is a big waste.
Yeah. Okay.
So like that. Okay.
Okay.
Of course, Oracle will automatically choose. It is not mandatory that even if you define index at the time of execution, Oracle will use index or not. Sometimes
Okay.
you got this point right. If you define index and you want to search 80 pages out of 100 pages, okay,
Okay.
Oracle will not use index.
Okay. Okay.
It will go for full table scan. Full table scan means it will scan full thing.
So it will automatically take,
Yes, it will take the
like, it depends on the percentage of what we are doing.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I said. There are a lot of mechanisms. It's a subject actually. There is index clustering factor.
Okay.
Yeah, so the different thing actually. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, definitely you'll come to know on your own. And even if I say that will be a big subject.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so yeah. So how to create index in the sense like, so create index name. So index name also should be in such a way that employee and table name underscore something like unique like that. Okay.
Okay.
On employee underscore a, and I will say employee number. So now it got created on employee number column in
Employee number.
employee
Yeah.
underscore a table.
Employee. Okay.
This is non-unique index.
Okay.
Drop index. Actually, I have given name E, but generally,
Unique index. Okay.
what it is saying cannot create unique index
Cannot create
because
unique
there are
index.
2 trees.
Okay. Okay.
Cannot create. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Generally, index is very interesting thing. Okay.
Okay.
You require lot of imagination to understand the concept.
Okay.
Yeah, lot of analogies to understand. But these are the basic things. Okay. If you only mention unique, otherwise it will be non-unique.
Okay.
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 Yeah. And
I
if
mean, index are visible, or it's like how we know? I mean, we created index, right? Like, how can we see that there is an index in this column?
just by seeing the one thing is data dictionary views will be there.
Okay.
Yeah. So like some DBA underscore indexes view will be there. You can search in that thing.
Okay.
If you are using SQL developer or some GUI tools, by clicking on the table itself, it will display all the things, whether partitions, indexes, whatever the data, table definition, everything. It will.
Okay. Okay.
So there itself you will able to know.
Okay.
Okay. So another thing is like we have different types of indexes. So now I'm not going to discuss that thing. So synonym.
Okay.
So create synonym name. Let us say, so I'm using synonym as Srikanth.
Okay.
For Bharat dot
But
synonym created means you can access my employee table using.
by using my name. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is like another name.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. By default, synonym will exist, but in different database.
Okay.
Yeah, you will be given permission to access this thing, because like people like business persons, if they want to access, they
Okay.
synonyms only rather than tables.
Okay.
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 Yeah. So if you want to drop synonym, simply drop synonym name. Drop synonym name like this. Okay.
Okay.
Of course, synonym and all those things will be taken care by DBA.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Okay.
indexes also, you should know the subject if you want to write a select query in a very performance way. Okay.
Okay.
Things
Okay.
only come through experience, not by study.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So even if you study 100 times, so you'll commit 100 mistakes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the powerful mechanism of index. It's a tactic actually. Okay. Means even if
Okay,
you go by rule, it won't work. If there is a rule, okay, if you follow this thing, this will happen. But at
Okay.
real time, it may or may not happen.
Yeah, okay.
Like that, yeah. Fine. So we will see one scenario
Okay.
and end up this course. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Let us say I have one table. Okay, in the table there is salary column. Okay. Initially,
Okay.
value of salary is 100.
Okay.
I updated. Okay, salary is equal to sal plus 100.
Okay.
Okay, and
Okay.
I have given commit, and again I updated salary is equal to sal plus 100.
Okay.
Okay, so now I commit. What I will do is now I will roll back and commit. Again salary plus 100. Commit, roll back. Okay.
Okay.
Again salary plus 100. So in the middle of the thing, so I altered some table. Alter table X something I altered. Okay.
Okay.
So I just did roll back. Salary plus 100 and commit. So can you tell me what exactly is the output at last? What will be the salary at last of all these statements?
Okay. You said will be roll back. 100. I mean, you want salary plus 100
At the end of
updated
all
salary is
these
equal
statements, at the end of
okay.
all these statements, what will be the value of salary? You got the question, right?
100. Yeah, yeah. I just need. I'm just seeing what is committed and what is equal back. Okay. That is commit. That is roll back. Finished. Uh, 300. I think 400.
Okay, let me check.
To table X. Roll back.
Okay, so can you explain?
Because from starting, if you see, you said update salary is equal salary plus 100 is committed. So the salary is 200. And then you said salary plus 100 is like taken as rollback. So there is no commitment thing. And then you said commit. So 200 is committed there. And again, you said salary plus 100 is called commit. So it will be 300 here. Then anyways, there will be no data. So rollback doesn't work. Salary plus 100, alter X stated, you said rollback. So everything will get smashed.
So,
Salary plus 100 is committed. So 400.
so why did you skip this thing?
Okay, we did a rollback, right?
Okay, so see, after salary plus 100, alter table X is the DDL command, means internally commit will happen here.
Okay, okay, yeah, DDL command.
So
Okay,
after commit, even if you roll back, it doesn't work. Means
yeah.
after this 300, this will be 400.
Okay.
So
Okay.
here also it will be 400. So rollback doesn't work.
400. Okay.
And now it will be 500. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that's the meaning of DDL statements are auto commit. Now you got it,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, got it.
So that's what I said.
So
Because
whenever there is a, I mean, there is a DDL statement after anything, then the previous data will be committed, right?
right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Got it, right?
Got it.
Yeah. I think we can have one more session actually.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have to discuss some scenarios.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
will that be the end of SQL?
yes.
So triggers, can you explain me in the next section?
Those things comes under PLSQL actually.
Oh, those schemes, everything, and okay.
That doesn't come under SQL.
So whatever you said in Oracle SQL is, I mean SQL and Oracle SQL is completed. After one more section. Okay. Yeah. I'll
Yeah,
note.
so those that say till here concepts are completed.
Okay.
That
Mhm.
is to discuss the scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. So after this, is there anything you want to say? I mean, after the next scenarios, no PLSQL, right? I will ask Shravan one more time, like because anyways I'm getting to this, so I don't want to. I mean,
Yes, yes, actually. Yeah, since
yeah,
we are
yeah.
going to SSIS and all those things,
Okay.
it's better to learn the TSQL rather than PLSQL because some means concepts wise same, functionality wise same, but syntax wise you'll feel difficulty.
Find difficulty. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
SQL it's almost same. As a secret that there is a get date.
Yeah. Yeah. Few things are like different, but everything, almost everything is same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Bharat. Then tomorrow, if it is okay, then I can come to the class at the same time.
Tomorrow I don't think so.
Yeah. All right. If it is, if you
Yeah,
don't think so, I'll plan something.
you can practice. Okay.
Okay.
I will
Yeah.
give you know tables and data.
Okay.
Yeah, questions. You can practice on that questions. Almost there will be some 120 to 150 questions.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, you can start practicing on that.
Yeah. Send me that file of questions so that I
Yeah,
can.
I'll send. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay, Bharat. Then thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Take it. Take it. Bye.
And inform Swaroop it is done. Okay.
Okay. I'll inform Sarup. It will